Section 1 of Essays, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Geeson. Essays, Book 1, by Michel de Montaigne. Translated by Charles Cotton. That men by various ways arrive at the same end. The most usual way of appeasing the indignation of such as we have any way offended, when we see them in possession of the power of revenge, and find that we absolutely lie at their mercy, is by submission to move them to commiseration and pity. And yet bravery, constancy, and resolution, however quite contrary means, have sometimes served to produce the same effect. Edward, Prince of Wales, Edward the Black Prince, the same who so long governed our Guyenne, a personage whose condition and fortune have in them a great deal of the most notable and most considerable parts of grandeur, having been highly incensed by the Limousins, and taking their city by assault, was not, either by the cries of the people, or the prayers and tears of the women and children, abandoned to slaughter and prostrate at his feet for mercy, to be stayed from prosecuting his revenge, till, penetrating further into the town, he at last took notice of 3 French gentlemen, who with incredible bravery alone sustained the power of his victorious army. Then it was that consideration and respect unto so remarkable a valour first stopped the torrent of his fury, and that his clemency, beginning with these 3 cavaliers, was afterwards extended to all the remaining inhabitants of the city. Scanderbeg, Prince of Epirus, pursuing one of his soldiers with purpose to kill him, the soldier, having in vain tried by all the ways of humility and supplication to appease him, resolved as his last refuge to face about and await him sword in hand; which behaviour of his gave a sudden stop to his captain's fury, who, foreseeing him assume so notable a resolution, received him into grace. An example, however, that might suffer another interpretation, with such as have not read of the prodigious force and valour of that prince. The Emperor Conrad III, having besieged Guelf, Duke of Bavaria, would not be prevailed upon, what mean and unmanly satisfactions soever were tendered to him, to condescend to milder conditions than that the ladies and gentlewomen only, who were in the town with the Duke, might go out, without violation of their honour, on foot, and with so much only as they could carry about them. Whereupon they, out of magnanimity of heart, presently contrived to carry out upon their shoulders their husbands and children, and the Duke himself; a sight at which the Emperor was so pleased, that, ravished with the generosity of the action, he wept for joy, and immediately extinguishing in his heart the mortal and capital hatred he had conceived against this Duke, he from that time forward treated him and his with all humanity. The one and the other of these 2 ways would with great facility work upon my nature, for I have a marvellous propensity to mercy and mildness, and to such a degree that I fancy of the 2 I should sooner surrender my anger to compassion than to esteem. And yet pity is reputed a vice among the Stoics. who will that we succour the afflicted, but not that we should be so affected with their sufferings as to suffer with them. I conceived these examples not ill suited to the question in hand, and the rather because therein we observe these great souls, assaulted and tried by these two several ways, to resist the one without relenting, and to be shook and subjected by the other. It may be true that to suffer a man's heart to be totally subdued by compassion may be imputed to facility, effeminacy, and over tenderness; whence it comes to pass that the weaker natures, as of women, children, and the common sort of people, are the most subject to it. But after having resisted and disdained the power of groans and tears, to yield to the sole reverence of the sacred image of valour, this can be no other than the effect of a strong and inflexible soul enamoured of and honouring masculine and obstinate courage. Nevertheless, astonishment and admiration may in less generous minds beget a like effect. Witness the people of Thebes, who having put two of their generals upon trial for their lives, for having continued in arms beyond the precise term of their commission, very hardly pardoned Pelopidas, who, bowing under the weight of so dangerous an accusation, made no manner of defence for himself, nor produced other arguments than prayers and supplications. Whereas, on the contrary, Epaminondas, falling to recount magniloquently the exploits he had performed in their service, and after a haughty and arrogant manner, reproaching them with ingratitude and injustice, they had not the heart to proceed any further in his trial, but broke up the court and departed, the whole assembly highly commending the high courage of this personage. Note Plutarch, How far a man may praise himself, chapter 5. Dionysius the elder, after having by a tedious siege, and through exceeding great difficulties, taken the city of Reggio, and in it the governor Phaeton, a very gallant man who had made so obstinate a defence, was resolved to make him a tragical example of his revenge, in order whereunto he first told him that he had the day before caused his son and all his kindred to be drowned. To which Phaeton returned no other answer but this, that they were then by one day happier than he. After which, causing him to be stripped, and delivering him into the hands of the tormentors, he was by them not only dragged through the streets of the town, and most ignominiously and cruelly whipped, but moreover vilified with most bitter and contumelious language, yet still he maintained his courage entire all the way, with a strong voice and undaunted countenance, proclaiming the honourable and glorious cause of his death, namely, for that he would not deliver up his country into the hands of a tyrant, at the same time denouncing against him a speedy chastisement from the offended gods. At which Dionysius, reading in his soldiers' looks that instead of being incensed at the haughty language of this conquered enemy, to the contempt of their captain and his triumph, they were not only struck with admiration of so rare a virtue, but moreover inclined to mutiny, and were even ready to rescue the prisoner out of the hangman's hands, he caused the torturing to cease, and afterwards privately caused him to be thrown into the sea. Man, in good earnest, is a marvellous vain, fickle, and unstable subject, and on whom it is very hard to form any certain and uniform judgment. For Pompey could pardon the whole city of the Mamertines, though furiously incensed against it, upon the single account of the virtue and magnanimity of one citizen, Zeno. Plutarch calls him Steno, and also Stemnos and Stenis, who took the fault of the public wholly upon himself, neither entreated other favour, but alone to undergo the punishment for all. And yet Sylla's host, having in the city of Perugia (Plutarch says Praeneste, a town of Latium) manifested the same virtue, obtained nothing by it either for himself or his fellow citizens. And directly contrary to my first examples, the bravest of all men, and who was reputed so gracious to all those he overcame, Alexander, having after many great difficulties forced the city of Gaza, and entering found Betis, who commanded there, and of whose valour in the time of this siege he had most marvellous manifest proof, alone, forsaken by all his soldiers, his armour hacked and hewed to pieces, covered all over with blood and wounds, and yet still fighting in the crowd of a number of Macedonians, who were laying on him on all sides, he said to him, nettled at so dear bought a victory, for in addition to the other damage, he had 2 wounds newly received in his own person, "Thou shalt not die, Betis, as thou dost intend. Be sure thou shalt suffer all the torments that can be inflicted on a captive." To which menace the other returning no other answer, but only a fierce and disdainful look. "What," says Alexander, observing his haughty and obstinate silence, "is he too stiff to bend a knee? Is he too proud to utter one suppliant word? Truly, I will conquer this silence, and if I cannot force a word from his mouth, I will at least extract a groan from his heart." And thereupon, converting his anger into fury, presently commanded his heels to be bored through, causing him alive to be dragged, mangled, and dismembered at a cart's tail. Quintus Curtius, Book 4, Chapter 6. This act of cruelty has been doubted, notwithstanding the statement of Curtius. Was it that the height of courage was so natural and familiar to this conqueror, that because he could not admire, he respected it the less? Or was it that he conceived valour to be a virtue so peculiar to himself, that his pride could not, without envy, endure it in another? Or was it that the natural impetuosity of his fury was incapable of opposition? Certainly, had it been capable of moderation, it is to be believed that in the sack and desolation of Thebes, to see so many valiant men lost and totally destitute of any further defence, cruelly massacred before his eyes, would have appeased it, where there were above 6,000 put to the sword, of whom not one was seen to fly, or heard to cry out for quarter, but on the contrary, every one running here and there to seek out and to provoke the victorious enemy to help them to an honourable end. Not one was seen who, however weakened with wounds, did not in his last gasp yet endeavour to revenge himself, and with all the arms of a brave despair, to sweeten his own death in the death of an enemy. Yet did their valour create no pity. and the length of one day was not enough to satiate the thirst of the conqueror's revenge, but the slaughter continued to the last drop of blood that was capable of being shed, and stopped not till it met with none but unarmed persons, old men, women, and children, of them to carry away to the number of 30,000 slaves. End of section 1.
Section 2 of Essays, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ted Garvin. Essays, Book 1 by Michel de Montaigne. Translated by Charles Cotton. Chapter 2 of Sorrow. No man living is more free from this passion than I, who yet neither like it in myself nor admire it in others, and yet generally the world, as a settled thing, is pleased to grace it with a particular esteem, clothing therewith wisdom, virtue, and conscience. Foolish and sordid guise! No man is more free from this passion than I, for I neither love nor regard it, albeit the world hath undertaken, as it were upon covenant, to grace it with a particular favour. Therewith they adorn age, virtue, and conscience. O foolish and babes' ornament! Florio, 1613, page 3. The Italians have more fitly baptized by this name, La Tristezza, malignity, for 'tis a quality always hurtful, always idle and vain, as being cowardly, mean, and base. It is by the Stoics expressly and particularly forbidden to their sages. But the story, Herodotus 3:14, says that Saminectus, king of Egypt, being defeated and taken prisoner by Cambyses, king of Persia, seeing his own daughter pass by him as prisoner, and in a wretched habit, with a bucket to draw water, though his friends about him were so concerned as to break out into tears and lamentations, yet he himself remained unmoved, without uttering a word, his eyes fixed upon the ground, and seeing, moreover, his son immediately after led to execution, still maintained the same countenance, till spying at last one of his domestic and familiar friends dragged away amongst the captives, he fell to tearing his hair and beating his breast, with all the other extravagances of extreme sorrow. A story that may very fitly be coupled with another of the same kind, of recent date, of a prince of our own nation, who being at Trent, and having news there brought him of the death of his elder brother, a brother on whom depended the whole support and honour of his house, and soon after of that of a younger brother, the second hope of his family, and having withstood these two assaults with an exemplary resolution, one of his servants happening a few days after to die, he suffered his constancy to be overcome by this last accident, and parting with his courage, so abandoned himself to sorrow and mourning, that some thence were forward to conclude that he was only touched to the quick by this last stroke of fortune; but in truth it was, that being before brimful of grief, the least addition overflowed the bounds of all patience. Which, I think, might also be said of the former example, did not the story proceed to tell us that Cambyses, asking Psammetius, why, not being moved by the calamity of his son and daughter, he should with so great impatience bear the misfortune of his friend? It is, answered he, because only this last affliction was to be manifested by tears, the two first far exceeding all manner of expression. And peradventure something like this might be working in the fancy of the ancient painter. Cicero de Orator, chapter 22. Pliny, 35:10, who having in the sacrifice of Iphigenia to represent the sorrow of the assistants proportionably to the several degrees of interest every one had in the death of this fair innocent virgin, and having, in the other figures, laid out the utmost power of his art, when he came to that of her father, he drew him with a veil over his face, meaning thereby that no kind of countenance was capable of expressing such a degree of sorrow. Which is also the reason why the poets feign the miserable mother Niobe, having first lost 7 sons, and then afterwards as many daughters, overwhelmed with her losses, to have been at last transformed into a rock, diriguisse malis, petrified with her misfortunes. Ovid, Metamorphoses, 6, 304. Thereby to express that melancholic, dumb, and deaf stupefaction which benumbs all our faculties, when impressed with accidents greater than we are able to bear. And indeed the violence and impression of an excessive grief must of necessity astonish the soul, and wholly deprive her of her ordinary functions, as it happens to every one of us, who, upon any sudden alarm of very ill news, find ourselves surprised, stupefied, and in a manner deprived of all motion, so that the soul, beginning to vent itself in tears and lamentations, seems to free and disengage itself from the sudden oppression, and to have obtained some room to work itself out at greater liberty. Ex via vix tandem voce laxata dolore est. And at length and with difficulty is the passage opened by grief for utterance. Aeneid 11, 151. In the war that Ferdinand made upon the widow of King John of Hungary, about Buda, a man at arms was particularly taken notice of by every one for his singular gallant behaviour in a certain encounter, an unknown, highly commended and lamented, being left dead upon the place, but by none so much as by Rasiek, a German lord, who was infinitely enamoured of so rare a valour. The body being brought off, and the count, with the common curiosity coming to view it, the armour was no sooner taken off but he immediately knew him to be his own son, a thing that added a second blow to the compassion of all the beholders. Only he, without uttering a word, or turning away his eyes from the woeful object, stood fixedly contemplating the body of his son, till the vehemency of sorrow having overcome his vital spirits, made him sink down stone dead to the ground. Ci può dir come degli arde, in piccoli fuochi. He who can say how he burns with love has little fire. Petrarca, Sonetto 137. Says the Inamoratos, when they would represent an unsupportable passion. Misero quod homines, erepit sensus mihi, nam simulte lesbia aspexi, nihil est super me, quod locar amens, lingua sed torped, tenuis sub arctus, flammia demanet, somnitu suapte, tintinent aures gemina tegunter, lumina noce. Love deprives me of all my faculties. Lesbia, when once in thy presence, I have not left the power to tell my distracting passion. My tongue becomes torpid, a subtle flame creeps through my veins, my ears tingle in deafness, my eyes are veiled with darkness. Catullus, Epigrams 51, 5. Neither is it in the height and greatest fury of the fit that we are in a condition to pour out our complaints or our amorous persuasions, the soul being at that time overburdened, and labouring with profound thoughts, and the body dejected and languishing with desire, and thence it is that sometimes proceed those accidental impotencies that so unseasonably surprise the lover, and that frigidity which by the force of an immoderate ardour seizes him even in the very lap of fruition. The edition of 1588 has here an accident not unknown to myself. For all passions that suffer themselves to be relished and digested are but moderate. Curae leves loquuntur, ingentes stupent. Light griefs can speak, deep sorrows are dumb. Seneca, Hippolytus, Act 2, Scene 3. A surprise of unexpected joy does likewise often produce the same effect. Ut me conspexit venitem et troia circum, arma amens vidit, magnis exterita monstris, diriguit visu in medio, calor ossa reliquit, labitur et longo vix tandem tempore fatur. When she beheld me advancing, and saw, with stupefaction, the Trojan arms around me, terrified with so great a prodigy, she fainted away at the very sight, vital warmth forsook her limbs, she sinks down, and after a long interval with difficulty speaks. Aeneid 3, 306. Besides the examples of the Roman lady who died for joy to see her son safe returned from the defeat of Cannae, and of Sophocles and Dionysus, the tyrant, Pliny 7:53, daughter of Siculus, however, 15, Canto 20, tells us that Dionysus was so overjoyed at the news that he made a great sacrifice upon it to the gods, prepared sumptuous feasts to which he invited all his friends, and therein drank so excessively that it threw him into a very bad distemper. Who died of joy, and of Thalna, who died in Corsica, reading news of the honours the Roman Senate had decreed in his favour. We have, moreover, one in our own time, of Pope Leo X, who upon news of the taking of Milan, a thing he had so ardently desired, was rapt with so sudden an excess of joy that he immediately fell into a fever and died. Guicciardini, Storia d'Italia, Volume 14. And for a more notable testimony of the imbecility of human nature, it is recorded by the ancients, Pliny ut supra, that Diodorus the dialectician died upon the spot, out of an extreme passion of shame, for not having been able in his own school, and in the presence of a great auditory, to disengage himself from a nice argument that was propounded to him. I, for my part, am very little subject to these violent passions. I am naturally of a stubborn apprehension, which also by reasoning I every day harden and fortify. End of chapter 2. Section 3 of Essays, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ted Garvin. Essays, Book 1 by Michel de Montaigne. Translated by Charles Cotton. Chapter 3. That our affections carry themselves beyond us. Such as accuse mankind of the folly of gaping after future things, and advise us to make our benefit of those which are present, and to set up our rest upon them, as having no grasp upon that which is to come, even less than that which we have upon what is past, have hit upon the most universal of human errors, if that may be called an error to which nature herself has disposed us, in order to the continuation of her own work, prepossessing us, among several others, with this deceiving imagination, as being more jealous of our action than afraid of our knowledge. We are never present with, but always beyond ourselves. Fear, desire, hope, still push us on towards the future, depriving us, in the meantime, of the sense and consideration of that which is to amuse us with the thought of what shall be, even when we shall be no more. Rousseau, Emile, Livre 2. Calamitosus est animus futuri auxius. The mind, anxious about the future, is unhappy. Seneca, Epistolae 98. We find this great precept often repeated in Plato: do thine own work, and know thyself. Of which two parts, both the one and the other generally, comprehend our whole duty, and do each of them in like manner involve the other. For who will do his own work aright will find that his first lesson is to know what he is, and that which is proper to himself, and who rightly understands himself will never mistake another man's work for his own, but will love and improve himself above all other things, will refuse superfluous employments, and reject all unprofitable thoughts and propositions. As folly, on the one side, though it should enjoy it all desire, would notwithstanding never be content, so on the other, wisdom, acquiescent in the present, is never dissatisfied with itself. Cicero, Tusculan Disputations 57 v. 18. Epicurus dispenses his sages from all foresight and care of the future. Among those laws that relate to the dead, I look upon that to be very sound by which the actions of princes are to be examined after their decease. Diodorus Siculus I. 6. They are equals with, if not masters of the laws, and therefore what justice could not inflict upon their persons, 'tis but reason should be executed upon their reputations and the estates of their successors, things that we often value above life itself. 'Tis a custom of singular advantage to those countries where it is in use, and by all good princes to be desired, who have reason to take it ill, that the memories of the wicked should be used with the same reverence and respect with their own. We owe subjection and obedience to all our kings, whether good or bad, alike, for that has respect unto their office. But as to esteem and affection, these are only due to their virtue. Let us grant to political government to endure them with patience, however unworthy, to conceal their vices, and to assist them with our recommendation in their indifferent actions, whilst their authority stands in need of our support. But, the relation of prince and subject being once at an end, there is no reason we should deny the expression of our real opinions to our own liberty and common justice, and especially to interdite to good subjects the glory of having reverently and faithfully served a prince, whose imperfections were to them so well known. This were to deprive posterity of a useful example, and such as, out of respect to some private obligation, unjustly espouse and vindicate the memory of a faulty prince, do private right at the expense of public justice. Livy does very truly say, 35:48, that the language of men bred up in courts is always full of vain ostentation and false testimony, every one indifferently magnifying his own master, and stretching his commendation to the utmost extent of virtue and sovereign grandeur. Some may condemn the freedom of those two soldiers who so roundly answered Nero to his beard, the one being asked by him why he bore him ill will. I loved thee, answered he, whilst thou wert worthy of it, but since thou art become a parricide, an incendiary, a player, and a coachman, I hate thee as thou dost deserve. And the other, why should he attempt to kill him? Because, said he, I could think of no other remedy against thy perpetual mischiefs. Tacitus, Annals, 1567. But the public and universal testimonies that were given of him after his death, and so will be to all posterity, both of him and all other wicked princes like him, of his tyrannies and abominable deportment, who, of a sound judgment, can reprove them? I am scandalized that in so sacred a government as that of the Lacedaemonians, there should be mixed so hypocritical a ceremony at the interment of their kings, where all their confederates and neighbours, and all sorts and degrees of men and women, as well as their slaves, cut and slash their foreheads in token of sorrow, repeating in their cries and lamentation that that king, let him have been as wicked as the devil, was the best that ever they had. Herodotus 6:68. By this means attributing to his quality the praise that only belongs to merit, and that of right is due to supreme desert, though lodged in the lowest and most inferior subject. Aristotle, who will still have a hand in everything, makes a query upon the saying of Solon, that none can be said to be happy until he is dead, whether then, he who has lived and died according to his heart's desire, if he have left an ill repute behind him, and that his posterity be miserable, can be said to be happy. Whilst we have life and motion, we convey ourselves by fancy and preoccupation, whether and to what we please, but once out of being, we have no more any manner of communication with that which is, and it had therefore been better said by Solon that man is never happy, because never so till he is no more. Quisquam vix radicus evite sit tolit itsit, sed facit esse sui quidam super incisus ipse, nec removet satis a projecto corpori sese et vindicat. Scarcely one man can, even in dying, wholly detach himself from the idea of life. In his ignorance he must needs imagine that there is in him something that survives him, and cannot sufficiently separate or emancipate himself from his remains. Lucretius 3:890. Bertrand de Guesclin, dying at the siege of the castle of Rancon, near unto Puy, in Auvergne, the besieged were afterwards, upon surrender, enjoined to lay down the keys of the place upon the corpse of the dead general. Bartolomeo d'Alviano, the Venetian general, happening to die in the service of the Republic in Brescia, and his corpse being to be carried through the territory of Verona, an enemy's country, Most of the army were inclined to demand safe contact from the Veronese, but Theodoro Trivulzio opposed the motion, rather choosing to make his way by force of arms, and to run the hazard of a battle, saying it was by no means fit that he who in his life was never afraid of his enemies should seem to apprehend them when he was dead. In truth, in affairs of the same nature, by the Greek laws, he who made suit to an enemy for a body to give it burial renounced his victory, and had no more right to erect a trophy, and he to whom such suit was made was reputed victor. By this means it was that Nicias lost the advantage he had visibly obtained over the Corinthians, and that Agesilaus, on the contrary, assured that which he had before very doubtfully gained over the Boeotians. Plutarch, Life of Nicias, c. 2, Life of Agesilaus, c. 6. These things might appear strange, had it not been a general practice in all ages not only to extend the concern of ourselves beyond this life, but moreover to fancy that the favour of heaven does not only very often accompany us to the grave, but has also, even after life, a concern for our ashes, of which there are so many ancient examples, to say nothing of those of our own observation, that it is not necessary I should longer insist upon it. Edward I, King of England, having in the long wars betwixt him and Robert, King of Scotland, had experience of how great importance his own immediate presence was to the success of his affairs, having ever been victorious in whatever he undertook in his own person, when he came to die, bound his son in a solemn oath that, so soon as he should be dead, he should boil his body till the flesh parted from the bones, and bury the flesh, reserving the bones to carry continually with him in his army, so often as he should be obliged to go against the Scots, as if destiny had inevitably attached victory, even to his remains. John Ziska, the same who, to vindication of Wycliffe's heresies, troubled the Bohemian state, left order that they should flay him after his death, and of his skin make a drum to carry in the war against his enemies, fancying it would contribute to the continuation of the successes he had always obtained in the wars against them. In like manner certain of the Indians, in their battles with the Spaniards, carried with them the bones of one of their captains, in consideration of the victories they had formerly obtained under his conduct. And other people of the same New World carry about with them, in their wars, the relics of valiant men who have died in battle, to incite their courage and advance their fortune. Of which examples the first reserve nothing for the tomb but the reputation they have acquired by their former achievements, but these attribute to them a certain present and active power. The proceeding of Captain Bayard is of a better composition, who finding himself wounded to death with a harquebus shot, and being importuned to retire out of the fight, made answer that he would not begin at the last gasp to turn his back to the enemy, and accordingly still fought on, till feeling himself too faint and no longer able to sit on his horse, he commanded his steward to set him down at the foot of a tree, but so that he might die with his face toward the enemy, which he did. I must yet add another example, equally remarkable for the present consideration with any of the former. The Emperor Maximilian, great-grandfather to the now King Philip, Philip II of Spain, was a prince endowed throughout with great and extraordinary qualities, and among the rest with a singular beauty of person, but had withal a humour very contrary to that of other princes, who for the dispatch of their most important affairs convert their close stool into a chair of state, which was, that he would never permit any of his bedchamber, how familiar soever, to see him in that posture, and would steal aside to make water as religiously as a virgin, shy to discover to his physician or any other whomsoever those parts that we are accustomed to conceal. I myself, who have so impudent a way of talking, am, nevertheless, naturally so modest this way, that unless at the importunity of necessity or pleasure, I scarcely ever communicate to the sight of either those parts or actions that custom orders us to conceal, wherein I suffer more constraint than I conceive is very well becoming a man, especially of my profession. But he nourished this modest humour to such a degree of superstition, as to give express orders in his last will that they should put him on drawers so soon as he should be dead, to which, methinks, he would have done well to have added that he should be blindfolded too that put them on. The charge that Cyrus left with his children, that neither they nor any other should either see or touch his body after the soul was departed from it. Xenophon, Cyropedia 8:7. I attribute to some superstitious devotion of his, for both his historian and himself, amongst their great qualities, marked the whole course of their lives with a singular respect and reverence to religion. I was by no means pleased with the story, told me by a man of very great quality of a relation of mine, and one who had given a very good account of himself both in peace and war, that, coming to die in a very old age, of excessive pain of the stone, he spent the last hours of his life in an extraordinary solicitude about ordering the honour and ceremony of his funeral, pressing all the men of condition who came to see him to engage their word to attend him to his grave, importuning this very prince, who came to visit him at his last gasp, with a most earnest supplication that he would order his family to be there, and presenting before him several reasons and examples to prove that it was a respect due to a man of his condition, and seemed to die content, having obtained this promise, and appointed the method and order of his funeral parade. I have seldom heard of so persistent a vanity. Another, though contrary curiosity, of which singularity also I do not want domestic example, seems to be somewhat akin to this, that a man shall cudgel his brains at the last moments of his life to contrive his obsequies to so particular and unusual a parsimony, as of one servant with a lantern. I see this humour commended, and the appointment of Marcus Aemilius Lepidus, who forbade his heirs to bestow upon his hearse even the common ceremonies in use upon such occasions. Is it yet temperance and frugality to avoid expense and pleasure of which the use and knowledge are imperceptible to us? See here an easy and cheap reformation. If instruction were at all necessary in this case, I should be of opinion that in this, as in all other actions of life, each person should regulate the matter according to his fortune, and the philosopher Lycan prudently ordered his friends to dispose of his body where they should think most fit, and as to his funeral, to order it neither too superfluous nor too mean. For my part, I should wholly refer the ordering of this ceremony to custom, and shall, when the time comes, accordingly leave it to their discretion to whose lot it shall fall to do me that last office. Totus hic locus est contemnendus in nobis, non negligendus in nostris. The place of our sepulture is to be contemned by us, but not to be neglected by our friends. Cicero, Tusculan, I. 45. And it was a holy saying of a saint, Curatio funeris, conditio sepultura, pompa equisitium magis sunt vivorum sortatia, quam subsidia mortuorum. The care of death, the place of sepulture, the pomps of obsequies, are rather consolations to the living than succours to the dead. Augustine, De Civitas Dei, 1:12. Which made Socrates answer Crito, who, at death, asked him how he would be buried. How you will, said he. If I were to concern myself beyond the present about this affair, I should be most tempted, as the greatest satisfaction of this kind, to imitate those who in their lifetime entertain themselves with the ceremony and honours of their own obsequies beforehand, and are pleased with beholding their own dead countenance in marble. Happy are they who can gratify their senses by insensibility, and live by their death. I am ready to conceive an implacable hatred against all popular domination, though I think it the most natural and equitable of all, so oft as I call to mind the inhuman injustice of the people of Athens, who, without remission, or once vouchsafing to hear what they had to say for themselves, put to death their brave captains, newly returned triumphant from a naval victory they had obtained over the Lacedaemonians, near the Argosinian Isles, the most bloody and obstinate engagement that ever the Greeks fought at sea, because, after the victory, they followed up the blow and pursued the advantages presented to them by the rule of war, rather than stay to gather up and bury their dead. And the execution is yet rendered more odious by the behaviour of Diomedon, who, being one of the condemned, and a man of most eminent virtue, political and military, after having heard the sentence, advancing to speak, no audience till then having been allowed, instead of laying before them his own cause, or the impiety of so cruel a sentence, only expressed solicitude for his judge's preservation, beseeching the gods to convert this sentence to their good, and praying that, for neglecting to fulfil the vows which he and his companions had made, with which he also acquainted them, in acknowledgment of so glorious a success, they might not draw down the indignation of the gods upon them, and so without more words went courageously to his death. Fortune, a few years after, punished them in the same kind, for Chabrias, captain general of their naval forces, having got the better of Polus, admiral of Sparta, at the Isle of Naxos, totally lost the fruits of his victory, one of very great importance to their affairs, in order not to incur the danger of this example, and so that he should not lose a few bodies of his dead friends that were floating in the sea, gave opportunity to a world of living enemies to sail away in safety, who afterwards made them pay dear for this unseasonable superstition. Curis quo jacias post obitum loco, quo no nata jacent. Dost ask where thou shalt lie after death? Where things not born lie, that never having had. Seneca Tioa Coro 230. This other restores the sense of repose to a body without a soul. Nece sepulchrum quo recipitur habeat portum corporis ubi remissa human vita corpus requisat a malis. Nor let him have a sepulchre wherein he may be received, a haven for his body, where, life being gone, that body may rest from its woes. Ennius ap Cicero Tusculan 1:44. As nature demonstrates to us that several dead things retain yet an occult relation to life, wine changes its flavour and complexion in cellars, according to the changes and seasons of the vine from whence it came, and the flesh of venison alters its condition in the powdering tub, and its taste according to the laws of the living flesh of its kind, as it is said. End of section 3.
Section 4 of Essays, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Geeson. Essays, Book 1, by Michel de Montaigne. Translated by Charles Cotton. That the soul expends its passions upon false objects, where the true are wanting. A gentleman of my country, marvellously tormented with the gout, being importuned by his physicians totally to abstain from all manner of salt meats, was wont pleasantly to reply, that in the extremity of his fits he must needs have something to quarrel with, and that railing at and cursing one while the Bologna sausages, and another the dried tongues and the hams, was some mitigation to his pain. But in good earnest, as the arm, when it is advanced to strike, if it miss the blow and goes by the wind, it pains us. And as also that to make a pleasant prospect, the sight should not be lost and dilated in vague air, but have some bound and object to limit and circumscribe it at a reasonable distance. Ventus ut amitit vires, nisi robore densa occurrant silvae, spatio diffusus inani. As the wind loses its force diffused in void space, unless it in its strength encounters the thick wood. Lucan, Book 3, 362. So it seems that the soul, being transported and discomposed, turns its violence upon itself, if not supplied with something to oppose it, and therefore always requires an object at which to aim, and whereon to act. Plutarch says of those who are delighted with little dogs and monkeys, that the amorous part that is in us, for want of a legitimate object, rather than lie idle, does after that manner forge and create one false and frivolous. And we see that the soul, in its passions, inclines rather to deceive itself, by creating a false and fantastical subject, even contrary to its own belief, than not to have something to work upon. After this manner brute beasts direct their fury to fall upon the stone or weapon that has hurt them, and with their teeth even execute revenge upon themselves for the injury they have received from another. Pannonis haud aliter post ictum saevior ursa, cui iaculum parva lubis amentavit habena. Se rotat in vulnus, telum quaedrata receptum impetit, et secum fugientem circuit hastam. So the she-bear, fiercer after the blow from the Libyan's thong-hurled dart, turns round upon the wound, and attacking the received spear, twists it as she flies. Lucan, Book 6, 220. What causes of the misadventures that befall us do we not invent? What is it that we do not lay the fault to, right or wrong, that we may have something to quarrel with? It is not those beautiful tresses you tear, nor is it the white bosom that in your anger you so unmercifully beat, that with an unlucky bullet have slain your beloved brother. Quarrel with something else. Livy, speaking of the Roman army in Spain, says that for the loss of the two brothers, their great captains, Flere omnes repente et offensare capita, all at once wept and tore their hair. Livy, Book 25, 37. 'Tis a common practice. And the philosopher Bion said pleasantly of the king, who by handsful pulled his hair off his head for sorrow, does this man think that baldness is a remedy for grief? Cicero, Tusculanae Quaestiones, Book 3, 26. Who has not seen peevish gamesters chew and swallow the cards, and swallow the dice, in revenge for the loss of their money? Xerxes whipped the sea, and wrote a challenge to Mount Athos. Cyrus employed a whole army several days at work to revenge himself of the river Gundas for the fright it had put him into in passing over it. And Caligula demolished a very beautiful palace for the pleasure his mother had once enjoyed there. Translator's note: pleasure, unless plaisir were originally déplaisir, must be understood here ironically, for the house was one in which she had been imprisoned. Seneca de Ira, Book 3, 22. I remember there was a story current when I was a boy, that one of our neighbouring kings, probably Alfonso XI. of Castile, having received a blow from the hand of God, swore he would be revenged, and in order to it made proclamation that for 10 years to come no one should pray to him, or so much as mention him throughout his dominions, or, so far as his authority went, believe in him. By which they meant to paint not so much the folly as the vainglory of the nation of which this tale was told. They are vices that always go together, but in truth such actions as these have in them still more of presumption than want of wit. Augustus Caesar, having been tossed with a tempest at sea, fell to defying Neptune, and in the pomp of the Circensian games, to be revenged, deposed his statue from the place it had amongst the other deities; wherein he was still less excusable than the former, and less than he was afterwards, when, having lost a battle under Quintilius Varus in Germany, in rage and despair he went running his head against the wall, crying out, "O Varus, give me back my legions!" For these exceed all folly, forasmuch as impiety is joined therewith, invading God himself, or at least Fortune, as if she had ears that were subject to our batteries. like the Thracians, who, when it thunders or lightens, fall to shooting against heaven with Titanian vengeance, as if by flights of arrows they intended to bring God to reason; though the ancient poet in Plutarch tells us, Point ne se faut courser aux affaires, il ne leur chaud de toutes nos cholères. We must not trouble the gods with our affairs, they take no heed of our angers and disputes. Plutarch. But we can never enough decry the disorderly sallies of our minds. End of section 4. Recording by Martin Geeson in Haslemere, Surrey. Section 5 of Essays, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Geeson. Essays, Book 1, by Michel de Montaigne. Translated by Charles Cotton. Whether the governor of a place besieged ought himself to go out to parley. Quintus Marcius, the Roman legate in the war against Perseus, king of Macedon, to gain time wherein to reinforce his army, set on foot some overtures of accommodation, with which the king, being lulled asleep, concluded a truce for some days, by this means giving his enemy opportunity and leisure to recruit his forces, which was afterwards the occasion of the king's final ruin. Yet the elder senators, mindful of their forefathers' manners, condemned this proceeding as degenerating from their ancient practice, which, they said, was to fight by valour, and not by artifice, surprises, and night encounters, neither by pretended flight, nor unexpected rallies to overcome their enemies; never making war till having first proclaimed it, and very often assigned both the hour and place of battle. Out of this generous principle it was that they delivered up to Pyrrhus his treacherous physician, and to the Etrurians their disloyal schoolmaster. This was indeed a procedure truly Roman, and nothing allied to the Grecian subtlety, nor to the Punic cunning, where it was reputed a victory of less glory to overcome by force than by fraud. Deceit may serve for a need, but he only confesses himself overcome who knows he is neither subdued by policy nor misadventure, but by dint of valour, man to man, in a fair and just war. It very well appears, by the discourse of these good old senators, that this fine sentence was not yet received amongst them. Dolus an virtus, quis in hoste requirat. What matters whether by valour or by stratagem we overcome the enemy? Aeneid, Book 2, 390. The Achaeans, says Polybius, abhorred all manner of double dealing in war, not reputing it a victory unless where the courage of the enemy was fairly subdued. Eam vir sanctus et sapiens sciet veram esse victoriam, quae salva fide et integra dignitate parabitur. An honest and prudent man will acknowledge that only to be a true victory, which shall be obtained saving his own good faith and dignity. Florus, Book 1, 12. Says another, Vos ne velit an me regnare hera, quidve ferat, fors virtute experiamur. Whether you or I shall rule, or what shall happen, let us determine by valour. Cicero, De Officiis, Book 1, 12. in the kingdom of Ternate, amongst those nations which we so broadly call barbarians, they have a custom never to commence war till it be first proclaimed, adding withal an ample declaration of what means they have to do it with what and how many men, what ammunitions, and what both offensive and defensive arms. But also, that being done, if their enemies do not yield and come to an agreement, they conceive it lawful to employ without reproach in their wars any means which may help them to conquer. The ancient Florentines were so far from seeking to obtain any advantage over their enemies by surprise, that they always gave them a month's warning before they drew their army into the field, by the continual tolling of a bell they called Martinella (after St. Martin). For what concerns ourselves, who are not so scrupulous in this affair, and who attribute the honour of the war to him who has the profit of it, and who after Lysander say, where the lion's skin is too short, we must eke it out with a bit from that of a fox, the most usual occasions of surprise are derived from this practice, and we hold that there are no moments wherein a chief ought to be more circumspect, and to have his eye so much at watch, as those of parleys and treaties of accommodation. And it is therefore become a general rule amongst the martial men of these latter times, that a governor of a place never ought in a time of siege to go out to parley. It was for this that in our fathers' days the Seigneurs de Montmort and de Lassigny, defending Mousson against the Count of Nassau, were so highly censured. But yet, as to this, it would be excusable in that governor who, going out, should notwithstanding do it in such manner that the safety and advantage should be on his side, as Count Guido di Rangone did at Reggio, if we are to believe Du Bellay, for Guicciardini says it was he himself, when the Seigneur de Lescun approached to parley, who stepped so little away from his fort, that a disorder happening in the interim of parley, not only M. de Lescun and his party who were advanced with him, found themselves by much the weaker, insomuch that Alessandro Trivulzio was there slain, but he himself made to follow the Count, and relying upon his honour to secure himself from the danger of the shot within the walls of the town. Eumenes being shut up in the city of Nora by Antigonus, and by him importuned to come out to speak with him, as he sent him word it was fit he should to a greater man than himself, and one who had now an advantage over him, returned this noble answer: "Tell him," said he, "that I shall never think any man greater than myself whilst I have my sword in my hand," and would not consent to come out to him till first, according to his own demand, Antigonus had delivered him his own nephew Ptolomeus in hostage. And yet some have done very well in going out in person to parley, on the word of the assailant. Witness Henry de Vaux, a cavalier of Champagne, who being besieged by the English in the castle of Commercy, and Bartholomew de Prune, who commanded at the Liga, having so sapped the greatest part of the castle without, that nothing remained but setting fire to the props to bury the besieged under the ruins, he requested the said Henry to come out to speak with him for his own good, which he did, with 3 more in company, and his ruin being made apparent to him, he conceived himself singularly obliged to his enemy, to whose discretion he and his garrison surrendered themselves. And fire being presently applied to the mine, the props no sooner began to fail, but the castle was immediately blown up from its foundations, no one stone being left upon another. I could, and do with great facility, rely upon the faith of another, but I should very unwillingly do it in such a case, as it should thereby be judged that it was rather an effect of my despair and want of courage, than voluntarily and out of confidence and security in the faith of him with whom I had to do. End of Section 5. Recording by Martin Geeson in Haslemere, Surrey. Section 6 of Essays, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Geeson. Essays, Book 1, by Michel de Montaigne, translated by Charles Cotton. That the hour of parley dangerous. I saw, notwithstanding, lately at Musidun, a place not far from my house, that those who were driven out thence by our army, and others of their party, highly complained of treachery, for that during a treaty of accommodation, and in the very interim that their deputies were treating, they were surprised and cut to pieces; a thing that peradventure in another age might have had some colour of foul play. But, as I have just said, the practice of arms in these days is quite another thing, and there is now no confidence in an enemy excusable till the treaty is finally sealed, and even then the conqueror has enough to do to keep his word. So hazardous a thing it is to entrust the observation of the faith a man has engaged to a town that surrenders, upon easy and favourable conditions, to the licence of a victorious army, and to give the soldier free entrance into it in the heat of blood. Lucius Aemilius Regulus, the Roman praetor, having lost his time in attempting to take the city of Phocaea by force, by reason of the singular valour wherewith the inhabitants defended themselves, conditioned at last to receive them as friends to the people of Rome, and to enter the town, as into a confederate city, without any manner of hostility, of which he gave them all assurance; but having, for the greater pomp, brought his whole army in with him, it was no more in his power, with all the endeavour he could use, to restrain his people; so that avarice and revenge trampling under foot both his authority and all military discipline, he there saw a considerable part of the city sacked and ruined before his face. Cleomenes was wont to say, that what mischief soever a man could do his enemy in time of war was above justice, and nothing accountable to it in the sight of gods and men. And so, having concluded a truce with those of Argos for 7 days, the 3rd night after, he fell upon them when they were all buried in sleep, and put them to the sword, alleging that there had no knights been mentioned in the truce, but the gods punished this subtle perfidy. In a time of parley also, and while the citizens were relying upon their safety warrant, the city of Casilinum was taken by surprise, and that even in the age of the justest captains and the most perfect Roman military discipline. For it is not said that it is not lawful for us in time and place to make advantage of our enemies' want of understanding, as well as their want of courage. And doubtless war has naturally many privileges that appear reasonable, even to the prejudice of reason. and therefore here the rule fails. Nemine id agere, ut exalterius praedetur in Scythia. No one should prey upon another's folly. Cicero, De Officiis, book 3, 17. But I am astonished at the great liberty allowed by Xenophon in such cases, and that both by precept and by the example of several exploits of his complete emperor. An author of very great authority, I confess, in those affairs, as being in his own person both a great captain and a philosopher of the first form of Socrates' disciples. And yet I cannot consent to such a measure of license as he dispenses in all things and places. Monsieur d'Aubigny, besieging Capua, and after having directed a furious battery against it, Signor Fabrizio Colonna, governor of the town, having from a bastion begun to parley, and his soldiers in the meantime being a little more remiss in their guard, our people entered the place at unawares, and put them all to the sword. And of later memory, at Ivoire, Signor Giuliano Romero, having played that part of a novice to go out to parley with the constable, at his return found his place taken. But that we might not scape scot free, the Marquis of Pescara, having laid siege to Genoa, where Duke Ottaviano Fregosa commanded under our protection, and the articles betwixt them being so far advanced that it was looked upon as a done thing, and upon the point to be concluded, the Spaniards in the meantime having slipped in, made use of this treachery as an absolute victory. And since at Ligny in Barrois, where the Count de Brienne commanded, the Emperor having in his own person beleaguered that place, and Bertheville, the said Count's lieutenant, going out to parley, whilst he was capitulating, the town was taken. Fuil vincer sempre mai laudabil cosa, vincasi o per fortuna o per ingenio. Victory is ever worthy of praise, whether obtained by valour or wisdom. Ariosto, book 15, 1. But the philosopher Chrysippus was of another opinion, wherein I also concur. For he was used to say that those who run a race ought to employ all the force they have in what they are about, and to run as fast as they can, but that it is by no means fair in them to lay any hand upon their adversary to stop him, nor to set a leg before him to throw him down. And yet more generous was the answer of that great Alexander to Polyperchon, who was persuading him to take the advantage of the night's obscurity to fall upon Darius. By no means, said he, it is not for such a man as I am to steal a victory. Malo me fortunae poeniteat quam victoria pudeat. I had rather complain of ill fortune than be ashamed of victory. Quintus Curtius, book 4, 13. Atque idem fugientem haud est dignatus orodens sternere, nec iacta caecum dare cuspide vulnus obvius, adversoque occurrit, seque viro vir contulit, haud furto melior, sed fortibus armis. He deigned not to throw down Orodes as he fled, or with the darted spear to give him a wound unseen, but overtaking him, he confronted him face to face, and encountered man to man, superior not in stratagem, but in valiant arms. Aeneid, book 10, 732. End of section 6. Recording by Martin Geeson in Haslemere, Surrey.
Section 7 of Essays, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Essays, Book 1, by Michel de Montaigne. Translated by Charles Cotton. That the intention is judge of our actions. 'Tis a saying that death discharges us of all our obligations. I know some who have taken it in another sense. Henry VII, King of England, articled with Don Philip, son to Maximilian the Emperor, or, to place him more honourably, father to the Emperor Charles V, that the said Philip should deliver up the Duke of Suffolk of the White Rose, his enemy, who was fled into the Low Countries, into his hands, which Philip accordingly did, but upon condition, nevertheless, that Henry should attempt nothing against the life of the said Duke. But coming to die, the king in his last will commanded his son to put him to death immediately after his decease. And lately, in the tragedy that the Duke of Alva presented to us in the persons of the Counts Horn and Egmont at Brussels, decapitated 4th June 1568, there were very remarkable passages, and one amongst the rest, that Count Egmont, upon the security of whose word and faith Count Horn had come and surrendered himself to the Duke of Alva, earnestly entreated that he might first mount the scaffold, to the end that death might disengage him from the obligation he had passed to the other. In which case, methinks, death did not acquit the former of his promise, and that the second was discharged from it without dying. We cannot be bound beyond what we are able to perform, by reason that effect and performance are not at all in our power, and that, indeed, we are masters of nothing but the will, in which, by necessity, all the rules and whole duty of mankind are founded and established. Therefore Count Egmont, conceiving his soul and will indebted to his promise, although he had not the power to make it good, had doubtless been absolved of his duty, even though he had outlived the other. But the King of England, wilfully and premeditately breaking his faith, was no more to be excused for deferring the execution of his infidelity till after his death, than the mason and Herodotus, who, having inviolably, during the times of his life, kept the secret of the treasure of the King of Egypt, his master, at his death, discovered it to his children. I have taken notice of several in my time, who, convicted by their consciences of unjustly detaining the goods of another, have endeavoured to make amends by their will, and after their decease. But they had as good do nothing, as either in taking so much time in so pressing an affair, or in going about to remedy a wrong with so little dissatisfaction or injury to themselves. They owe, over and above, something of their own, and by how much their payment is more strict and incommodious to themselves, by so much is their restitution more just meritorious. Penitency requires penalty. But they yet do worse than these, who reserve the animosity against their neighbour to the last gasp, having concealed it during their life, wherein they manifest little regard of their own honour, irritating the party offended in their memory, and less to their the power, even out of to make their malice die with them, but of extending the life of their hatred even beyond their own. Unjust judges who defer judgment to a time wherein they can have no knowledge of the cause. For my part, I shall take care, if I can, that my death discover nothing that my life has not first and openly declared. End of section 7.
Section 8 of Essays, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Geeson. Essays, Book 1, by Michel de Montaigne. Translated by Charles Cotton. Of idleness. As we see some grounds that have long lain idle and untilled, when grown rich and fertile by rest, to abound with, and spend their virtue in, the product of innumerable sorts of weeds and wild herbs, that are unprofitable; and that to make them perform their true office, we are to cultivate and prepare them for such seeds as are proper for our service. And as we see women, that without knowledge of man, do sometimes of themselves bring forth inanimate and formless lumps of flesh, but that to cause a natural and perfect generation, they are to be husbanded with another kind of seed; even so it is with minds, which, if not applied to some certain study that may fix and restrain them, run into 1,000 extravagancies, eternally roving here and there in the vague expanse of the imagination. Sicut aquae tremulum labris ubi lumen aenis, sole repercussum aut radiantis imagine lunae, omnia per volitat late loca, iamque sub auras erigitur, sumique ferit laquiaria tecti. As when in brazen vats of water the trembling beams of light, reflected from the sun, or from the image of the radiant moon, swiftly float over every place around, and now are darted up on high, and strike the ceilings of the upmost roof. Aeneid, book 8, 22. In which wild agitation there is no folly nor idle fancy that they do not light upon. Velut aegri somnia, vanae finguntur species. As a sick man's dreams creating vain phantasms. Horace, De Arte Poetica, 7. The soul that has no established aim loses itself; for, as it is said, quisquis ubique habitat maxime nusque habitat. He who lives everywhere lives nowhere. Martial, book 7, 73. When I lately retired to my own house, with a resolution, as much as I possibly could, to avoid all manner of concern in affairs, and to spend in privacy and repose the little remainder of time I have to live, I fancied I could not more oblige my mind than to suffer it at full leisure to entertain and divert itself, which I now hoped it might henceforth do, as being by time become more settled and mature. But I find variam semper dant otia mentem. Leisure ever creates varied thought. Lucan, book 4, 704. That quite contrary, it is like a horse that has broke from his rider, who voluntarily runs into a much more violent career than any horseman would put him to, and creates me so many chimeras and fantastic monsters, one upon another, without order or design, that, the better at leisure to contemplate their strangeness and absurdity, I have begun to commit them to writing, hoping in time to make it ashamed of itself. End of Section 8. Recording by Martin Geeson in Haslemere, Surrey.
Section 9 of Essays, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Thomas Kuzmarski. Essays, Book 1, by Michel de Montaigne. Translated by Charles Cotton. Chapter 9 of Liars. There is not a man living whom it would so little become to speak from memory as myself, for I have scarcely any at all, and do not think that the world has another so marvellously treacherous as mine. My other faculties are all sufficiently ordinary and mean, but in this I think myself very rare and singular, and deserving to be thought famous. Besides the natural inconvenience I suffer by it, for, certes, the necessary use of memory considered, Plato had reason when he called it a great and powerful goddess. In my country, when they would say a man has no sense, they say such an one has no memory. And when I complain of the defect of mine, they do not believe me, and reprove me, as though I accuse myself for a fool, not discerning the difference betwixt memory and understanding, which is to make matters still worse for me. But they do me wrong, for experience rather daily shows us, on the contrary, that a strong memory is commonly coupled with infirm judgment. They do me, moreover, who am so perfect in nothing as in friendship, a great wrong in this, that they make the same words which accuse my infirmity, represent me for an ungrateful person, they bring my affections into question upon the account of my memory, and from a natural imperfection make out a defect of conscience. He has forgot, says one, this request or that promise, he no more remembers his friends, he has forgot to say, or do, or conceal such and such a thing for my sake. And truly I am apt enough to forget many things, but to neglect anything my friend has given me in charge, I never do. And it should be enough, methinks, that I feel the misery and inconvenience of it, without branding me with malice, a vice so contrary to my humour. However, I derive these comforts from my infirmity. First, that it is an evil from which principally I have found reason to correct a worse, that would easily enough have grown upon me, namely ambition, the defect being intolerable in those who take upon them public affairs; that, like examples in the progress of nature demonstrate to us, she has fortified me in my other faculties proportionably as she has left me unfurnished in this. I should otherwise have been apt implicitly to have reposed my mind and judgment upon the bare report of other men, without ever settling them to work upon their own force, had the inventions and opinions of others been present with me by the benefit of memory. That by this means I am not so talkative, for the magazine of the memory is even better furnished with matter than that of the invention. Had mine been faithful to me, I had, ere this deafened all my friends with my babble, the subjects themselves arousing and stirring up the little faculty I have of handling and employing them, heating and distending my discourse, which were a pity, as I have observed in several of my intimate friends, who, as their memories supply them with an entire and full view of things, begin their narratives so far back, and crowd it with so many impertinent circumstances, that though the story be good in itself, they make a shift to spoil it, and if otherwise, you are either to curse the strength of their memory or the weakness of their judgment, and it is a hard thing to close up a discourse, and to cut it short, when you have once started. There is nothing wherein the force of a horse is so much seen as in a round and sudden stop. I see even those who are pertinent enough, who would, but cannot stop short in their career, for whilst they are seeking out a handsome period to conclude with, they go on at random, straggling about upon impertinent trivialities, as men staggering upon weak legs. But above all, old men who retain the memory of things past, and forget how often they have told them, are dangerous company. And I have known stories from the mouth of a man of very great quality, otherwise very pleasant in themselves, become very wearisome, by being repeated 100 times over and over again to the same people. Secondly, that, by this means, I the less remember the injuries I have received, insomuch that, as the ancient said, Cicero Pro Ligar, c. 12, I should have a register of injuries or a prompter, as Darius, who, that he might not forget the offence he had received from those of Athens, so oft as he sat down to dinner, ordered one of his pages 3 times to repeat in his ear, "Sir, remember the Athenians" (Herod v. 105). And then again, the places which I revisit, and the books I read over again, still smile upon me with a fresh novelty. It is not without good reason said that he who has not a good memory should never take upon him the trade of lying. I know very well that the grammarians, Nigidius, Aulus Gellius, 11 to Nonius v. 80, distinguish betwixt an untruth and a lie, and say that to tell an untruth is to tell a thing that is false, but that we ourselves believe to be true, and that the definition of the word to lie in Latin, from which our French is taken, is to tell a thing which we know in our conscience to be untrue, and it is of this last sort of liars only that I now speak. Now, these do either wholly contrive and invent the untruths they utter, or so alter and disguise a true story that it ends in a lie. When they disguise and often alter the same story, according to their own fancy, 'tis very hard for them, at one time or another, to escape being trapped; by reason that the real truth of the thing, having first taken possession of the memory, and being there lodged impressed by the medium of knowledge and science, it will be difficult that it should not represent itself to the imagination, and shoulder out falsehood, which cannot there have so sure and settled footing as the other; and the circumstances of the first true knowledge evermore running in their minds, will be apt to make them forget those that are illegitimate, and only forged by their own fancy, in what they wholly invent, for as much as there is no contrary impression to jostle their invention, there seems to be less danger of tripping; and yet even this by reason it is a vain body and without any hold, it is very apt to escape the memory, if it be not well assured; of which I had very pleasant experience, at the expense of such as profess only to form and accommodate their speech to the affair they have in hand, or to humour of the great folks to whom they are speaking. For the circumstances to which these men stick not to enslave their faith and conscience being subject to several changes, their language must vary accordingly; whence it happens that of the same thing they tell one man that it is this, and another that it is that, giving it several colours; which men, if they once come to confer notes, and find out the cheat, what becomes of this fine art? To which may be added, that they must of necessity very often ridiculously trap themselves for what memory can be sufficient to retain so many different shapes as they have forged upon one and the same subject? I have known many in my time very ambitious of the repute of this fine wit, but they do not see that if they have the reputation of it, the effect can no longer be. In plain truth, lying is an accursed vice. We are not men, nor have other tie upon one another, but by our word. If we did but discover the horror and gravity of it, we should pursue it with fire and sword, and more justly than other crimes. I see that parents commonly, and with discretion enough, correct their children for little faults, and torment them for wanton tricks that have neither impression nor consequence. Whereas, in my opinion, lying only, and which is of something a lower form, obstinacy, are the faults which are to be severely whipped out of them, both in their infancy and in their progress; otherwise they grow up and increase with them, and after a tongue has once got the knack of lying, 'tis not to be imagined how impossible it is to reclaim, whence it comes to pass that we see some, who are otherwise very honest men, so subject and enslaved to this vice. I have an honest lad to my tailor, whom I never knew guilty of one truth, no, not when it had been to his advantage. If falsehood had, like truth, but one face only, we should be upon better terms, for we should then take for certain the contrary to what the liar says. But the reverse of truth has 100,000 forms, and a field indefinite, without bound or limit. The Pythagoreans make good to be certain and finite, and evil infinite and uncertain. There are 1,000 ways to miss the white, there is only one to hit it. For my own part, I have this vice in so great horror, that I am not sure I could prevail with my conscience to secure myself from the most manifest and extreme danger by an impudent and solemn lie. An ancient father says, that a dog we know is better company than a man whose language we do not understand. Ut externus alieno pene non sit hominis vice, as a foreigner cannot be said to supply us the place of a man. Pliny, Natural History, 7:1. And how much less sociable is false speaking than silence? King Francis first vaunted that he had by this means nonplussed Francesco Taverna, ambassador of Francesco Sforza, Duke of Milan, a man very famous for his science in talking in those days. This gentleman had been sent to excuse his master to his majesty about a thing of very great consequence, which was this: the king still to maintain some intelligence with Italy, out of which he had lately been driven, and particularly with the Duchy of Milan, had thought it convenient to have a gentleman on his behalf to be with that duke, an ambassador in effect, but in outward appearance a private person who pretended to reside there upon his own particular affairs. For the duke, much more depending upon the emperor, especially at a time when he was in a treaty of marriage with his niece, daughter to the King of Denmark, who is now Dowager of Lorraine, could not manifest any practice and conference with us without his great interest. For this commission, one Mervel, a Milanese gentleman, and an equerry to the king, being thought very fit, was accordingly dispatched thither with private credentials and instructions as ambassador, and with other letters of recommendations to the duke about his own private concerns, the better to mask and color the business, and was so long in that court that the emperor at last had some inkling of his real employment there, which was the occasion of what followed after, as we suppose, which was that under pretense of some murder his trial was in 2 days dispatched, and his head in the night struck off in prison. Messire Francesco being come and prepared with a long counterfeit history of the affair, for the king had applied himself to all the princes of Christendom, as well as to the duke himself, to demand satisfaction, had his audience at the morning council, where, after he had, for the support of his cause, laid upon several plausible justifications of the fact that his master had never looked upon this Merveille for other than a private gentleman and his own subject, who was there only in order to his own business, neither had he ever lived under any other aspect, absolutely disowning that he had ever heard he was one of the king's household, or that his majesty so much as knew him, so far was he from taking him for an ambassador. The king, in his turn, pressing him with several objections and demands, and challenging him on all sides, tripped him up at last by asking why then the execution was performed by night, and as it were by stealth; at which the poor confounded ambassador, the more handsomely to disengage himself, made answer that the duke would have been very loth, out of respect to his majesty, that such an execution should have been performed by day. Any one may guess if he was not well rated when he came home, for having so grossly tripped in the presence of a prince of so delicate a nostril as King Francis. Pope Julius II, having sent an ambassador to the King of England to animate him against King Francis, the ambassador having had his audience, and the king, before he would give an answer, insisting upon the difficulties he should find in setting on foot so great a preparation as would be necessary to attack so potent a king, and urging some reasons to that effect, the ambassador very unreasonably replied that he had also himself considered the same difficulties, and had represented them to the Pope; from which saying of his, so directly opposite to the thing propounded and the business he came about, which was immediately to incite him to war, the King of England first derived the argument, which he afterward found to be true, that this ambassador, in his own mind, was on the side of the French, of which having advertised his master, his estate at his return home was confiscated, and he himself very narrowly escaped the losing of his head. Erasmi, op. 1703, 4, column 684. End of section 9. Recording by John Thomas Kuzmarski. www.validateyourlife.com. Section 10 of Essays, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Thomas Kuzmarski. Essays, Book 1, by Michel de Montaigne. Translated by Charles Cotton. of quick or slow speech. Ons ne ferant à tout grace données. All graces were never yet given to any one man. A verse in one of La Bribis's sonnets. So we see in the gift of eloquence, wherein some have such a facility and promptness, and that which we call a present wit so easy, that they are ever ready upon all occasions, and never to be surprised; and others, more heavy and slow, never venture to utter anything but what they have long premeditated, and taken great care and pains to fit and prepare. Now, as we teach young ladies those sports and exercises which are most proper to set out the grace and beauty of those parts wherein their chiefest ornament and perfection lie, so it should be in these two advantages of eloquence, to which the lawyers and preachers of our age seem principally to pretend. If I were worthy to advise, the slow speaker, methinks, should be more proper for the pulpit, and the other for the bar, and that because the employment of the first does naturally allow him all the leisure he can desire to prepare himself, and besides, his career is performed in an even and unintermitted line, without stop or interruption, whereas the pleader's business and interest compels him to enter the lists upon all occasions, and the unexpected objections and replies of his adverse party jostle him out of his course, and put him upon the instant to pump for new and extemporate answers and defences. Yet at the interview betwixt Pope Clement and King Francis at Marseilles, it happened quite contrary, that Monsieur Poyet, a man bred up all his life at the bar, and in the highest repute for eloquence, having the charge of making the harangue to the Pope committed to him, and having so long meditated on it beforehand, as, so they said, to have brought it ready made along with him from Paris, the very day it was to have been pronounced, the Pope, fearing something might be said that might give offence to the other princes' ambassadors who were there attending on him, sent to acquaint the king with the argument that he conceived most suiting to the time and place, but, by chance, quite another thing to that Monsieur de Poyet had taken so much pains about, so that the fine speech he had prepared was of no use, and he was upon the instant to contrive another, which, finding himself unable to do, Cardinal du Bellay was constrained to perform that office. The pleader's part is doubtless much harder than that of the preacher, and yet, in my opinion, we see more passable lawyers than preachers, at all events in France. It should seem that the nature of wit is to have its operation prompt and sudden, and that of judgment to have it more deliberate and more slow. But he who remains totally silent, for want of leisure to prepare himself to speak well, and he also whom leisure does noways benefit to better speaking, are equally unhappy. 'Tis said of Severus Cassius, that he spoke best extempore, that he stood more obliged to fortune than to his own diligence, that it was an advantage to him to be interrupted in speaking, and that his adversaries were afraid to nettle him, lest his anger should redouble his eloquence. I know experimentally the disposition of nature so impatient of tedious and elaborate premeditation, that if it do not go frankly and gaily to work, it can perform nothing to purpose. We say of some compositions that they stink of oil and of the lamp, by reason of a certain rough harshness that laborious handling imprints upon those where it has been employed. But besides this, the solicitude of doing well,
and a certain striving and contending of a mind too far strained and overbent upon its undertaking breaks and hinders itself like water, that by force of its own pressing violence and abundance cannot find a ready issue through the neck of a bottle or a narrow sluice. In this condition of nature, of which I am now speaking, there is this also, that it would not be disordered and stimulated with such passions as the fury of Cassius, for such emotion would be too violent and rude. It would not be jostled but solicited. It would be roused and heated by unexpected, sudden, and accidental occasions. If it be left to itself, it flags and languishes. Agitation only gives it grace and vigour. I am always worst in my own possession, and when wholly at my own disposition. Accidents has more title to anything that comes from me than I. Occasion, company, and even the very rising and falling of my own voice extract more from my fancy than I can find, when I sound and employ it myself. By which means the things I say are better than those I write, if either were to be preferred, where neither is worth anything. This also befalls me, that I do not find myself where I seek myself, and I light upon things more by chance than by any inquisition of my own judgment. I perhaps sometimes hit upon something when I write, that seems quaint and sprightly to me, though it will appear dull and heavy to another. But let us leave these fine compliments. Every one talks thus of himself according to his talent. But when I come to speak, I am already so lost that I know not what I was about to say, and in such cases a stranger often finds it out before me. If I should make erasure so often as this inconvenience befalls me, I should make clean work. Occasion will, at some other time, lay it as visible to me as the light, and make me wonder what I should stick at. End of section 10. Recording by John Thomas Coos, Komarski, www.validateyourlife.com.
Section 11 of Essays, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Essays, Book 1, by Michel de Montaigne. Translated by Charles Cotton. Chapter 11 of Prognostications. For what concerns oracles, it is certain that a good while before the coming of Jesus Christ they had begun to lose their credit. For we see that Cicero troubled to find out the cause of their decay, and he hath these words: Cur isto modo jam oracula Delphis non eduntur, non modo nostro aetate, sed jam diu, ut nihil possit esse contemptius. What is the reason that the oracles at Delphi are no longer uttered, not merely in this age of ours, but for a long time past, insomuch that nothing is more in contempt? De Divinorum, 2:57. But as to the other prognostics, calculated from the anatomy of beasts at sacrifices, to which purpose Plato does in part attribute the natural constitution of the intestines of the beasts themselves, the scraping of poultry, the flight of birds, aves quandum, rerum augurandarum, causa natas esse putamus. We think some sorts of birds are purposely created to serve the purposes of augury. Cicero, De Natura Deorum, 264j. Claps of thunder, the overflowing of rivers. Multa cernant aruspices, multa augures provident, multa oraculis declarantur, multa vaticinationibus, multa somniis, multa portentiis. The aruspices discern many things, the augurs foresee many things. Many things are announced by oracles, many by vaticinations, many by dreams, many by portents. Cicero, De Natura Deorum, 265, and others of the like nature, upon which antiquity founded most of their public and private enterprises, our religion has totally abolished them. And although there yet remain amongst us some practices of divinations from the stars, from spirits, from the shapes and complexions of men, from dreams and the like, a notable example of the wild curiosity of our nature to grasp at and anticipate future things, as if we had not enough to do to digest the present. Cur hanc tibi, rector Olympi, solicitis visum mortalibus adere curam. Noscant venturas ut diru per omnia clades, sit subitum, quodcumque pares, sit coeca futuri mens hominum fati, liciat sperari timenti. Why, ruler of Olympus, hast thou to anxious mortals thought fit to add this care, that they should know by omens future slaughter? Let whatever thou art preparing be sudden, let the mind of men be blind to fate in store, let it be permitted to the timid to hope. Lucan, 2:14. Ne utile quidem est scire quid futurum est, miserum est enim, nihil proficientem angi. It is useless to know what shall come to pass, it is a miserable thing to be tormented to no purpose. Cicero, De Natura Deorum, 3:6. Yet are they of much less authority now than heretofore, which makes so much more remarkable the example of Francesco, Marquis of Saluzzo, who being lieutenant to King Francis I. in his ultramontane army, infinitely favoured and esteemed in our court, and obliged to the king's bounty for the marquisate himself, which had been forfeited by his brother; and as to the rest, having no manner of provocation given him to do it, and even his own affection opposing any such disloyalty, suffered himself to be so terrified, as it was constantly reported, with the fine prognostics that were spread abroad everywhere in favour of Emperor Charles Quinze, and to our disadvantage, especially in Italy, where these foolish prophecies were so far believed, that at Rome great sums of money were ventured out upon return of greater, when the prognostics came to pass, so certain they made themselves of our ruin, that, having often bewailed, to those of his acquaintance who were most intimate with him, the mischiefs that he saw would inexorably fall upon the crown of France, and the friends he had in that court, he revolted and turned to the other side, to his own misfortune. Nevertheless, what constellation soever governed at that time, but he carried himself in this affair like a man agitated by diverse passions. For having both towns and forces in his hands, the enemy's army under Antonia de Leyva close by him, and we not at all suspecting her design, it had been in his power to have done more than he did, for we lost no men by this infidelity of his, nor any town, but Fossano only, and that after a long siege and a brave defence. Prudens futuri temporis exitum, caliginosa nocte premit Deus. Ridetque, si mortalis ultra fas trepidat. A wise God covers with thick night the path of the future, and laughs at the man who alarms himself without reason. Horace, Odes, 329. Ille potens sui, letusque deget, qui licet in diem dixissi vixi, quas vel altra nube polum pater occupato, vel sole puro. He lives happy and master of himself who can say as each day passes on, I have lived, whether tomorrow our Father shall give us a clouded sky or a clear day. Horace, Odes, 3. Latus in praesens animus, quod ultra est, oderit curare. A mind happy, cheerful in the present state, will take good care not to think of what is beyond it. Ibid. 2. And those who take this sentence in a contrary sense interpret it amiss. Ista sic reciprocantur, ut ei si divinatio sit, dii sint, et si dii sint divinatio. These things are so far reciprocal, that if there be divination, there must be deities, and if deities, Divination, Cicero de Divinitas, 1. 6. Much more wisely Pacuvius, nam istis, qui linguam avium intelligunt, plusque ex alieno jecore sapiunt, quam ex suo, magis audiendum, quam auscultandum censeo. As to those who understand the language of birds, and who rather consult the livers of animals other than their own, I had rather hear them than attend to them. Cicero de Divinas, 157, ex Pacuvio. The so celebrated art of divination among the Tuscans took its beginning thus. A labourer striking deep with his cutter into the earth, saw the demigod Tages ascend, with an infantine aspect, but endued with a mature and senile wisdom, upon the rumour of which all the people ran to see the sight, by whom his words and science, containing the principles and means to attain to this art, were recorded and kept for many ages. Cicero de Divina, 223. A birth suitable to its progress, I, for my part, should sooner regulate my affairs by the chance of a die than by such idle and vain dreams. And indeed in all republics a good share of the government hath ever been referred to chance. Plato, in the civil regimen that he models according to his own fancy, leaves to it the decision of several things of very great importance, and will, amongst other things, that marriages should be appointed by lot, attributing so great importance to this accidental choice as to ordain that the children begotten in such wedlock be brought up in the country, and those begotten in any other be thrust out as spurious and base. Yet so, that if any of these exiles, notwithstanding, should peradventure in growing up give any good hope of himself, he might be recalled, as also, that such as had been retained should be exiled, in case they gave little expectation of themselves in their early growth. I see some who are mightily given to study and comment upon their almanacs, and produce them to us as an authority when anything has fallen out pat, and, for that matter, it is hardly possible but that these alleged authorities sometimes stumble upon a truth amongst an infinite number of lies. Quis est enim, qui totum diem jaculans, non aliquando collinet? For who shoots all day at butts does not sometimes hit the white. Cicero de Divina, 259. I think never the better of them for some such accidental hit. There would be more certainty in it if there were a rule and a truth of always lying. Besides, nobody records their flimflams and false prognostics, forasmuch as they are infinite and common. But if they chop upon one truth, that carries a mighty report, as being rare, incredible, and prodigious. So Diogenes, surnamed the atheist, answered him in Samothrace, who, showing him in the temple the several offerings and stories in painting of those who had escaped shipwreck, said to him, Look, you who think the gods have no care of human things, what do you say to so many persons preserved from death by their especial favour? Why, I say, answered he, that their pictures are not here who were cast away, who are by much the greater number. Cicero, De Natura Deorum, 137. Cicero observes that, of all the philosophers who have acknowledged a deity, Xenophanes the Colophonian only has endeavoured to eradicate all manner of divination. Cicero de Divina, 1:3, which makes it the less a wonder if we have now and then seen some of our princes, sometimes to their own cost, rely too much upon these vanities. I had given anything with mine own eyes to see those two great marvels, the book of Joachim the Calabrian abbot, who foretold all the future popes, their names and qualities, and that of the Emperor Leo, which prophesied all the emperors and patriarchs of Greece. This I have been an eyewitness of, that in public confusions, men astonished at their fortune have abandoned their own reason, superstitiously to seek out in the stars the ancient causes and menaces of the present mishaps, and in my time have been so strangely successful in it, as to make me believe that this being an amusement of sharp and volatile wits, those who have been versed in this knack of unfolding and untying riddles, are capable, in any sort of writing, to find out what they desire. But above all, that which gives them the greatest room to play in, is the obscure, ambiguous, and fantastic gibberish of their prophetic canting, where their authors deliver nothing of clear sense, but shroud all in riddle, to the end that posterity may interpret and apply it according to its own fancy. Socrates' demon might, perhaps, be no other but a certain impulsion of the will, which obtruded itself upon him without the advice or consent of his judgment; and in a soul so enlightened as his was, and so prepared by a continual exercise of wisdom and virtue, 'tis to be supposed those inclinations of his, though sudden and undigested, were very important and worthy to be followed. Every one finds in himself some image of such agitations, of a prompt, vehement, and fortuitous opinion, and I may well allow them some authority, who attribute so little to our prudence, and who also myself have had some, weak in reason, but violent in persuasion and dissuasion, which were most frequent with Socrates, Plato in his account of Theages the Pythagorean, by which I have suffered myself to be carried away so fortunately, and so much to my own advantage, that they might have been judged to have had something in them of a divine inspiration. Section
12 of Essays, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Thomas Kuzmarski. Essays, Book 1, by Michel de Montaigne. Translated by Charles Cotton. 12. Of Constancy. The law of resolution and constancy does not imply that we ought not, as much as in us lies, to decline and secure ourselves from the mischiefs and inconveniences that threaten us, nor, consequently, that we shall not fear lest they should surprise us. On the contrary, all decent and honest ways and means of securing ourselves from harms are not only permitted, but, moreover, commendable, and the business of constancy chiefly is, bravely to stand to, and stoutly to suffer, those inconveniences which are not possible to be avoided. So that there is no supple motion of body, nor any movement in the handling of arms, how irregular or ungraceful soever, that we need condemn, if they serve to protect us from the blow that is made against us. Several very warlike nations have made use of a retreating and flying way of fight as a thing of singular advantage, and by doing so have made their backs more dangerous to their enemies than their faces. Of which kind of fighting the Turks still retain something in their practice of arms, and Socrates, in Plato, laughs at Laches, who had defined fortitude to be a standing firm in the ranks against the enemy. "What!" says he, "would it then be a reputed cowardice to overcome them by giving ground?" urging at the same time the authority of Homer, who commends in Aeneas the science of flight; and whereas Laches, considering better of it, admits the practice as to the Scythians, and in general all cavalry whatever, he again attacks him with the example of the Lacedaemonian foot, a nation of all other the most obstinate in maintaining their ground, who, in the battle of Plataea, not being able to break into the Persian phalanx, bethought themselves to disperse and retire, that by the enemy supposing they fled, they might break and disunite that vast body of men in the pursuit, and by that stratagem obtained the victory. As for the Scythians, 'tis said of them, that when Darius went his expedition to subdue them, he sent, by a herald, highly to reproach their king, that he always retired before him and declined a battle. To which Idantharis, for that was his name, returned answer, that it was not for fear of him, or of any man living, that he did so, but that it was the way of marching in practice with his nation, who had neither tilled fields, cities, nor houses to defend, or to fear the enemy should make any advantage of, but that if he had such a stomach to fight, let him but come to view their ancient places of sepulture, and there he should have his fill. Nevertheless, as to cannon shot, when a body of men are drawn up in the face of a train of artillery, as the occasion of war often requires, it is unhandsome to quit their post to avoid the danger, forasmuch as by reason of its violence and swiftness we account it inevitable, and many a one by ducking, stepping aside, and such other motions of fear, has been, at all events, sufficiently laughed at by his companions. And yet, in the expedition that the Emperor Charles V made against us into Provence, the Marquis de Gast, going to reconnoitre the city of Arles, and advancing out of the cover of a windmill, under favour of which he had made his approach, was perceived by the Seigneurs de Bonneval and the Seneschal of Agenois, who were walking upon the Theatre aux Aines, who having shown him to the Sieur de Villiers, commissary of the artillery, he pointed a culverin so admirably well, and levelled it so exactly right against him, that had not the marquis, seeing fire given to it, slipped aside, it was certainly concluded the shot had taken him full in the body. And in like manner, some years before, Lorenzo de' Medici, Duke of Urbino, and father to the Queen Mother, Catherine de' Medici, mother of Henry III, laying siege to Mondolfo, a place in the territories of the Vicariate in Italy, seeing the cannoneer give fire to a piece that pointed directly against him, it was well for him that he ducked, for otherwise the shot, that only raised the top of his head, had doubtless hit him full in the breast. To say truth, I do not think that these evasions are performed upon the account of judgment. For how can any man living judge of high or low aim on so sudden an occasion? And it is much more easy to believe that fortune favoured their apprehension, and that it might be as well at another time to make them face the danger as to seek to avoid it. For my own part, I confess, I cannot forbear starting when the rattle of a harquebuse thunders in my ears on a sudden, and in a place where I am not to expect it, which I have also observed in others, braver fellows than I. Neither do the Stoics pretend that the soul of their philosopher need be proof against the first visions and fantasies that clatter of some falling ruin, and be affrighted even to paleness and convulsion. And so in other passions, provided his judgment remain sound and entire, and that the seat of his reason suffer no concussion or alteration, and that he yield no consent to his fright and discomposure. To him who is not a philosopher, a fright is the same thing in the first part of it, but quite another thing in the second; for the impression of passions does not remain superficially in him, but penetrates farther, even to the very seat of reason, infecting and corrupting it, so that he judges according to his fear, and conforms his behavior to it. In this verse you may see the true state of the wise Stoic learnedly and plainly expressed: mens immota manet, lachrymae volvuntur inanes. Though tears flow, the mind remains unmoved. Virgil, Aeneid, 6:449. The peripatetic sage does not exempt himself totally from perturbations of mind, but he moderates them. End of section 12. Recording by John Thomas Kruse-Kosmarski. www.validateyourlife.com.
Section 13 of Essays, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sherry Gardner. Essays, Book 1, by Michel de Montaigne. Translated by Charles Cotton. Chapter 13. The Ceremony of the Interview of Princes. There is no subject so frivolous that does not merit a place in this rhapsody. According to our common rule of civility, it would be a notable affront to an equal, and much more to a superior, to fail being at home when he has given you notice he will come to visit you. Nay, Queen Margaret of Navarre further adds, that it would be a rudeness in a gentleman to go out, as we so often do, to meet any that is coming to see him, let him be of what high condition soever, and that it is more respectful and more civil to stay at home to receive him, if only upon the account of missing him by the way, and that it is enough to receive him at the door and to wait upon him. For my part, who as much as I can endeavor to reduce the ceremonies of my house, I very often forget both the one and the other of these vain offices. If, peradventure, some one may take offense at this, I can't help it. It is much better to offend him once than myself every day, for it would be a perpetual slavery. To what end do we avoid the servile attendance of courts, if we bring the same trouble home to our own private houses? It is also a common rule in all assemblies, that those of less quality are to be first upon the place, by reason that it is more due to the better sort to make others wait and expect them. Nevertheless, at the interview betwixt Pope Clement and King Francis at Marseilles, in 1533, the king, after he had taken order for the necessary preparations for his reception and entertainment, withdrew out of the town, and gave the Pope 2 or 3 days' respite for his entry, and to repose and refresh himself before he came to him. And in like manner, at the assignation of the Pope and the Emperor, Charles V, in 1532 at Bologna, the Emperor gave the Pope opportunity to come thither first, and came himself after, for which the reason given was this, that at all the interviews of such princes, the greater ought to be first at the appointed place, especially before the other in whose territories the interview is appointed to be, intimating thereby a kind of deference to the other, it appearing proper for the less to seek out and to apply themselves to the greater, and not the greater to them. Not every country only, but every city and every society has its particular forms of civility. There was care enough to this taken in my education, and I have lived in good company enough to know the formalities of our own nation, and am able to give lessons in it. I love to follow them, but not to be so servilely tied to their observation that my whole life should be enslaved to ceremonies, of which there are some so troublesome that, provided a man omits them out of discretion and not for want of breeding, it will be every whit as handsome. I have seen some people rude by being over-civil and troublesome in their courtesy. Still, these excesses excepted, the knowledge of courtesy and good manners is a very necessary study. It is, like grace and beauty, that which begets liking and an inclination to love one another at the first sight, and in the very beginning of acquaintance, and consequently that which first opens the door and intermits us to instruct ourselves by the example of others, and to give examples ourselves, if we have any worth taking notice of and communicating. End of section 13. Recording by Sherry Gardner.
Section 14 of Essays, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Geeson. Essays, Book 1, by Michel de Montaigne. Translated by Charles Cotton. That men are justly punished for being obstinate in the defence of a fort that is not in reason to be defended. Valour has its bounds, as well as other virtues, which once transgressed, the next step is into the territories of vice; so that by having too large a proportion of this heroic virtue, unless a man be very perfect in its limits, which upon the confines are very hard to discern, he may very easily unawares run into temerity, obstinacy, and folly. From this consideration it is that we have derived the custom in times of war to punish, even with death, those who are obstinate to defend a place that by the rules of war is not tenable. Otherwise men would be so confident upon the hope of impunity, that not a hen roost but would resist and seek to stop an army. The constable M. de Montmorency, having at the siege of Pavia been ordered to pass the Ticino, and to take up his quarters in the Faubourg St. Antonio, being hindered by a tower at the end of the bridge, which was so obstinate as to endure a battery, hanged every man he found within it for their labour. And again, accompanying the Dauphin in his expedition beyond the Alps, and taking the castle of Villano by assault, and all within it being put to the sword by the fury of the soldiers, the governor and his ensign only excepted, he caused them both to be trussed up for the same reason; as also did the captain Martin du Bellay, then governor of Turin, with the governor of San Buono, in the same country, all his people having been cut to pieces at the taking of the place. But forasmuch as the strength or weakness of a fortress is always measured by the estimate and counterpoise of the forces that attack it, for a man might reasonably enough despise 2 culverins, that would be a madman to abide the battery of 30 pieces of cannon; where also the greatness of the prince who is master of the field, his reputation, and the respect that is due unto him, are also put into the balance, there is danger that the balance be pressed too much in that direction. And it may happen that a man is possessed with so great an opinion of himself and his power, that thinking it unreasonable any place should dare to shut its gates against him, he puts all to the sword where he meets with any opposition, whilst his fortune continues; as is plain in the fierce and arrogant forms of summoning towns and denouncing war, savouring so much of barbarian pride and insolence, in use amongst the Oriental princes, and which their successors to this day do yet retain and practise. And in that part of the world where the Portuguese subdued the Indians, they found some states where it was a universal and inviolable law amongst them, that every enemy overcome by the king in person, or by his lieutenant, was out of composition. So above all, both of ransom and mercy, a man should take heed, if he can, of falling into the hands of a judge who is an enemy and victorious. End of section 14. Section 15 of Essays, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Geeson. Essays, Book 1, by Michel de Montaigne. Translated by Charles Cotton. Of the punishment of cowardice. I once heard of a prince and a great captain having a narration given him as he sat at table of the proceeding against Monsieur de Vervins, who was sentenced to death for having surrendered Boulogne to the English. Note to Henry VIII in 1544. Openly maintaining that a soldier could not justly be put to death for want of courage. And in truth, 'tis reason that a man should make a great difference betwixt faults that merely proceed from infirmity, and those that are visibly the effects of treachery and malice. For in the last we act against the rules of reason that nature has imprinted in us, whereas in the former it seems as if we might produce the same nature, who left us in such a state of imperfection and weakness of courage, for our justification. Insomuch that many have thought we are not fairly questionable for anything but what we commit against our conscience. And it is partly upon this rule that those ground their opinion who disapprove of capital or sanguinary punishments inflicted upon heretics and misbelievers; and theirs also who hold an advocate or a judge is not accountable for having from mere ignorance failed in his administration. But as to cowardice, it is certain that the most usual way of chastising it is by ignominy; and it is supposed that this practice was brought into use by the legislator Charondas, and that before his time the laws of Greece punished those with death who fled from a battle, whereas he ordained only that they be for 3 days exposed in the public dressed in woman's attire, hoping yet for some service from them, having awakened their courage by this open shame. Suffundere malis hominis sanguinem, quam effundere. Rather bring the blood into a man's cheek than let it out of his body. Tertullian in his Apologetics. It appears also that the Roman laws did anciently punish those with death who had run away. For Ammianus Marcellinus says that the Emperor Julian commanded 10 of his soldiers, who had turned their backs in an encounter against the Parthians, to be first degraded and afterward put to death, according, says he, to the ancient laws. And yet elsewhere for the like offence he only condemned others to remain amongst the prisoners under the baggage ensign. The severe punishment the people of Rome inflicted upon those who fled from the battle of Cannae, and those who ran away with Aeneas Fulvius at his defeat, did not extend to death. And yet methinks 'tis to be feared lest disgrace should make such delinquents desperate, and not only faint friends, but enemies. Of late memory, note in 1523, the Seigneur de Froget, lieutenant to the Maréchal de Chatillon's company, having by the Maréchal de Chabannes been put in government of Fuentarrabia, in the place of Monsieur de Lude, and having surrendered it to the Spaniard, he was for that condemned to be degraded from all nobility, and both himself and his posterity declared ignoble, taxable, and for ever incapable of bearing arms, which severe sentence was afterwards accordingly executed at Lyons, note in 1536. And since that, all the gentlemen who were in Guise, when the Count of Nassau entered into it, underwent the same punishment, as several others have done since for the like offence. Notwithstanding, in case of such a manifest ignorance or cowardice as exceeds all ordinary example, 'tis but reason to take it for a sufficient proof of treachery and malice, and for such to be punished. End of Section 15. Section 16 of Essays, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Geeson. Essays, Book 1, by Michel de Montaigne. Translated by Charles Cotton. A proceeding of some ambassadors. I observe in my travels this custom, ever to learn something from the information of those with whom I confer, which is the best school of all others, and to put my company upon those subjects they are the best able to speak of. Basti al nocchiero ragionar dei venti, al bifolco dei tori, et le sue piaghe contil guerrier, contil pastor gli armenti. Let the sailor content himself with talking of the winds, the cowherd of his oxen, the soldier of his wounds, the shepherd of his flocks. An Italian translation of Propertius, 143. For it often falls out that, on the contrary, every one will rather choose to be prating of another man's province than his own, thinking it so much new reputation acquired. Witness the jeer Archidamus put upon Pertander, that he had quitted the glory of being an excellent physician to gain the repute of a very bad poet. Plutarch, Apothegms of the Lacedaemonians, in voce Archidamus. And do but observe how large and ample Caesar is to make us understand his inventions of building bridges and contriving engines of war. de Bello Gallico, Book 4, 17, and how succinct and reserved in comparison, where he speaks of the offices of his profession, his own valour and military conduct. His exploits sufficiently prove him a great captain, and that he knew well enough, but he would be thought an excellent engineer to boot, a quality something different and not necessary to be expected in him. The elder Dionysius was a very great captain, as it befitted his fortune he should be, but he took very great pains to get a particular reputation by poetry, and yet he was never cut out for a poet. A man of the legal profession, being not long since brought to see a study furnished with all sorts of books, both of his own and all other faculties, took no occasion at all to entertain himself with any of them, but fell very rudely and magisterially to descant upon a barricade placed on the winding stair before the study door, a thing that 100 captains and common soldiers see every day without taking any notice or offence. Optat ephippia bus piger, optat arare caballus. The lazy ox desires a saddle and bridle, the horse wants to plough. Horace, Epodes 1, 14, 43. By this course a man shall never improve himself, nor arrive at any perfection in anything. He must therefore make it his business always to put the architect, the painter, the statuary, every mechanic artisan, upon discourse of their own capacities. And to this purpose, in reading histories, which is everybody's subject, I use to consider what kind of men are the authors. If they be persons that profess nothing but mere letters, I in and from them principally observe and learn style and language. If physicians, I the rather incline to credit what they report of the temperature of the air, of the health and complexions of princes, of wounds and diseases. If lawyers, we are from them to take notice of the controversies of rights and wrongs, the establishment of laws and civil government, and the like. If divines, the affairs of the church, ecclesiastical censures, marriages and dispensations. If courtiers, manners and ceremonies. If soldiers, the things that properly belong to their trade, and principally the accounts of the actions and enterprises wherein they were personally engaged. If ambassadors, we are to observe negotiations, intelligences, and practices, and the manner how they are to be carried on. And this is the reason why, which perhaps I should have lightly passed over in another, I dwelt upon and maturely considered one passage in the history written by M. de Langeais, a man of very great judgment in things of that nature. After having given a narrative of the fine oration Charles V. had made in the consistory at Rome, and in the presence of the Bishop of Macon and M. du Veli, our ambassadors there, wherein he had mixed several injurious expressions to the dishonour of our nation, and amongst the rest, that if his captains and soldiers were not men of another kind of fidelity, resolution, and sufficiency in the knowledge of arms than those of the king, he would immediately go with a rope about his neck and sue to him for mercy. And it should seem the emperor had really this, or a very little better opinion of our military men, for he afterwards, twice or thrice in his life, said the very same thing; as also that he challenged the king to fight him in his shirt, with rapier and poignard, in a boat. The said Sieur de Langeais, pursuing his history, adds that the forenamed ambassadors, sending a despatch to the king of these things, concealed the greatest part, and particularly the last two passages. At which I could not but wonder that it should be in the power of an ambassador to dispense with anything which he ought to signify to his master, especially of so great importance as this, coming from the mouth of such a person, and spoken in so great an assembly. And I should rather conceive it had been the servant's duty faithfully to have represented to him the whole thing as it passed, to the end that the liberty of selecting, disposing, judging, and concluding might have remained in him, for either to conceal or to disguise the truth, for fear he should take it otherwise than he ought to do, and lest it should prompt him to some extravagant resolution, and in the meantime to leave him ignorant of his affairs, should seem, methinks, rather to belong to him who is to give the law than to him who is only to receive it, to him who is in supreme command, and not to him who ought to look upon himself as inferior, not only in authority, but also in prudence and good counsel. I, for my part, would not be so served in my little concerns. We so willingly slip the collar of command upon any pretence whatever, and are so ready to usurp upon dominion. Everyone does so naturally aspire to liberty and power, that no utility whatever, derived from the wit or valour of those he employs, ought to be so dear to a superior as a downright and sincere obedience. To obey more upon the account of understanding than of subjection is to corrupt the office of command. Note taken from Aulus Gellius, Book 1, 13. Insomuch that Publius Crassus, the same whom the Romans reputed 5 times happy, at the time when he was consul in Asia, having sent to a Greek engineer to cause the greater of 2 masts of ships that he had taken notice of at Athens to be brought to him, to be employed about some engine of battery he had a design to make, the other, presuming upon his own science and sufficiency in those affairs, thought fit to do otherwise than directed, and to bring the less, which according to the rules of art was really more proper for the use to which it was designed. But Crassus, though he gave ear to his reasons with great patience, would not, however, take them, how sound or convincing soever, for current pay, but caused him to be well whipped for his pains, valuing the interest of discipline much more than that of the work in hand. Notwithstanding, we may on the other side consider that so precise and implicit an obedience as this is only due to positive and limited commands. The employment of ambassadors is never so confined, many things in their management of affairs being wholly referred to the absolute sovereignty of their own conduct. They do not simply execute, but also, through their own discretion and wisdom, form and model their master's pleasure. I have in my time known men of command checked for having rather obeyed the express words of the king's letters than the necessity of the affairs they had in hand. Men of understanding do yet to this day condemn the custom of the kings of Persia to give their lieutenants and agents so little rein, that upon the least arising difficulties they must fain have recourse to their further commands. This delay, in so vast an extent of dominion, having often very much prejudiced their affairs. And Crassus, writing to a man whose profession it was best to understand those things, and pre-acquainting him to what use this mast was designed, did he not seem to consult his advice, and in a manner invite him to interpose his better judgment? Section 17. Recording by Martin Geeson in Haslemere, Surrey. Section 17 of Essays, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Geeson. Essays, Book 1, by Michel de Montaigne, translated by Charles Cotton. Of Fear. Obstupui steteruntque comae et vox faucibus aesit. I was amazed, my hair stood on end, and my voice stuck in my throat. Virgil, Aeneid, Book 2, 774. I am not so good a naturalist, as they call it, as to discern by what secret springs fear has its motion in us. But be this as it may, 'tis a strange passion, and such a one that the physicians say there is no other whatever that sooner dethrones our judgment from its proper seat; which is so true, that I myself have seen very many become frantic through fear; and even in those of the best settled temper, it is most certain that it begets a terrible astonishment and confusion during the fit. I omit the vulgar sort, to whom it one while represents their great grandsires risen out of their graves in their shrouds, another while werewolves, nightmares, and chimeras. But even amongst soldiers, a sort of men over whom of all others it ought to have the least power, how often has it converted flocks of sheep into armed squadrons, reeds and bulrushes into pikes and lances, friends into enemies, and the French White Cross into the Red Cross of Spain. When M. de Bourbon took Rome, note in 1527, an ensign who was upon guard at Borgo San Pietro was seized with such a fright upon the first alarm, that he threw himself out at a breach with his colours upon his shoulder, and ran directly upon the enemy, thinking he had retreated toward the inward defences of the city, and with much ado, seeing M. de Bourbon's people, who thought it had been a sally upon them, draw up to receive him, at last came to himself and saw his error, and then facing about, he retreated full speed through the same breach by which he had gone out, but not till he had first blindly advanced above 300 paces into the open field. It did not, however, fall out so well with Captain Giulio's ensign, at the time when Saint Paul was taken from us by the Comte de Bure and M. de Reux; for he, being so astonished with fear as to throw himself, colours and all, out of a porthole, was immediately cut to pieces by the enemy. And in the same siege it was a very memorable fear that so seized, contracted, and froze up the heart of a gentleman, that he sank down stone dead in the breach, without any manner of wound or hurt at all. The like madness does sometimes push on a whole multitude; for in one of the encounters that Germanicus had with the Germans, two great parties were so amazed with fear that they ran two opposite ways, the one to the same place from which the other had fled. Tacitus, Annales, Book 1, 63. Sometimes it adds wings to the heels, as in the two first; sometimes it nails them to the ground, and fetters them from moving, as we read of the Emperor Theophilus, who in a battle he lost against the Agarines was so astonished and stupefied that he had no power to fly. Adeo pavor etiam auxilia formidat. So much does fear dread even the means of safety. Quintus Curtius, Book 2, 2. Till such time as Manuel, one of the principal commanders of his army, having jogged and shaked him so as to rouse him out of his trance, said to him, "Sir, if you will not follow me, I will kill you, for it is better you should lose your life than by being taken lose your empire." Sonaras liber tertius. But fear does then manifest its utmost power when it throws us upon a valiant despair, having before deprived us of all sense both of duty and honour. In the first pitched battle the Romans lost against Hannibal, under the consul Sempronius, a body of 10,000 foot that had taken fright, seeing no other escape for their cowardice, went and threw themselves headlong upon the great battalion of the enemies, which with marvellous force and fury they charged through and through, and routed with a very great slaughter of the Carthaginians, thus purchasing an ignominious flight at the same price they might have gained a glorious victory. Livy, book 21, 56. The thing in the world I am most afraid of is fear, that passion alone, in the trouble of it, exceeding all other accidents. What affliction could be greater or more just than that of Pompey's friends, who in his ship were spectators of that horrible murder? Yet so it was that the fear of the Egyptian vessels they saw coming to board them possessed them with so great alarm, that it is observed they thought of nothing but calling upon the mariners to make haste, and by force of oars to escape away, till being arrived at Tyre, and delivered from fear, they had leisure to turn their thoughts to the loss of their captain, and to give vent to those tears and lamentations that the other more potent passion had till then suspended. Tum pavor sapientiam omnem mihi ex animo expectorat. Then fear drove out all intelligence from my mind. Ennius, apud Cicero, Tusculanae Quaestiones, book 4, 8. Such as have been well drubbed in some skirmish may yet, all wounded and bloody as they are, be brought on again the next day to charge; but such as have once conceived a good sound fear of the enemy will never be made so much as to look him in the face. Such as are in immediate fear of losing their estates, of banishment, or of slavery, live in perpetual anguish, and lose all appetite and repose; whereas such as are actually poor, slaves, or exiles, oft times live as merrily as other folk. And the many people who, impatient of the perpetual alarms of fear, have hanged or drowned themselves, or dashed themselves to pieces, give us sufficiently to understand that fear is more importunate and insupportable than death itself. The Greeks acknowledged another kind of fear, differing from any we have spoken of yet, that surprises us without any visible cause, by an impulse from heaven, so that whole nations and whole armies have been struck with it. Such a one was that which brought so wonderful a desolation upon Carthage, where nothing was to be heard but affrighted voices and outcries, where the inhabitants were seen to sally out of their houses as to an alarm, and there to charge, wound, and kill one another, as if they had been enemies come to surprise their city. All things were in disorder and fury, till with prayers and sacrifices they had appeased their gods. Diodorus Siculus, book 15, 7. And this is that they call panic terrors. Ibidem, Plutarch on Isis and Osiris, chapter 8. End of section 17. Recording by Martin Geeson in Hazelmere, Surrey. Section 18 of Essays, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Geeson. Essays, Book 1, by Michel de Montaigne, translated by Charles Cotton. Section 18. That men are not to judge of our happiness till after death. Scilicet ultima semper expectanda dies homini est. Dicique beatus ante obitum nemo supremaque funera debet. We should all look forward to our last day. No one can be called happy till he is dead and buried. Ovid, Metamorphoses, Book 3, 135. The very children know the story of King Croesus to this purpose, who being taken prisoner by Cyrus, and by him condemned to die, as he was going to execution, cried out, O Solon, Solon! Which being presently reported to Cyrus, and he sending to inquire of him what it meant, Croesus gave him to understand that he now found the teaching Solon had formerly given him true to his cost, which was, that men, however fortune may smile upon them, could never be said to be happy till they had been seen to pass over the last day of their lives, by reason of the uncertainty and mutability of human things, which upon very light and trivial occasions are subject to be totally changed into a quite contrary condition. And so it was that Agesilaus made answer to one who was saying what a happy young man the King of Persia was, to come so young to so mighty a kingdom. 'Tis true, said he, but neither was Priam unhappy at his years. Note Plutarch, Apothegms of the Lacedaemonians. In a short time kings of Macedon, successors to that mighty Alexander, became joiners and scriveners at Rome, a tyrant of Sicily, a pedant at Corinth, a conqueror of one half of the world, and general of so many armies, a miserable suppliant to the rascally officers of a king of Egypt. So much did the prolongation of 5 or 6 months of life cost the great Pompey. And in our fathers' days, Ludovico Sforza, the 10th Duke of Milan, whom all Italy had so long truckled under, was seen to die a wretched prisoner at Loches, but not until he had lived 10 years in captivity. Note, he was imprisoned by Louis XI in an iron cage, which was the worst part of his fortune. The fairest of all queens, note Mary Queen of Scots, widow to the greatest king in Europe, did she not come to die by the hand of an executioner? Unworthy and barbarous cruelty! And 1,000 more examples there are of the same kind. For it seems that as storms and tempests have a malice against the proud and overtowering heights of our lofty buildings, there are also spirits above that are envious of the greatnesses here below. Usque Deo res humanas vis abdita quaedam obterit, et pulchros fasces saevasque secures proculcare, ac ludibrios sibi abere videtur. So true it is that some occult power upsets human affairs, the glittering fasces and the cruel axes spurns under foot, and seems to make sport of them. Lucretius, Book 5, 1231. And it should seem also that Fortune sometimes lies in wait to surprise the last hour of our lives, to show the power she has in a moment to overthrow what she was so many years in building, making us cry out with Laberius, Nimirum hac die una plus vixi mihi, quam vivendum fuit. I have lived longer by this one day than I should have done. Macrobius, Book 2, 7. And in this sense, this good advice of Solon may reasonably be taken. But he, being a philosopher, with which sort of men the favours and disgraces of fortune stand for nothing, either to the making a man happy or unhappy, and with whom grandeurs and powers are accidents of a quality almost indifferent, I am apt to think that he had some further aim, and that his meaning was, that the very felicity of life itself, which depends upon the tranquillity and contentment of a well descended spirit, and the resolution and assurance of a well ordered soul, ought never to be attributed to any man till he has first been seen to play the last, and doubtless the hardest, act of his part. There may be disguise and dissimulation in all the rest, where these fine philosophical discourses are only put on, and where accident, not touching us to the quick, gives us leisure to maintain the same gravity of aspect. But in this last scene of death, there is no more counterfeiting. We must speak out plain, and discover what there is of good and clean in the bottom of the pot. Nam verae voces tum demum pectore abimo eliciuntur, et eripitur persona, manet res. Then at last truth issues from the heart, the visor's gone, the man remains. Lucretius, Book 3, 57. Wherefore at this last, all the other actions of our life ought to be tried and sifted. 'Tis the master day, 'tis the day that is judge of all the rest. 'Tis the day, says one of the ancients, Seneca, Epistolae 102, that must be judge of all my foregoing years. To death do I refer the assay of the fruit of all my studies. We shall then see whether my discourses came only from my mouth or from my heart. I have seen many by their death give a good or an ill repute to their whole life. Scipio, the father-in-law of Pompey, in dying, well removed the ill opinion that till then every one had conceived of him. Epaminondas, being asked which of the three he had in greatest esteem, Chabrias, Iphicrates, or himself, "You must first see us die," said he, "before that question can be resolved." Plutarch, Apothegms. And in truth he would infinitely wrong that man who would weigh him without the honour and grandeur of his end. God has ordered all things as it has best pleased him. But I have in my time seen three of the most execrable persons that ever I knew in all manner of abominable living, and the most infamous to boot, who all died a very regular death, and in all circumstances composed, even to perfection. There are brave and fortunate deaths. I have seen death cut the thread of the progress of a prodigious advancement, and in the height and flower of its increase, of a certain person. Note. Montaigne doubtless refers to his friend Etienne de la Boétie, at whose death in 1563 he was present. with so glorious an end, that in my opinion his ambitious and generous designs had nothing in them so high and great as their interruption. He arrived, without completing his course, at the place to which his ambition aimed, with greater glory than he could either have hoped or desired, anticipating by his fall the name and power to which he aspired in perfecting his career. In the judgment I make of another man's life, I always observe how he carried himself at his death; and the principal concern I have for my own is that I may die well, that is, patiently and tranquilly. End of Section 18. Recording by Martin Geeson in Haslemere, Surrey.
Section 19 of Essays, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lorraine Bailey. Essays, Book 1, by Michel de Montaigne. Translated by Charles Cotton. That to study philosophy is to learn to die. Cicero says, Tuscan Questions, Book 1, 31, that to study philosophy is nothing but to prepare oneself to die. The reason of which is, because study and contemplation do in some sort withdraw us from our soul, and employ it separately from the body, which is a kind of apprenticeship and a resemblance of death. Or else, because all the wisdom and reasoning in the world do in the end conclude in this point, to teach us not to fear to die. And to say the truth, either our reason mocks us, or it ought to have no other aim but our contentment only, nor to endeavour anything but, in sum, to make us live well, and as the Holy Scripture says, at our ease. All the opinions of the world agree in this, that pleasure is our end, though we make use of diverse means to attain it. They would otherwise be rejected at the first motion. For who would give ear to him that should propose affliction and misery for his end? The controversies and disputes of the philosophical sects upon this point are merely verbal. Transcurramus solertissimus nugas. Let us skip over those subtle trifles. Seneca, Epistles 117. There is more in them of opposition and obstinacy than is consistent with so sacred a profession. But whatsoever personage a man takes upon himself to perform, he ever mixes his own part with it. Let the philosophers say what they will, the thing at which we all aim, even in virtue, is pleasure. It amuses me to rattle in ears this word, which they so nauseate to, and if it signifies some supreme pleasure and contentment, it is more due to the assistance of virtue than to any other assistance whatever. This pleasure, for being more gay, more sinewy, more robust, and more manly, is only the more seriously voluptuous, and we ought to give it the name of pleasure, as that which is more favourable, gentle, and natural, and not that from which we have denominated it. The other and meaner pleasure, if it could deserve this fair name, it ought to be by way of competition, and not of privilege. I find it less exempt from traverses and inconveniences than virtue itself. And besides that the enjoyment is more momentary, fluid, and frail, it has its watchings, fasts, and labours, its sweat and its blood, and moreover has particular to itself so many several sorts of sharp and wounding passions, and so dull a satiety attending it as equal it to the severest penance. And we mistake if we think that these incommodities serve it for a spur and a seasoning to its sweetness, as in nature one contrary is quickened by another, or say, when we come to virtue, that like consequences and difficulties overwhelm and render it austere and inaccessible, whereas, much more aptly than in voluptuousness, they ennoble, sharpen, and heighten the perfect and divine pleasure they procure us. He renders himself unworthy of it who will counterpoise its cost with its fruit, and neither understands the blessing nor how to use it. Those who preach to us that the quest of it is craggy, difficult, and painful, but its fruition pleasant, what do they mean by that but to tell us that it is always unpleasing? For what human means will ever attain its enjoyment? The most perfect have been fain to content themselves to aspire unto it, and to approach it only without ever possessing it. But they are deceived, seeing that of all the pleasures we know, the very pursuit is pleasant. The attempt ever relishes of the quality of the thing to which it is directed, for it is a good part of, and consubstantial with, the effect. The felicity and beatitude that glitters in virtue shines throughout all her appurtenances and avenues, even to the first entry and utmost limits. Now, of all the benefits that virtue confers upon us, the contempt of death is one of the greatest, as the means that accommodates human life with a soft and easy tranquillity, and gives us a pure and pleasant taste of living, without which all other pleasure would be extinct. Which is the reason why all the rules centre and concur in this one article. And although they all in like manner, with common accord, teach us also to despise pain, poverty, and the other accidents to which human life is subject, it is not, nevertheless, with the same solicitude, as well by reason these accidents are not of so great necessity, the greater part of mankind passing over their whole lives without ever knowing what poverty is, and some without sorrow or sickness, as Xenophilus the musician, who lived 106 years in a perfect and continual health; as also because, at the worst, death can, whenever we please, cut short and put an end to all other inconveniences. But as to death, it is inevitable. Omnes eodem cogimur, omnium versatur urna serius ocius, sors exitura et nos in aeternum exilium impositura simbe. We are all bound one voyage. The lot of all, sooner or later, is to come out of the urn. All must to eternal exile sail away. Horace, Odes, Book 2, 3, line 25. And consequently, if it frights us, 'tis a perpetual torment, for which there is no sort of consolation. There is no way by which it may not reach us. We may continually turn our heads this way and that, as in a suspected country. Quae, quasi saxum Tantalo semper impendit. Ever, like Tantalus' stone, hangs over us. Cicero, De Finibus, Book 1, 18. Our courts of justice often send back condemned criminals to be executed upon the place where the crime was committed. But carry them to fine houses by the way, prepare for them the best entertainment you can. Non siculae dapes, sulum elaborabunt saporem, non avium synthese cantus, somnum reducant. Sicilian dainties will not tickle their palates, nor the melody of birds and harps bring back sleep. Horace, Odes, Book 3, 1, line 18. Do you think they can relish it, and that the fatal end of their journey, being continually before their eyes, would not alter and deprave their palate from tasting these regalios? Audit iter numeratque dies, speticoque viarum, metitur vitam, torquitur peste futura. He considers the route, computes the time of travelling, measuring his life by the length of the journey, and torments himself by thinking of the blow to come. Claudianus, in Rufinum, Book 2, 137. The end of our race is death. 'Tis the necessary object of our aim, which, if it fright us, how is it possible to advance a step without a fit of ague? The remedy the vulgar use is not to think on't. But from what brutish stupidity can they derive so gross a blindness? They must bridle the ass by the tail. Qui capite ipse suo instituit vestigia retro. Who in his folly seeks to advance backwards? Lucretius, Book 4, 474. 'Tis no wonder if he be often trapped in the pitfall. They affright people with the very mention of death, and many cross themselves as it were the name of the devil. And because the making of a man's will is in reference to dying, not a man will be persuaded to take a pen in hand to that purpose, till the physician has passed sentence upon and totally given him over, and then, betwixt and terror, God knows in how fit a condition of understanding he is to do it. The Romans, by reason that this poor syllable death sounded so harshly to their ears, and seemed so ominous, often found a way to soften and spin it out by a periphrasis, and instead of pronouncing such a one is dead, said, such a one has lived, or such a one has ceased to live. For provided that there was any mention of life in the case, though past, it carried yet some sound of consolation. And from them it is that we have borrowed our expression, the late Monsieur such and such, a one. Peradventure, as the saying is, the term we have lived is worth our money. I was born betwixt 11 and 12 o'clock in the forenoon, the last day of February 1533, according to our computation, beginning the year of the 1st of January. This was in virtue of an ordinance of Charles IX in 1563. Previously the year commenced at Easter, so that the 1st of January 1563 became the first day of the year 1563. And it is now but just 15 days since I was complete 39 years old. I make it count to live at least as many more. In the meantime, to trouble a man's self with the thought of a thing so far off were folly. But what? Young and old die upon the same terms. No one departs out of life otherwise than if he had but just before entered into it. Neither is any man so old and decrepit, who, having heard of Methuselah, does not think he has yet 20 good years to come. Fool that thou art! Who has assured unto thee the term of life? Thou dependest upon physicians' tales. Rather consult effects and experience. According to the common course of things, 'tis long since that thou hast lived by extraordinary favour. Thou hast already outlived the ordinary term of life. And that it is so, reckon up thy acquaintance. How many more have died before they arrived at thy age, and have attained unto it? And of those who have ennobled their lives by their renown, but take an account, and I dare lay a wager thou wilt find more who have died before than after 35 years of age. It is full both of reason and piety too, to take example by the humanity of Jesus Christ himself. Now, he ended his life at 33 years. The greatest man that was no more than a man, Alexander, died also at the same age. How many several ways has death to surprise us? Quid visce vitet nunquam homini satus, quotum est in horas. Be as cautious as he may, man may never foresee the danger that may at any hour befall him. Horace, Odes, Book 2, 13, line 13. To omit fevers and pleurisy, who would ever have imagined that a Duke of Brittany should be pressed to death in a crowd as that Duke was at the entry of Pope Clement, my neighbour, into Lyons? Hast thou not seen one of our kings killed at a tilting, and did not one of his ancestors die by a jostle of a hog? Achilles, threatened with the fall of a house, was to much purpose circumspect to avoid that danger, seeing that he was knocked on the head by a tortoise falling out of an eagle's talons in the air. Another was choked with a grapestone. An emperor killed with the scratch of a comb in combing his head. Aemilius Lepidus with a stumble at his own threshold, and Aufidius with a jostle against the door as he entered the council chamber. And betwixt the very thighs of women, Cornelius Gallus the proctor, Tigillianus captain of the watch at Rome, Ludovico son of Guido di Gonzaga, Marquis of Mantua, and, of worse example, Speusippus, a Platonic philosopher and one of our popes. The poor Judge Bibius gave adjournment in a case for 8 days, but he himself meanwhile was condemned by death, and his own stay of life expired. Whilst Caius Julius, the physician, was anointing the eyes of a patient, death closed his own. And if I may bring in an example of my own blood, a brother of mine, Captain St. Martin, a young man, 23 years old, who had already given sufficient testimony of his valour, playing a match at tennis, received a blow of a ball a little above his right ear, which, as it gave no manner of sign of wound or contusion, he took no notice of it, nor so much as sat down to repose himself, but nevertheless died within 5 or 6 hours after of an apoplexy occasioned by that blow. These so frequent and common examples passing every day before our eyes, how is it possible that a man should disengage himself from the thought of death, or avoid fancying that it has us every moment by the throat? What matter is it, you will say, which way it comes to pass, provided a man does not terrify himself with the expectation? For my part, I am of this mind, and if a man could by any means avoid it, though by creeping under a calf's skin, I am one that should not be ashamed of the shift. All I aim at is, to pass my time at my ease, and the recreations that will most contribute to it, I take hold of, as little glorious and exemplary as you will. Praetulerum, delirius inersque videri, tu mea delectant malame, verdenique fallant, quam sapere et ringi. I had rather seem mad and a sluggard, so that my defects are agreeable to myself, or that I am not painfully conscious of them, than be wise and chaptious. Horace, Epistles, Book 2, 126. But 'tis folly to think of doing anything that way. They go, they come, they gallop and dance, and not a word of death. All this is very fine, but withal, when it comes either to themselves, their wives, their children, or friends, surprising them at unawares and unprepared, then what torment, what outcries, what madness and despair! Did you ever see anything so subdued, so changed, and so confounded? A man must, therefore, make more early provision for it, and this brutish negligence, could it possibly lodge in the brain of any man of sense, which I think utterly impossible, sells us its merchandise too dear. Were it an enemy that could be avoided, I would then advise to borrow arms even of cowardice itself. But seeing it is not, and that it will catch you as well flying and playing the poltroon as standing to it like an honest man, nempe et fugacem persequitur virum, nec parsit imbellis juvente, poplitibus timbitunque tergo. He pursues the flying poltroon, nor spares the hamstrings of the unwarlike youth who turns his back. Horace, Epistles, Book 3, 14. And seeing that no temper of arms is of proof to secure us, ille licit ferro cotus, secundat et ere, mors tamen inclusum potratet inde caput. Let him hide beneath iron or brass in his fear, death will pull his head out of his armour. Propertius, Book 3, 18. Let us learn bravely to stand our ground and fight him, and to begin to deprive him of the greatest advantage he has over us, let us take a way quite contrary to the common course. Let us disarm him of his novelty and strangeness, let us converse and be familiar with him, and have nothing so frequent in our thoughts as death. Upon all occasions represent him to our imagination in his every shape. At the stumbling of a horse, at the falling of a tile, at the least prick with a pin, let us presently consider and say to ourselves, well, and what if it had been death itself? And thereupon let us encourage and fortify ourselves. Let us evermore, amidst our jollity and feasting, set the remembrance of our frail condition before our eyes, never suffering ourselves to be so far transported with our delights, but that we have some intervals of reflecting upon and considering how many several ways this jollity of ours tends to death, and with how many dangers it threatens it. The Egyptians were wont to do after this manner, who in the height of their feasting and mirth caused the dried skeleton of a man to be brought into the room to serve for a memento to their guests. Omnem crede diem tibi deluxisse supremum, grata supervient que non sperbietur hora. Think each day when past is thy last, the next day as unexpected. will be more welcome. Horace, Epistles, Book 1, 4, line 13. Where death waits for us is uncertain. Let us look for him everywhere. The premeditation of death is the premeditation of liberty. He who has learned to die has unlearned to serve. There is nothing evil in life for him who rightly comprehends that the privation of life is no evil. To know how to die delivers us from all subjection and constraint. Paulus Emilius answered him whom the miserable king of Macedon, his prisoner, sent to entreat him that he would not lead him in his triumph. Let him make that request to himself. Plutarch, Life of Paulus Emilius, section 17. In truth, in all things, if nature do not help a little, it is very hard for art and industry to perform anything to purpose. I am in my own nature not melancholic but meditative, and there is nothing I have more continually entertained myself withal than imaginations of death, even in the most wanton time of my age. Jucundum quum quietas florida ver ageret. When my florid age rejoiced in pleasant spring. Catullus. In the company of ladies, and at games, some have perhaps thought me possessed with some jealousy, or the uncertainty of some hope, whilst I was entertaining myself with the remembrance of some one, surprised, a few days before, with a burning fever, of which he died, returning from an entertainment like this with his head full of idle fancies of love and jollity, as mine was then, and that, for aught I knew, the same destiny was attending me. Jam fuerit nec post unquam verocare licebit. Presently the present will have gone, never to be recalled. Lucretius, Book 3, 928. Yet did not this thought wrinkle my forehead any more than any other? It is impossible, but we must feel a sting in such imaginations as these at first. But with often turning and returning them in one's mind, they, at last, become so familiar as to be no trouble at all. Otherwise, I, for my part, should be in a perpetual fright and frenzy. For never man was so distrustful of his life, never man so uncertain as to its duration. Neither health, which I have hitherto ever enjoyed very strong and vigorous, and very seldom interrupted, does prolong, nor sickness contract my hopes. Every minute, methinks, I am escaping, and it eternally runs in my mind that what may be done tomorrow may be done today. Hazards and dangers do, in truth, little or nothing hasten our end. And if we consider how many thousands more remain and hang over our heads, besides the accident that immediately threatens us, we shall find that the sound and the sick, those that are abroad at sea and those that sit by the fire, those who are engaged in battle and those who sit idle at home, are the one as near it as the other. Nemo altero fragilior es, nemo incrastum sui setiror. No man is more fragile than another, no man more certain than another of tomorrow. Seneca, Epistles, 91. For anything I have to do before I die, the longest leisure would appear too short, were it but an hour's business I had to do. A friend of mine the other day, turning over my tablets, found therein a memorandum of something I would have done after my decease, whereupon I told him, as it was really true, that though I was no more than a league's distance only from my own house, and merry and well, yet when that thing came into my head I made haste to write it down there, because I was not certain to live till I came home. As a man that am eternally brooding over my own thoughts, and confine them to my own particular concerns, I am at all hours as well prepared as I am ever like to be, and death, whenever he shall come, can bring nothing along with him I did not expect long before. We should always, as near as we can, be booted and spurred, and ready to go, and above all things take care, at that time, to have no business with any one but oneself. Quid brevi fortes jaculamur avo multa? Why, for so short a life, tease ourselves with so many projects? Horace, Odes, Book 2, 16, line 17. For we shall there find work enough to do without any need of addition. One man complains, more than of death, that he is thereby prevented of a glorious victory; another, that he must die before he has married his daughter or educated his children; a third seems only troubled that he must lose the society of his wife; a fourth, the conversation of his son, as the principal comfort and concern of his being. For my part, I am, thanks be to God, at this instant in such a condition that I am ready to dislodge, whenever it shall please him, without regret for anything whatsoever. I disengage myself throughout from all worldly relations. My leave is soon taken of all but myself. Never did anyone prepare to bid adieu to the world more absolutely and unreservedly, and to shake hands with all manner of interest in it, than I expect to do. The deadest deaths are the best. Miser aunt, omnia ademit, una dies infesta mihi tot, praemia vitae. Wretch that I am, they cry, one fatal day has deprived me of all joys of life. Lucretius, book 3, 9:11. And the builder, Manuet, he says, opera interrupta mineci mororum ingentes. The works remain incomplete, the tall pinnacles of the walls unmade. Virgil's Aeneid, book 4, line 88. A man must design nothing that will require so much time to the finishing, or at least with no such passionate desire to see it brought to perfection. We are born to action. Quiem moriar, medium solvar et inter opus. When I die, let it be doing that I had designed. Ovid, Amores, book 2, 10, line 36. I would always have a man to be doing, and, as much as in him lies, to extend and spin out the offices of life, and then let death take me planting my cabbages, indifferent to him, and still less of my gardens not being finished. I saw one die, who, at his last gasp, complained of nothing so much as that destiny was about to cut the thread of a chronicle he was then compiling, when he was gone no farther than the 15th or 16th of our kings. Illud, in his rebus non addunt, nec tibi earum iam desiderum dierum super incidit una. They do not add, that dying, we have no longer a desire to possess things. Lucretius, book 3, 9:13. We are to discharge ourselves from these vulgar and hurtful humours. To this purpose it was that men first appointed the places of sepulture adjoining the churches, and in the most frequented places of the city, to accustom, says Lycurgus, the common people, women and children, that they should not be startled at the sight of a corpse, and to the end that the continual spectacle of bones, graves, and the funeral obsequies should put us in mind of our frail condition. Qui in Italiam excelara virus convivia caede, mos olim et misere epulis specacula dira, certanum ferro, sepe et super ipsa candentum, pocola respersis non porco sanguine mensis. It was formerly the custom to enliven banquets with slaughter, and to combine with the repast the dire spectacle of men contending with the sword, the dying in many cases falling upon the cups and covering the tables with blood. Silius Italicus, book 9, 51. And as the Egyptians, after their feasts, were wont to present the company with a great image of death, by one that cried out to them, "Drink and be merry, for such shalt thou be when thou art dead," so it is my custom to have death not only in my imagination, but continually in my mouth. Neither is there anything of which I am so inquisitive, and delight to inform myself, as the manner of men's deaths, their words, looks, and bearing, nor any places in history am I so intent upon, and it is manifest enough by my crowding in examples of this kind that I have a particular fancy for that subject. If I were a writer of books, I would compile a register, with a comment, of the various deaths of men. He who should teach men to die would at the same time teach them to live. Dicarchus made one, to which he gave that title, but it was designed for another and less profitable end. Peradventure, some one may object, that the pain and terror of dying so infinitely exceed all manner of imagination, that the best fencer will be quite out of his play when it comes to the push. Let them say what they will, to premeditate is doubtless a very great advantage, and besides, is it nothing to go so far, at least, without disturbance or alteration? Moreover, nature herself assists and encourages us. If the death be sudden and violent, we have not leisure to fear. If otherwise, I perceive that, as I engage further in my disease, I naturally enter into a certain loathing and disdain of life. I find I have much more ado to digest this resolution of dying, when I am well in health, than when languishing of a fever. And by how much I have less to do with the commodities of life, by reason that I begin to lose the use and pleasure of them, by so much I look upon death with less terror. Which makes me hope that the further I remove from the first, and the nearer I approach to the latter, I shall the more easily exchange the one for the other. And as I have experienced in other occurrences that, as Caesar says, things often appear greater to us at a distance than near at hand, I have found that being well, I have had maladies in much greater horror than when really afflicted with them. The vigour wherein I am now, the cheerfulness and delight wherein I now live, make the contrary state appear in so much greater disproportion to my present condition, that by imagination I magnify those inconveniences by one half, and apprehend them to be much more troublesome than I find them really to be, when they lie the most heavy upon me. I hope to find death the same. But let us observe in the ordinary changes and declinations we daily suffer, how nature deprives us of the light and sense of our bodily decay. What remains to an old man of the vigour of his youth and better days? Hoi, senibus vitae portio quanta manet. Alas, to the old man what portion of life remains? Maximilian, Vel Pseudo Gallus, Book 1, 16. Caesar, to an old weather-beaten soldier of his guards, who came to ask him leave that he might kill himself, taking notice of his withered body and decrepit motion, pleasantly answered, "Thou fanciest, then, that thou art yet alive." Seneca, Epist. 17. Should a man fall into this condition on the sudden, I do not think humanity capable of enduring such a change. But nature, leading us by the hand, an easy and, as it were, an insensible pace, step by step conducts us to that miserable state, and by that means makes it familiar to us, so that we are insensible of the stroke when our youth dies in us, though it be really a harder death than the final dissolution of a languishing body than the death of old age. For as much as the fall is not so great from an uneasy being to none at all, it is as from a sprightly and flourishing being to one that is troublesome and painful. The body, bent and bowed, has less force to support a burden, and it is the same with the soul, and therefore it is that we are to raise her up firm and erect against the power of this adversary. For, as it is impossible she should ever be at rest while she stands in fear of it, so, if she once can assure herself, she may boast, which is a thing as it were surpassing human condition, that it is impossible that disquiet, anxiety, or fear, or any other disturbance should inhabit or have any place in her. Non vulnus instans tyranni, mentor cadi solida, neci oster, dux inquieti derbides aedrie, nec fulminatis magna Jovis manus. Not the menacing look of a tyrant shakes her well-settled soul, nor turbulent Auster the prince of the stormy Adriatic, nor yet the strong hand of thundering Jove such a temper moves. Horace, Odes, Book 3, line 3. She is then become sovereign of all her lusts and passions, mistress of necessity, shame, poverty, and all other injuries of fortune. Let us, therefore, as many of us as can, get this advantage. 'Tis the true and sovereign liberty here on earth that fortifies us wherewithal to defy violence and injustice, and to condemn prisons and chains. Immanessus et compedibus, saevo te sub custode tenebo. Ipse Deus, simul ecce volam me solvet, opinor hoc sentit, mors ultima linea reum est. I will keep thee in fetters and chains, in custody of a savage keeper. A god will, when I asked him, set me free. This god, I think, is death. Death is the term of all things. Horace, Epistles, Book 1, 16, line 76. Our very religion itself has no surer human foundation than the contempt of death. Not only the argument of reason invites us to it, for why should we fear to lose a thing which, being lost, cannot be lamented? But also, seeing we are threatened by so many sorts of death, it is not infinitely worse eternally to fear them all than once to undergo one of them. And what matters it when it shall happen, since it is inevitable? To him that told Socrates, "The 30 tyrants have sentenced thee to death," and nature them, said he, "What a ridiculous thing it is to trouble ourselves about taking the only step that is to deliver us from all trouble! As our birth brought us the birth of all things, so in our death is the death of all things included. And therefore to lament that we shall not be alive 100 years hence is the same folly as to be sorry we were not alive 100 years ago. Death is the beginning of another life. So did we weep, and so much it cost us to enter into this, and so did we put off our former veil in entering into it. Nothing can be a grievance that is but once. Is it reasonable so long to fear a thing that will so soon be dispatched? Long life and short are by death all made one. For there is no long nor short to things that are no more. Aristotle tells us that there are certain little beasts upon the banks of the river Hypanis that never live above a day. They which die at 8 of the clock in the morning die in their youth, and those that die at 5 in the evening in their decrepitude. Which of us would not laugh to see this moment of continuance put into the consideration of weal or woe? The most and the least of ours, in comparison with eternity, or yet with the duration of mountains, rivers, stars, trees, and even of some animals, is no less ridiculous. But nature compels us to it. Go out of this world, she says, as you entered into it. The same pass you made from death to life, without passion or fear, the same, after the same manner, repeat from life to death. Your death is a part of the order of the universe, 'tis a part of the life of the world. Inter se mortales mutua vivunt, et, quasi cursores, vitae lampada tradunt. Mortals among themselves live by turns, and, like the runners in the games, give up the lamp when they have won the race to the next comer. Lucretius, Book 2, 75, line 78. Shall I exchange for you this beautiful contexture of things? 'Tis the condition of your creation. Death is a part of you, and whilst you endeavour to evade it, you evade yourselves. This very being of yours that you now enjoy is equally divided betwixt life and death. The day of your birth is one day's advance towards the grave. Prima quix vitam dedit, hora capsit. The first hour that gave us life took away also an hour. Seneca, 874. Nascentes morimur finisque ab origine pendent. As we are born to die, and the end commences with the beginning. Manilius, Book 4, 16. All the whole time you live, you purloin from life, and live at the expense of life itself. The perpetual work of your life is but to lay the foundation of death. You are in death, whilst you are in life, because you still are after death, when you are no more alive. Or, if you had rather have it so, you are dead after life, but dying all the while you live. and death handles the dying much more rudely than the dead, and more sensibly and essentially. If you have made a profit of your life, you have had enough of it. Go your way satisfied. Cur non et plenus vita convivere sidis. Why not depart from life as a sated guest from a feast? Lucretius, Book 3, 951. If you have not known how to make the best use of it, if it was unprofitable to you, what need you care to lose it? To what end would you desire longer to keep it? Cur amplius adere quaeris, rerum quod pereat male et ingratum occidat omne. Why seek to add longer life, merely to renew ill-spent time, and be again tormented? Lucretius, Book 3, 914. Life in itself is neither good nor evil. It is the scene of good or evil as you make it. And if you have lived a day, you have seen all. One day is equal and like to all other days. There is no light, no other shade. This very sun, this moon, these very stars, this very order and disposition of things is the same your ancestors enjoyed, and that shall also entertain your posterity. Non alium videre patres, alivium nepotes aspicient. Your grandsires saw no other thing, nor will your posterity. Manilius, Book 1, 529. And, come the worst that can come, the distribution and variety of all the acts of my comedy are performed in a year. If you have observed the revolution of my 4 seasons, they comprehend the infancy, the youth, the virility, and the old age of the world. The year has played his part, and knows no other art but to begin again. It will always be the same thing. Versamur bidem, ace insumus usque. We are turning in the same circle, ever therein confined. Lucretius, Book 3, 1093. Atque in se sua per vestigia volvitur annus. The year is ever turning around in the same footsteps. Virgil, Gorgias, Book 2, line 402. I am not prepared to create for you any new recreations. Nam tibi praexterea quod machinea invenacre quod placiat nihil es. Adeum sunt omnia semper. I can devise nor find anything else to please you. 'Tis the same thing over and over again. Lucretius, Book 3, 957. Give place to others as others have given place to you. Equality is the soul of equity. Who can complain of being comprehended in the same destiny wherein all are involved? Besides, live as long as you can. You shall by that nothing shorten the space you are to be dead. 'Tis all to no purpose. You shall be every whit as long in the condition you so much fear as if you had died at nurse. Licet quot vis viendo vincere secla, mors aeterna tamen nihil hominos illa manebit. Live triumphing over as many ages as you will, death still will remain eternal. Lucretius, Book 3, 1103. And yet I will place you in such a condition as you shall have no reason to be displeased. In vera nescis nullum fore morte alium te, qui posit vivus tibi tolugere perpetuum tum, stansque jacentum. Know you not that, when dead, there can be no other living self to lament you dead, standing on your grave? Idemius, 898. Nor shall you so much as wish for the life you are so concerned about. Nec sibi enum quiscat tum se vitamque requirit, nec desiderium nostri nos afficit ullem. Death is less to be feared than nothing, if there could be anything less than nothing. Multo, mortem minus ad nos esse putandium, si minus esse potes quam quod nihilum esse videmus. Neither can it any way concern you whether you are living or dead. Living, by reason that you are still in being; dead, because you are no more. Moreover, no one dies before his hour. The time you leave behind was no more yours than that was lapsed and gone before you came into the world, nor does it any more concern you. Respice enum, quam nil ad nos atiesca vetutas temporis aeterni fuerit. Consider how as nothing to us is the old age of times past. Lucretius, Book 3, 985. Wherever your life ends, it is all there. The utility of living consists not in the length of days, but in the use of time. A man may have lived long, and yet lived but a little. Make use of time while it is present with you. It depends upon your will, and not upon the number of days, to have a sufficient length of life. Is it possible you can imagine never to arrive at the place towards which you are continually going? And yet there is no journey but hath its end. And, if company will make it more pleasant or more easy to you, does not all the world go the self same way? Omnia te vita perfuncta sequenitur. All things, then, life over, must follow thee. Lucretius, Book 3, 981. Does not all the world dance the same brawl that you do? Is there anything that does not grow old as well as you? 1,000 men, 1,000 animals, 1,000 other creatures die at the same moment that you die. Nam noxa nulla diem, nece nocte majora sequuta es, quae non audieret mistos vaditibus egris, ploratus mortis comites et funeris atri. No night has followed day, no day has followed night, in which there has not been heard sobs and sorrowing cries, the companions of death and funerals. Lucretius, Book 5, 579. To what end should you endeavour to draw back, if there be no possibility to evade it? You have seen examples enough of those who have been well pleased to die, as thereby delivered from heavy miseries. But have you ever found any who have been dissatisfied with dying? It must, therefore, needs be very foolish to condemn a thing you have neither experimented in your own person, nor by that of any other. Why dost thou complain of me and of destiny? Do we do thee any wrong? Is it for thee to govern us, or for us to govern thee? Though, peradventure, thy age may not be accomplished, yet thy life is. A man of low stature is as much a man as a giant. Neither men nor their lives are measured by the ell. Chiron refused to be immortal when he was acquainted with the conditions under which he was to enjoy it by the god of time itself and its duration, his father Saturn. Do but seriously consider how much more insupportable and painful an immortal life would be to man than what I have already given him. If you had not death, you would eternally curse me for having deprived you of it. I have mixed a little bitterness with it, to the end that, seeking of what convenience it is, you might not too greedily and indiscreetly seek and embrace it, and that you might be so established in this moderation as neither to nauseate life nor have any antipathy for dying, which I have decreed you shall once do. I have tempered the one and the other betwixt pleasure and pain. It was I that taught Thales, the most eminent of your sages, that to live and to die were indifferent, which made him very wisely answer him, why then did he not die? Because, said he, it is indifferent. Diogenes Laertius, Book 1, 35. Water, earth, air, and fire, and the other parts of this creation of mine, are no more instruments of thy life than they are of thy death. Why dost thou fear thy last day? It contributes no more to thy dissolution than every one of the rest. The last step is not the cause of lassitude. It does not confess it. Every day travels towards death. The last only arrives at it. These are the good lessons our Mother Nature teaches. I have often considered with myself whence it should proceed, that in war the image of death, whether we look upon it in ourselves or in others, should, without comparison, appear less dreadful than at home in our houses. For if it were not so, it would be an army of doctors and whining milksops, and that being still in all places the same, there should be, notwithstanding, much more assurance in peasants and the meaner sort of people than in others of better quality. I believe, in truth, that it is those terrible ceremonies and preparations wherewith we set it out, that more terrify us than the thing itself. A new, quite contrary way of living, the cries of mothers, wives, and children, the visits of astounded and afflicted friends, the attendance of pale and blubbering servants, a dark room set around with burning tapers, our beds environed with physicians or divines. In sum, nothing but ghostliness and horror round about us. We seem dead and buried already. Children are afraid even of those they are best acquainted with when disguised in a visor, and so 'tis with us. The visor must be removed as well from things as from persons, that being taken away we shall find nothing underneath but the very same death that a mean servant or a poor chambermaid died a day or two ago, without any manner of apprehension. Happy is the death that deprives us of leisure for preparing such ceremonials. End of section 19.
Section 20 of Essays, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Daniel Fraser. Essays, Book 1 by Michel de Montaigne. Translated by Charles Cotton. Chapter 20 of the Force of Imagination. Fortis imaginatio generat casum, say the schoolmen. A strong imagination begets the event itself. Axiom Scholast. I am one of those who are most sensible of the power of imagination. Everyone is jostled by it, but some are overthrown by it. It has a very piercing impression upon me, and I make it my business to avoid, wanting force to resist it. I could live by the sole help of healthful and jolly company. The very sight of another's pain materially pains me, and I often usurp the sensations of another person. A perpetual cough in another tickles my lungs and throat. I more unwillingly visit the sick in whom by love and duty I am interested, than those I care not for, to whom I less look. I take possession of the disease I am concerned at, and take it to myself. I do not at all wonder that fancy should give fevers and sometimes kill such as allow it too much scope, and are too willing to entertain it. Simon Thomas was a great physician of his time. I remember that happening one day at Toulouse to meet him at a rich old fellow's house, who was troubled with weak lungs, and discoursing with the patient about the method of his cure, he told him that one thing which would be very conducive to it was to give me such occasion to be pleased with his company, that I might come often to see him; by which means, and by fixing his eyes upon the freshness of my complexion, and his imagination upon the sprightliness and vigour that glowed in my youth, and possessing all his senses with the flourishing age wherein I then was, his habit of body might peradventure be amended. But he forgot to say that mine, at the same time, might be made worse. Gallus Vibius so much bent his mind to find out the essence and motions of madness, that, in the end, he himself went out of his wits, and to such a degree that he could never after recover his judgment, and might brag that he was become a fool by too much wisdom. Some there are who through fear anticipate the hangman, and there was the man whose eyes being unbound to have his pardon read to him, was found stark dead upon the scaffold by the stroke of imagination. We start, tremble, turn pale, and blush, as we are variously moved by imagination, and, being abed, feel our bodies agitated with its power to that degree, as even sometimes to expiring; and boiling youth, when fast asleep, grows so warm with fancy, as in a dream to satisfy amorous desires. Ut quasi transactis saepe omnibus rebus, profundant fluminis ingentes fluctus vostemque cruentant. So that as though it were an actual affair, they pour out mighty streams, and stain the clothes they wear. Lucretius. Although it be no new thing to see horns grown in a night on the forehead of one that had none when he went to bed, notwithstanding what befell Cippus, king of Italy, is memorable, who having one day been a very delighted spectator of a bullfight, and having all the night dreamed that he had horns on his head, did, by the force of imagination, really cause them to grow there. Passion gave to the son of Croesus the voice which nature had denied him, and Antiochus fell into a fever, inflamed with the beauty of Stratonice too deeply imprinted in his soul. Pliny pretends to have seen Lucius Cossitius, who from a woman was turned into a man upon her very wedding day. Pontanus and others report the like metamorphosis to have happened in these latter days in Italy. And through the vehement desire of him and his mother, Walter puer solvit, quae foemina vorerat, Iphis. Iphis the man fulfilled vows made when he was a girl. Ovid. Myself passing by Vitry-le-François, saw a man the Bishop of Soissons had, in confirmation, called Germain, whom all the inhabitants of the place had known to be a girl till 22 years of age, called Mary. He was, at the time of my being there, very full of beard, old, and not married. He told us that by straining himself in a leap, his male organs came out, and the girls of that place have, to this day, a song wherein they advise one another not to take too great strides, for fear of being turned into men, as Mary Germain was. It is no wonder if this sort of accident frequently happen, for if imagination have any power in such things, it is so continually and vigorously bent upon this subject, that to the end it may not so often relapse into the same thought and violence of desire, it were better, once for all, to give these young wenches the things they long for. Some attribute the scars of King Dagobert and of Saint Francis to the force of imagination. It is said that by it bodies will sometimes be removed from their places. And Celsus tells us of a priest whose soul would be ravished into such an ecstasy that the body would, for a long time, remain without sense or respiration. Saint Augustine makes mention of another, who, upon the hearing of any lamentable or doleful cries, would presently fall into a swoon, and be so far out of himself, that it was in vain to call, bawl in his ears, pinch, or burn him, till he voluntarily came to himself. And then he would say, that he had heard voices as it were afar off, and did feel when they pinched and burned him. And to prove that this was no obstinate dissimulation in defiance of his sense of feeling, it was manifest that all the while he had neither pulse nor breathing. 'Tis very probable that visions, enchantments, and all extraordinary effects of that nature, derive their credit principally from the power of imagination, working and making its chiefest impression upon vulgar and more easy souls, whose belief is so strangely imposed upon as to think they see what they do not see. I am not satisfied whether those pleasant ligatures, with which this age of ours is so occupied that there is almost no other talk, are not mere voluntary impressions of apprehension and fear; for I know by experience, in the case of a particular friend of mine, one for whom I can be as responsible as for myself, and a man that cannot possibly fall under any manner of suspicion of insufficiency, and as little of being enchanted, who, having heard a companion of his make a relation of an unusual frigidity that surprised him at a very unseasonable time, being afterwards himself engaged upon the same account, the horror of the former story, on a sudden, so strangely possessed his imagination, that he ran the same fortune the other had done, and from that time forward, the scurvy remembrance of his disaster running in his mind and tyrannizing over him, he was subject to relapse into the same misfortune. He found some remedy, however, for this fancy in another fancy, by himself frankly confessing and declaring beforehand to the party with whom he was to have to do, this subjection of his, by which means the agitation of his soul was in some sort appeased, and knowing that, now, some such misbehaviour was expected from him, the restraint upon his faculties grew less, and afterwards, at such times as he was in no such apprehension, when setting about the act, his thoughts being then disengaged and free, and his body in its true and natural estate, he was at leisure to cause the part to be handled, and communicated to the knowledge of the other party, he was totally freed from that vexatious infirmity. After a man has once done a woman right, he is never after in danger of misbehaving himself with that person, unless upon the account of some excusable weakness. Neither is this disaster to be feared, but in adventures where the soul is overextended with desire or respect, and especially where the opportunity is of an unforeseen and pressing nature, in those cases there is no means for a man to defend himself from such a surprise as shall put him altogether out of sorts. I have known some who have secured themselves from this mischance by coming half sated elsewhere, purposely to abate the ardour of the fury, and others who, being grown old, find themselves less impotent by being less able, and one who found an advantage in being assured by a friend of his that he had a counter charm of enchantments that would secure him from this disgrace. The story itself is not much amiss, and therefore you shall have it. A count of a very great family, and with whom I was very intimate, being married to a fair lady, who had formerly been courted by one who was at the wedding, all his friends were in very great fear, but especially an old lady his kinswoman, who had the ordering of the solemnity, and in whose house it was kept, suspecting his rival would offer foul play by these sorceries, which fear she communicated to me. I bade her rely upon me. I had, by chance, about me a certain flat plate of gold, whereon were graven some celestial figures, supposed good against sunstroke or pains in the head, being applied to the suture, where, that it might the better remain firm, it was sewed to a ribbon to be tied under the chin, a foppery cousin german to this of which I am speaking. Jacques Pelletier, who lived in my house, had presented this to me for a singular rarity. I had a fancy to make some use of this knack, and therefore privately told the Count that he might possibly run the same fortune other bridegrooms had sometimes done, especially some one being in the house who no doubt would be glad to do him such a courtesy. But let him boldly go to bed, for I would do him the office of a friend, and if need were, would not spare a miracle it was in my power to do, provided he would engage to me, upon his honour, to keep it to himself. And only when they came to bring him his caudle, if matters had not gone well with him, to give me such a sign, and leave the rest to me. Now, he had had his ears so battered, and his mind so prepossessed with the eternal tattle of this business, that when he came to it, he did really find himself tied with the trouble of his imagination, and accordingly, at the time appointed, gave me the sign. Whereupon I whispered him in the ear that he should rise, under pretence of putting us out of the room, and after a jesting manner pull my nightgown from my shoulders, we were of much about the same height, throw it over his own, and there keep it till he had performed what I had appointed him to do, which was, that when we were all gone out of the chamber, he should withdraw to make water, should 3 times repeat such and such words, and as often do such and such actions, that at every of the 3 times he should tie the ribbon I put into his hand about his middle, and be sure to place the medal that was fastened to it, the figures in such a posture, exactly upon his reins, which being done, and having the last of the 3 times so well girt and fast tied the ribbon that it could neither untie nor slip from its place, let him confidently return to his business, and withal not forget to spread my gown upon the bed, so that it might be sure to cover them both. These ape's tricks are the main of the effect, our fancy being so far seduced as to believe that such strange means must, of necessity, proceed from some abstruse science. Their very inanity gives them weight and reverence, and certain it is that my figures approved themselves more venereal than solar, more active than prohibitive. 'Twas a sudden whimsy, mixed with a little curiosity, that made me do a thing so contrary to my nature. For I am an enemy to all subtle and counterfeit actions, and abominate all manner of trickery, though it be for sport and to an advantage. For though the action may not be vicious in itself, its mode is vicious. Amasis, king of Egypt, having married Laodice, a very beautiful Greek virgin, though noted for his abilities elsewhere, found himself quite another man with his wife, and could by no means enjoy her, at which he was so enraged that he threatened to kill her, suspecting her to be a witch. As 'tis usual in things that consist in fancy, she put him upon devotion, and having accordingly made his vows to Venus, he found himself divinely restored the very first night after his oblations and sacrifices. Now, women are to blame to entertain us with that disdainful, coy, and angry countenance, which extinguishes our vigour as it kindles our desire. Which made the daughter-in-law of Pythagoras say, that the woman who goes to bed to a man must put off her modesty with her petticoat, and put it on again with the same. The soul of the assailant, being disturbed with many several alarms, readily loses the power of performance, and whoever the imagination has once put this trick upon, and confounded with the shame of it, and she never does it but at the first acquaintance, by reason men are then more ardent and eager, and also, at this first account a man gives of himself, he is much more timorous of miscarrying. Having made an ill beginning, he enters into such fever and despite at the accident, as are apt to remain and continue with him upon following occasions. Married people, having all their time before them, ought never to compel, or so much as to offer at the feet, if they do not find themselves quite ready; and it is less unseemly to fail of handselling the nuptial sheets, when a man perceives himself full of agitation and trembling, and to await another opportunity, at more private and more composed leisure, than to make himself perpetually miserable, for having misbehaved himself and been baffled at the first assault. Till possession be taken, a man that knows himself subject to this infirmity should leisurely and by degrees make several little trials and light offers, without obstinately attempting at once to force an absolute conquest over his own mutinous and indisposed faculties. Such as know their members to be naturally obedient, need take no other care but only to counterplot their fantasies. The indocile liberty of this member is very remarkable, so importunately unruly in its tumidity and impatience when we do not require it, and so unseasonably disobedient when we stand most in need of it, so imperiously contesting in authority with the will, and with so much haughty obstinacy denying all solicitation both of hand and mind. And yet, though his rebellion is so universally complained of, and that proof is thence deduced to condemn him, if he had nevertheless feed me to plead his cause, I should peradventure bring the rest of his fellow members into suspicion of complotting this mischief against him, out of pure envy at the importance and pleasure especial to his employment, and to have, by confederacy, armed the whole world against him, by malevolently charging him alone with their common offence. For let any one consider whether there is any one part of our bodies that does not often refuse to perform its office at the precept of the will, and that does not often exercise its function in defiance of her command. They have every one of them passions of their own, that rouse and awaken, stupefy and benumb them, without our leave or consent. How often do the involuntary motions of the countenance discover our inward thoughts, and betray our most private secrets to the bystanders? The same cause that animates this member, does also, without our knowledge, animate the lungs, pulse, and heart, the sight of a pleasing object imperceptibly diffusing a flame through all our parts with a feverish motion. Is there nothing but these veins and muscles that swell and flag without the consent, not only of the will, but even of our knowledge also? We do not command our hairs to stand on end, nor our skin to shiver either with fear or desire. The hands often convey themselves to parts to which we do not direct them. The tongue will be interdict and the voice congealed, when we know not how to help it. When we have nothing to eat, and would willingly forbid it, the appetite does not, for all that, forbear to stir up the parts that are subject to it, no more no less than the other appetite we are speaking of, and in like manner, as unseasonably, leaves us when it thinks fit. The vessels that serve to discharge the belly have their own proper dilatations and compressions, without and beyond our concurrence, as well as those which are destined to purge the reins, and that which, to justify the prerogative of the will, St. Augustine urges of having seen a man who could command his rear to discharge as often together as he pleased. Vives, his commentator, yet further fortifies with another example in his time, of one that could break wind in tune. But these cases do not suppose any more pure obedience in that part, for is anything commonly more tumultuary or indiscreet? To which let me add, that I myself knew one so rude and ungoverned, as for 40 years together made his master vent with one continued and unintermitted outbursting, and 'tis like will do so till he die of it. And I could heartily wish, that I only knew by reading, how often a man's belly, by the denial of one single puff, brings him to the very door of an exceeding painful death; and that the emperor who gave liberty to let fly in all places, had, at the same time, given us power to do it. But for our will, in whose behalf we prefer this accusation, with how much greater probability may we reproach herself with mutiny and sedition for her irregularity and disobedience? Does she always will what we would have her to do? Does she not often will what we forbid her to will, and that to our manifest prejudice? Does she suffer herself, more than any of the rest, to be governed and directed by the results of our reason? To conclude, I should move, in the behalf of the gentleman my client, it might be considered, that in this fact, his cause being inseparably and indistinctly conjoined with an accessory, yet he only is called in question, and that by arguments and accusations, which cannot be charged upon the other, whose business indeed it is sometimes inopportunely to invite, but never to refuse, and invite moreover after a tacit and quiet manner, and therefore is the malice and injustice of his accusers most manifestly apparent. But be it how it will, protesting against the proceedings of the advocates and judges, nature will, in the meantime, proceed after her own way, who had done but well had she endowed this member with some particular privilege. The author of the sole immortal work of mortals, a divine work according to Socrates, and love, the desire of immortality, and himself an immortal demon. Someone, perhaps, by such an effect of imagination, may have had the good luck to leave behind him here the scrofula, which his companion, who has come after, has carried with him into Spain. And 'tis, for this reason, you may see why men in such cases require a mind prepared for the thing that is to be done. Why do the physicians possess, beforehand, their patients' credulity with so many false promises of cure, if not to the end that the effective imagination may supply the imposture of their decoctions? They know very well that a great master of their trade has given it under his hand, that he has known some with whom the very sight of physic would work. All which conceits come now into my head, by the remembrance of a story was told me by a domestic apothecary of my father's, a blunt Swiss, a nation not much addicted to vanity and lying, of a merchant he had long known at Toulouse, who, being a valetudinary, and much afflicted with the stone, had often occasion to take clysters, of which he caused several sorts to be prescribed him by the physicians, according to the accidents of his disease, which being brought him, and none of the usual forms, as feeling if it were not too hot and the like, being omitted, he lay down, the syringe advanced, and all ceremonies performed, injection alone excepted. After which, the apothecary being gone, and the patient accommodated as if he had really received a clyster, he found the same operation and effect than those do who have taken one indeed. And if at any time the physician did not find the operation sufficient, he would usually give him 2 or 3 more doses, after the same manner. And the fellow swore that to save charges, for he paid as if he had really taken them, this sick man's wife, having sometimes made trial of warm water only, the effect discovered the cheat, and finding these would do no good, was fain to return to the old way. A woman, fancying she had swallowed a pin in a piece of bread, cried and lamented as though she had an intolerable pain in her throat, where she thought she felt it stick. But an ingenious fellow that was brought to her, seeing no outward tumour nor alteration, supposing it to be only a conceit taken at some crust of bread that had hurt her as it went down, caused her to vomit, and, unseen, threw a crooked pin into the basin, which the woman no sooner saw, but believing she had cast it up, she presently found herself eased of her pain. I myself knew a gentleman, who, having treated a large company at his house, 3 or 4 days after bragged in jest, for there was no such thing, that he had made them eat of a baked cat. At which a young gentlewoman, who had been at the feast, took such a horror, that falling into a violent vomiting and fever, there was no possible means to save her. Even brute beasts are subject to the force of imagination as well as we. Witness dogs, who die of grief for the loss of their masters, and bark and tremble and start in their sleep, so horses will kick and whinny in their sleep. Now all this may be attributed to the close affinity and relation betwixt the soul and the body intercommunicating their fortunes, but 'tis quite another thing when the imagination works not only upon one's own particular body, but upon that of others also, and as an infected body communicates its malady to those that approach or live near it, as we see in the plague, the smallpox, and sore eyes, that run through whole families and cities, dum spectant oculi laesos, laeduntur et ipsi, multaque corporibus transitione nocent. When we look at people with sore eyes, our own eyes become sore. Many things are hurtful to our bodies by transition. Ovid, De Rem Amor, 615. So the imagination, being vehemently agitated, darts out infection capable of offending the foreign object. The ancients had an opinion of certain women of Scythia, that being animated and enraged against anyone, they killed him only with their looks. Tortoises and ostriches hatch their eggs with only looking on them, which infers that their eyes have in them some ejaculative virtue, and the eyes of witches are said to be assailant and hurtful. Nescio quis teneros oculis mihi fascinat agnos. Some eye, I know not whose, is bewitching my tender lambs. Virgil, Eclog, 3, 103. Magicians are no very good authority with me, but we experimentally see that women impart the marks of their fancy to the children they carry in the womb. Witness her that was brought to bed of a Moor, and there was presented to Charles the Emperor and King of Bohemia, a girl from about Pisa, all over rough and covered with hair, whom her mother said to be so conceived by reason of a picture of Saint John the Baptist that hung within the curtains of her bed. It is the same with beasts. Witness Jacob's sheep, and the hares and partridges that the snow turns white upon the mountains. There was at my house, a little while ago, a cat seen watching a bird upon the top of a tree. These, for some time, mutually fixing their eyes upon one another, the bird at last let herself fall dead into the cat's claws, either dazzled by the force of its own imagination, or drawn by some attractive power of the cat. Such as are addicted to the pleasures of the field have, I make no question, heard the story of the falconer, who having earnestly fixed his eyes upon a kite in the air, laid a wager that he would bring her down with the sole power of his sight, and did so, as it was said. For the tales I borrow, I charge upon the consciences of those from whom I have them. The discourses are my own, and found themselves upon the proofs of reason, not of experience; to which everyone has liberty to add his own examples; and who has none, let him not forbear, the number and varieties of accidents considered, to believe that there are plenty of them. If I do not apply them well, let some other do it for me. And also in the subject of which I treat, our manners and motions, testimonies and instances, how fabulous soever, provided they are possible, serve as well as the true. Whether they have really happened or no, at Rome or Paris, to John or Peter, 'tis still within the verge of human capacity, which serves me to good use. I see, and make my advantage of it, as well in shadow as in substance, and amongst the various readings thereof in history, I cull out the most rare and memorable to fit my own turn. There are authors whose only end and design it is to give an account of things that have happened. Mine, if I could arrive unto it, should be to deliver of what may happen. There is a just liberty allowed in the schools, of supposing similitudes when they have none at hand. I do not, however, make any use of that privilege, and as to that matter, in superstitious religion, surpass all historical authority. In the examples which I here bring in, of what I have heard, read, done, or said, I have forbidden myself to dare to alter even the most light and indifferent circumstances. My conscience does not falsify one tittle. What my ignorance may do, I cannot say. And this it is that makes me sometimes doubt in my own mind, whether a divine or a philosopher, and such men of exact and tender prudence and conscience, are fit to write history. For how can they stake their reputation upon a popular faith? How be responsible for the opinions of men they do not know? And with what assurance deliver their conjectures for current pay? Of actions performed before their own eyes, wherein several persons were actors, they would be unwilling to give evidence upon oath before a judge; and there is no man, so familiarly known to them, for whose intentions they would become absolute caution. For my part, I think it less hazardous to write of things past than present, by how much the writer is only to give an account of things every one knows he must of necessity borrow upon trust. I am solicited to write the affairs of my own time by some who fancy I look upon them with an eye less blinded with passion than another, and have a clearer insight into them by reason of the free access fortune has given me to the heads of various factions. But they do not consider that to purchase the glory of Sallust, I would not give myself the trouble, sworn enemy as I am to obligation, assiduity, or perseverance; that there is nothing so contrary to my style as a continued narrative. I so often interrupt and cut myself short in my writing for want of breath. I have neither composition nor explanation worth anything, and am ignorant beyond a child of the phrases and even the very words proper to express the most common things; and for that reason it is that I have undertaken to say only what I can say, and have accommodated my subject to my strength. Should I take one to be my guide, peradventure I should not be able to keep pace with him, and in the freedom of my liberty might deliver judgments, which upon better thoughts, and according to reason, would be illegitimate and punishable. Plutarch would say of what he has delivered to us, that it is the work of others. That his examples are all and everywhere exactly true, that they are useful to posterity and are presented with a lustre that will light us the way to virtue, is his own work. It is not of so dangerous consequence, as in a medicinal drug, whether an old story be so or so. End of chapter 20. Recording by Daniel Fraser.
Section 21 of Essays, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nadine Kurt-Boulet. Essays, Book 1, by Michel de Montaigne, translated by Charles Cotton. That the profit of one man is the damage of another. Demades the Athenian, Seneca, De Beneficis, 638, whence nearly the whole of this chapter is taken, condemned one of his city, whose trade it was to sell the necessaries for funeral ceremonies, upon pretence that he demanded unreasonable profit, and that that profit could not accrue to him but by the death of a great number of people. A judgment that appears to be ill grounded, forasmuch as no profit whatever can possibly be made but at the expense of another, and that by the same rule he should condemn all gain of what kind soever. The merchant only thrives by the debauchery of youth, the husbandman by the dearness of grain, the architect by the ruin of buildings, lawyers and officers of justice by the suits and contentions of men, nay, even the honor and office of divines are derived from our death and vices. A physician takes no pleasure in the health even of his friends, says the ancient Greek comic writer, nor a soldier in the peace of his country, and so of the rest. And, which is yet worse, let every one but dive into his own bosom, and he will find his private wishes spring and his secret hopes grow up at another's expense. Upon which consideration it comes into my head that nature does not in this swerve from her general polity, for physicians hold that the birth, nourishment, and increase of every thing is the dissolution and corruption of another. Nam quodcumque suis mutatum finibus exit, continuo hoc mors est ilius, quod fuit ante. For, whatever from its own confines passeth changed, this is at once the death of that which before it was. Lucretius, 2:752. End of section 21.
Section 22 of Essays, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Daniel Fraser. Essays, Book 1 by Michel de Montaigne. Translated by Charles Cotton. Chapter 22. Of Custom, and that we should not easily change a law received. He seems to me to have had a right and true apprehension of the power of custom, who first invented the story of a countrywoman, who, having accustomed herself to play with and carry a young calf in her arms, and daily continuing to do so as it grew up, obtained this by custom, that when grown to be a great ox, she was still able to bear it. For, in truth, custom is a violent and treacherous schoolmistress. She, by little and little, slyly and unperceived, slips in the foot of her authority. But having by this gentle and humble beginning, with the benefit of time, fixed and established it, she then unmasks a furious and tyrannic countenance, against which we have no more the courage or the power so much as to lift up our eyes. We see her at every turn, forcing and violating the rules of nature. Usus efficacissimus rerum omnium magister. Custom is the best master of all things. Pliny, Nat. Hist. 26:2. I referred to her Plato's cave in his Republic, and the physicians who so often submit the reasons of their art to her authority, as the story of that king who by custom brought his stomach to that pass as to live by poison, and the maid that Albertus reports to have lived upon spiders. In that new world of the Indies, there were found great nations, and in very differing climates, who were of the same diet, made provision of them, and fed them for their tables, as also they did grasshoppers, mice, lizards, and bats. And in a time of scarcity of such delicacies, a toad was sold for 6 crowns, all which they cook and dish up with several sauces. There were also others found, to whom our diet and the flesh we eat were venomous and mortal. Consuetudinis magna vis est, pernoctant venatores in nive. In montibus uri si patiunta, pugiles, caestibus contusi, ne ingimiscunt quidem. The power of custom is very great. Huntsmen will lie out all night in the snow, or suffer themselves to be burned up by the sun on the mountains. Boxers, hurt by the caestus, never utter a groan. Cicero, Tusk, 2:17. These strange examples will not appear so strange if we consider what we have ordinary experience of, how much custom stupefies our senses. We need not go to what is reported of the people about the cataracts of the Nile, and what philosophers believe of the music of the spheres, that the bodies of those circles, being solid and smooth, and coming to touch and rub upon one another, cannot fail to create a marvellous harmony, the changes and cadences of which cause the revolutions and dances of the stars; but that the hearing sense of all creatures here below, being universally, like that of the Egyptians, deafened and stupefied with the continual noise, cannot, how great soever, perceive it. Smiths, millers, pewterers, forgemen, and armourers could never be able to live in the perpetual noise of their own trades, did it strike their ears with the same violence that it does ours. My perfumed doublet gratifies my own scent at first, but after I have worn it 3 days together, 'tis only pleasing to the bystanders. This is yet more strange, that custom, notwithstanding long intermissions and intervals, should yet have the power to unite and establish the effect of its impressions upon our senses, as is manifest in such as live near unto steeples and the frequent noise of the bells. I myself lie at home in a tower, where every morning and evening a very great bell rings out the Ave Maria. The noise shakes my very tower, and at first seemed insupportable to me, but I am so used to it that I hear it without any manner of offence, and often without awaking at it. Plato reprehended a boy for playing at nuts. Thou reprovest me, says the boy, for a very little thing. Custom, replied Plato, is no little thing. I find that our greatest vices derive their first propensity from our most tender infancy, and that our principal education depends upon the nurse. Mothers are mightily pleased to see a child ride off the neck of a chicken, or to please itself with hurting a dog or a cat; and such wise fathers there are in the world, who look upon it as a notable mark of a martial spirit, when they hear a son miscall, or see him domineer over a poor peasant or a lackey that dares not reply, nor turn again; and a great sign of wit, when they see him cheat and overreach his playfellow by some malicious treachery and deceit. Yet these are the true seeds and roots of cruelty, tyranny, and treason. They bud and put out there, and afterwards shoot up vigorously, and grow to prodigious bulk, cultivated by custom, and it is a very dangerous mistake to excuse these vile inclinations upon the tenderness of their age and the triviality of the subject. First, it is nature that speaks, whose declaration is then more sincere, and inward thoughts more undisguised, as it is more weak and young. Secondly, the deformity of cozenage does not consist nor depend upon the difference betwixt crowns and pins, but I rather hold it more just to conclude thus: why should he not cozen in crowns, since he does it in pins, than as they do who say they only play for pins, they would not do it if it were for money? Children should be carefully instructed to abhor vices for their own contexture, and the natural deformity of those vices ought so to be represented to them, that they may not only avoid them in their actions, but especially so to abominate them in their hearts, that the very thought should be hateful to them, with what mask soever they may be disguised. I know very well, for what concerns myself, that from having been brought up in my childhood to a plain and straightforward way of dealing, and from having had an aversion to all manner of juggling and foul play in my childish sports and recreations, and indeed it is to be noted that the plays of children are not performed in play, but are to be judged in them as their most serious actions, there is no game so small wherein from my own bosom, naturally, and without study or endeavour, I have not an extreme aversion from deceit. I shuffle and cut, and make as much clatter with the cards, and keep as strict account for farthings, as it were for double pistoles, when winning or losing against my wife and daughter. 'Tis indifferent to me, as when I play in good earnest with others for round sums. At all times and in all places, my own eyes are sufficient to look to my fingers. I am not so narrowly watched by any other, neither is there any I have more respect to. I saw the other day, at my own house, a little fellow, a native of Nantes, born without arms, who has so well taught his feet to perform the services his hands should have done him, that truly these have half forgotten their natural office, and indeed the fellow calls them his hands, and with them he cuts anything, charges and discharges a pistol, threads a needle, sews, writes, puts off his hat, combs his head, plays at cards and dice, and all this with as much dexterity as any other could do who had more, and more proper, limbs to assist him. The money I gave him, for he gains his living by showing these feats, he took in his foot, as we do in our hand. I have seen another who, being yet a boy, flourished a two-handed sword, and, if I may say so, handled a halberd with the mere motions of his neck and shoulders for want of hands, tossed them into the air, and caught them again, darted a dagger, and cracked a whip as well as any coachman in France. But the effects of custom are much more manifest in the strange impressions she imprints in our minds where she meets with less resistance. What has she not the power to impose upon our judgments and beliefs? Is there any so fantastic opinion, omitting the gross impostures of religions, with which we see so many great nations, and so many understanding men, so strangely besotted? For this being beyond the reach of human reason, any error is more excusable in such as are not endued, through the divine bounty, with an extraordinary illumination from above. But, of other opinions, are there any so extravagant, that she has not planted and established for laws in those parts of the world upon which she has been pleased to exercise her power? And therefore that ancient exclamation was exceeding just: Non pudet physicum, id est speculatorem venatoremque naturae, ab animis consuetudine imbutis petere testimonium veritatis. Is it not a shame for a natural philosopher, that is, for an observer and hunter of nature, to seek testimony of the truth from minds prepossessed by custom? Cicero, De Natura Deor, 130. I do believe that no so absurd or ridiculous fancy can enter into human imagination that does not meet with some example of public practice, and that, consequently, our reason does not ground and back up. There are people amongst whom it is the fashion to turn their backs upon him they salute, and never look upon the man they intend to honour. There is a place where, whenever the king spits, the greatest ladies of his court put out their hands to receive it, and another nation where the most eminent persons about him stoop to take up his ordure in a linen cloth. Let us here steal room to insert a story. A French gentleman was always wont to blow his nose with his fingers, a thing very much against our fashion, and he justifying himself for so doing, as he was a man famous for pleasant repartees, he asked me what privilege this filthy excrement had, that we must carry about us a fine handkerchief to receive it, and, which was more, afterwards to lap it carefully up, and carry it all day about in our pockets, which, he said, could not but be much more nauseous and offensive than to see it thrown away, as we did all other evacuations. I found that what he said was not altogether without reason, and by being frequently in his company, that slovenly action of his was at last grown familiar to me, which nevertheless we make a face at when we hear it reported of another country. Miracles appear to be so according to our ignorance of nature, and not according to the essence of nature. The continually being accustomed to anything blinds the eye of our judgment. Barbarians are no more a wonder to us than we are to them, nor with any more reason, as everyone would confess, if after having travelled over those remote examples, men could settle themselves to reflect upon, and rightly to confer them with their own. human reason is a tincture almost equally infused into all our opinions and manners, of what form soever they are, infinite in matter, infinite in diversity. But I return to my subject. There are peoples where, his wife and children excepted, no one speaks to the king but through a tube. In one and the same nation, the virgins discover those parts that modesty should persuade them to hide, and the married women carefully cover and conceal them. To which, this custom in another place has some relation, where chastity but in marriage is of no esteem, for unmarried women may prostitute themselves to as many as they please, and being got with child, may lawfully take physic, in the sight of every one, to destroy their fruit. And, in another place, if a tradesman marry, all of the same condition who are invited to the wedding lie with the bride before him, and the greater number of them there is, the greater is her honour, and the opinion of her ability and strength. If an officer marry, 'tis the same with a labourer or one of mean condition, but then it belongs to the lord of the place to perform that office, and yet a severe loyalty during marriage is afterwards strictly enjoined. There are places where brothels of young men are kept for the pleasure of women, where the wives go to war as well as the husbands, and not only share in the dangers of battle, but, moreover, in the honours of command. Others, where they wear rings not only through their noses, lips, cheeks, and on their toes, but also weighty gimmels of gold thrust through their paps and buttocks. Where, in eating, they wipe their fingers upon their thighs, genitories, and the soles of their feet. Where children are excluded, and brothers and nephews only inherit, and elsewhere nephews only, saving in the succession of the prince. Where, for the regulation of community in goods and estates, observed in the country, certain sovereign magistrates have committed to them the universal charge and overseeing of the agriculture, and distribution of the fruits, according to the necessity of every one, where they lament the death of children, and feast at the decease of old men. Where they lie 10 or 12 in a bed, men and their wives together. Where women, whose husbands come to violent ends, may marry again, and others not. Where the condition of women is looked upon with such contempt, that they kill all the native females, and buy wives of their neighbours to supply their use. Where husbands may repudiate their wives without showing any cause, but wives cannot part from their husbands for what cause soever. Where husbands may sell their wives in case of sterility. Where they boil the bodies of their dead, and afterward pound them to a pulp, which they mix with their wine and drink it. Where the most coveted sepulture is to be eaten by dogs, and elsewhere by birds. Where they believe the souls of the blessed live in all manner of liberty, in delightful fields, furnished with all sorts of delicacies, and that it is these souls, repeating the words we utter, which we call echo. Where they fight in the water, and shoot their arrows with the most mortal aim swimming. Where, for a sign of subjection, they lift up their shoulders and hang down their heads. Where they put off their shoes when they enter the king's palace. Where the eunuchs, who take charge of the sacred women, have, moreover, their lips and noses cut off, that they may not be loved. Where the priests put out their own eyes, to be better acquainted with their demons, and the better to receive their oracles. Where everyone makes to himself a deity of what he likes best, the hunter of a lion or a fox, the fisher of some fish, idols of every human action or passion, in which place the sun, the moon, and the earth are the principal deities, and the form of taking an oath is to touch the earth looking up to heaven. Where both flesh and fish is eaten raw, where the greatest oath they take is to swear by the name of some dead person of reputation, laying their hand upon his tomb. Where the New Year's gift the king sends every year to the princes, his vassals, is fire, which being brought, all the old fire is put out, and the neighbouring people are bound to fetch of the new, every one for themselves, upon pain of high treason. Where, when the king, to betake himself wholly to devotion, retires from his administration, which often falls out, his next successor is obliged to do the same, and the right of the kingdom devolves to the third in succession. Where they vary the form of government according to the seeming necessity of affairs, depose the king when they think good, substituting certain elders to govern in his stead, and sometimes transferring it into the hands of the commonalty, where men and women are both circumcised and also baptized, where the soldier, who in one or several engagements has been so fortunate as to present 7 of the enemy's heads to the king, is made noble, where they live in that rare and unsociable opinion of the mortality of the soul, where the women are delivered without pain or fear, where the women wear copper leggings upon both legs, and if a louse bite them, are bound in magnanimity to bite them again, and dare not marry till first they have made their king a tender of their virginity, if he please to accept it, where the ordinary way of salutation is by putting a finger down to the earth and then pointing it up toward heaven, where men carry burdens upon their heads and women on their shoulders, where the women make water standing and the men squatting, where they send their blood in token of friendship, and offer incense to the men they would honour like gods, where, not only to the 4th, but in any other remote degree, kindred are not permitted to marry, where the children are 4 years at nurse, and often 12, in which place also it is accounted mortal to give the child suck the first day after it is born, where the correction of the male children is peculiarly designed to the fathers and to the mothers of the girls, the punishment being to hang them by the heels in the smoke, where they circumcise the women, where they eat all sorts of herbs without other scruple than of the badness of the smell, where all things are open, the finest houses furnished in the richest manner, without doors, windows, trunks, or chests to lock, a thief being there punished double what they are in other places, where they crack lice with their teeth like monkeys, and abhor to see them killed with one's nails, where in all their lives they neither cut their hair nor pare their nails, and in another place pare those of the right hand only, letting the left grow for ornament and bravery, where they suffer the hair on the right side to grow as long as it will, and shave the other, and in the neighbouring provinces some let their hair grow long before, and some behind, shaving close the rest, where parents let out their children, and husbands their wives, to their guests to hire, where a man may get his own mother with child, and fathers make use of their own daughters or sons without scandal, where, at their solemn feasts, they interchangeably lend their children to one another, without any consideration of nearness of blood. In one place, men feed upon human flesh. In another, 'tis reputed a pious office for a man to kill his father at a certain age. Elsewhere, the fathers dispose of their children, whilst yet in their mothers' wombs, some to be preserved and carefully brought up, and others to be abandoned or made away. Elsewhere, the old husbands lend their wives to young men, and in another place they are in common without offence. In one place particularly, the women take it for a mark of honour to have as many gay fringed tassels at the bottom of their garment as they have lain with several men. Moreover, has not custom made a republic of women separately by themselves? Has it not put arms into their hands, and made them raise armies and fight battles? And does she not, by her own precept, instruct the most ignorant vulgar, and make them perfect in things which all the philosophy in the world could never beat into the heads of the wisest men? For we know entire nations where death was not only despised, but entertained with the greatest triumph; where children of 7 years old suffered themselves to be whipped to death, without changing countenance; where riches are in such contempt that the meanest citizen would not have deigned to stoop to take up a purse of crowns. And we know regions, very fruitful in all manner of provisions, where, notwithstanding, the most ordinary diet, and that they are most pleased with, is only bread, cresses, and water. Did not custom, moreover, work that miracle in Chios, that in 700 years it was never known that ever maid or wife committed any act to the prejudice of her honour? To conclude, there is nothing, in my opinion, that she does not or may not do, and therefore, with very good reason, it is that Pindar calls her the ruler of the world. He that was seen to beat his father, and reproved for so doing, made answer that it was the custom of their family, that in like manner his father had beaten his grandfather, his grandfather, his great-grandfather. And this, says he, pointing to his son, when he comes to my age, shall beat me. And the father, whom the son dragged and hauled along the streets, commanded him to stop at a certain door, for he himself, he said, had dragged his father no farther. That being the utmost limit of the hereditary outrage the sons used to practise upon the fathers in their family. It is as much by custom as infirmity, says Aristotle, that women tear their hair, bite their nails, and eat coals and earth, and more by custom than nature that men abuse themselves with one another. The laws of conscience, which we pretend to be derived from nature, proceed from custom. Every one, having an inward veneration for the opinions and manners approved and received amongst his own people, cannot, without very great reluctance, depart from them, nor apply himself to them without applause. In times past, when those of Crete would curse any one, they prayed the gods to engage him in some ill custom, but the principal effect of its power is so to seize and ensnare us, that it is hardly in us to disengage ourselves from its gripe, or so to come to ourselves as to consider of and to weigh the things it enjoins. To say the truth, by reason that we suck it in with our milk, and that the face of the world presents itself in this posture to our first sight, it seems as if we were born upon condition to follow on this track, and the common fancies that we find in repute everywhere about us, and infused into our minds with the seed of our fathers, appear to be the most universal and genuine. From whence it comes to pass, that whatever is off the hinges of custom is believed to be also off the hinges of reason. How unreasonably for the most part, God knows. If, as we who study ourselves have learned to do, everyone who hears a good sentence would immediately consider how it does in any way touch his own private concern, everyone would find that it was not so much a good saying as a severe lash to the ordinary stupidity of his own judgment. But men receive the precepts and admonitions of truth as directed to the common sort, and never to themselves, and instead of applying them to their own manners, do only very ignorantly and unprofitably commit them to memory. But let us return to the empire of custom. Such people as have been bred up to liberty, and subject to no other dominion but the authority of their own will, look upon all other forms of government as monstrous and contrary to nature. Those who are inured to monarchy do the same, and what opportunity soever fortune presents them with to change, even then, when with the greatest difficulties they have disengaged themselves from one master that was troublesome and grievous to them, they presently run with the same difficulties to create another, being unable to take into hatred subjection itself. 'Tis by the mediation of custom that everyone is content with the place where he is planted by nature, and the Highlanders of Scotland no more pant after Touraine than the Scythians after Thessaly. Darius, asking certain Greeks what they would take to assume the custom of the Indians, of eating the dead bodies of their fathers, for that was their use, believing they could not give them a better nor more noble sepulture than to bury them in their own bodies, they made answer that nothing in the world should hire them to do it. But having also tried to persuade the Indians to leave their custom, and after the Greek manner to burn the bodies of their fathers, they conceived a still greater horror at the motion. Herodotus 3:38. Everyone does the same, for use veils from us the true aspect of things. Nil adeo magnum, nec tam mirabile quidquam principio, quod non minuant miraria omnes paulatim. There is nothing at first so grand, so admirable, which by degrees people do not regard with less admiration. Lucretius 2:1027. Taking upon me once to justify something in use amongst us, and that was received with absolute authority for a great many leagues round about us, and not content, as men commonly do, to establish it only by force of law and example, but inquiring still further into its origin, I found the foundation so weak, that I, who made it my business to confirm others, was very near being dissatisfied myself. 'Tis by this receipt that Plato, Laws 8:6, undertakes to cure the unnatural and preposterous loves of his time, as one which he esteems of sovereign virtue, namely, that the public opinion condemns them, that the poets, and all other sorts of writers, relate horrible stories of them, a recipe by virtue of which the most beautiful daughters no more allure their father's lust, nor brothers of the finest shape and fashion their sisters' desire. The very fables of Thyestes, Oedipus, and Macareus, having, with the harmony of their song, infused this wholesome opinion and belief into the tender brains of children. Chastity is, in truth, a great and shining virtue, and of which the utility is sufficiently known. But to treat of it, and to set it off in its true value, according to nature, is as hard as 'tis easy to do so according to custom, laws, and precepts. The fundamental and universal reasons are of very obscure and difficult research, and our masters either lightly pass them over, or not daring so much as to touch them, precipitate themselves into the liberty and protection of custom, there puffing themselves out and triumphing to their heart's content. Such as will not suffer themselves to be withdrawn from this original source, do yet commit a greater error, and subject themselves to wild opinions. Witness Chrysippus, Sextus Empiricus, Pyrrhon, Hypotip 114, who in so many of his writings has strewed the little account he made of incestuous conjunctions, committed with how near relations soever. Whoever would disengage himself from this violent prejudice of custom, would find several things received with absolute and undoubting opinion, that have no other support than the hoary head and rivelled face of ancient usage. But the mask taken off, and things being referred to the decision of truth and reason, he will find his judgment, as it were, altogether overthrown, and yet restored to a much more sure estate. For example, I shall ask him, what can be more strange than to see a people obliged to obey laws they never understood? Bound, in all their domestic affairs, as marriages, donations, wills, sales, and purchases, to rules they cannot possibly know, being neither written nor published in their own language, and of which they are of necessity to purchase both the interpretation and the use. Not according to the ingenious opinion of Isocrates, who counselled his king to make the traffics and negotiations of his subjects free, frank, and of profit to them, and their quarrels and disputes burdensome, and laden with heavy impositions and penalties, but by a prodigious opinion to make sale of reason itself, and to give to laws a course of merchandise. I think myself obliged to fortune that, as our historians report, it was a Gascon gentleman, a countryman of mine, who first opposed Charlemagne, when he attempted to impose upon us Latin and imperial laws. What can be more savage than to see a nation where, by lawful custom, the office of a judge is bought and sold, where judgments are paid for with ready money, and where justice may legitimately be denied to him that has not wherewithal to pay? A merchandise in so great repute as in a government to create a fourth estate of wrangling lawyers, to add to the three ancient ones of the church, nobility, and people, which fourth estate, having the laws in their own hands, and sovereign power over men's lives and fortunes, makes another body separate from nobility, whence it comes to pass that there are double laws, those of honour and those of justice, in many things altogether opposite one to another, the nobles as rigorously condemning a lie taken, as the other do a lie revenged. By the law of arms he shall be degraded from all nobility and honour who puts up with an affront, and by the civil law he who vindicates his reputation by revenge incurs a capital punishment. He who applies himself to the law for reparation of an offence done to his honour disgraces himself, and he who does not is censured and punished by the law. Yet of these two so different things, both of them referring to one head, the one has the charge of peace, the other of war. Those have the profit, these the honour; those the wisdom, these the virtue; those the word, these the action; those justice, these valour; those reason, these force; those the long robe, these the short, divided betwixt them. For what concerns indifferent things, as clothes, who is there seeking to bring them back to their true use, which is the body's service and convenience, and upon which their original grace and fitness depend? For the most fantastic, in my opinion, that can be imagined, I will instance, among others, our flat caps, that long tail of velvet that hangs down from our women's heads, with its parti-coloured trappings, and that vain and futile model of a member we cannot in modesty so much as name, which nevertheless we make show and parade of in public. These considerations notwithstanding, will not prevail upon any understanding man to decline the common mode; but on the contrary, methinks, all singular and particular fashions are rather marks of folly and vain affectation than of sound reason, and that a wise man within ought to withdraw and retire his soul from the crowd, and there keep it at liberty and in power to judge freely of things; but as to externals, absolutely to follow and conform himself to the fashion of the time. Public society has nothing to do with our thoughts, but the rest, as our actions, our labours, our fortunes, and our lives, we are to lend and abandon them to its service and to the common opinion, as did that good and great Socrates, who refused to preserve his life by a disobedience to the magistrate, though a very wicked and unjust one, for it is the rule of rules, the general law of laws, that every one observe those of the place wherein he lives. It is good to obey the laws of one's country. Excerpta ex Tragiaecis, Grotio interp. 1626, p. 937. And now to another point. It is a very great doubt whether any so manifest benefit can accrue from the alteration of a law received, let it be what it will, as there is danger and inconvenience in altering it. Forasmuch as government is a structure composed of diverse parts and members, joined and united together with so strict connection that it is impossible to stir so much as one brick or stone, but the whole body will be sensible of it. The legislator of the Thurians ordained, that whosoever would go about either to abolish an old law, or to establish a new, should present himself with a halter about his neck to the people, to the end that if the innovation he would introduce should not be approved by every one, he might immediately be hanged. And he of the Lacedaemonians employed his life to obtain from his citizens a faithful promise that none of his laws should be violated. The Ephoros, who so rudely cut the two strings that Phrynis had added to music, never stood to examine whether that addition made better harmony, or that by its means the instrument was more full and complete. It was enough for him to condemn the invention, that it was a novelty, and an alteration of the old fashion, which also is the meaning of the old rusty sword carried before the magistracy of Marseilles. For my own part, I have a great aversion from a novelty, what face or what pretence soever it may carry along with it, and have reason, having been an eye-witness of the great evils it has produced. For those, which for so many years have lain so heavy upon us, it is not wholly accountable. But one may say, with colour enough, that it has accidentally produced and begotten the mischiefs and ruin that have since happened, both without and against it, if, principally, we are to accuse for these disorders, heu, patior telis vulnera facta meis. Alas, the wounds were made by my own weapons. Ovid, ep. Phil. Demophunti, verse 48. They who give the first shock to a state are almost naturally the first overwhelmed in its ruin. The fruits of public commotion are seldom enjoyed by him who was the first motor. He beats and disturbs the water for another's net. The unity and contexture of this monarchy, of this grand edifice, having been ripped and torn in her old age, by this thing called innovation, has since laid open a rent, and given sufficient admittance to such injuries. The royal majesty with greater difficulty declines from the summit to the middle, then it falls and tumbles headlong from the middle to the bottom. But if the inventors do the greater mischief, The imitators are more vicious to follow examples of which they have felt and punished both the horror and the offence. And if there can be any degree of honour in ill doing, these last must yield to the others the glory of contriving, and the courage of making the first attempt. All sorts of new disorders easily draw, from this primitive and ever-flowing fountain, examples and precedents to trouble and discompose our government. We read in our very laws, made for the remedy of this first evil, the beginning and pretences of all sorts of wicked enterprises. And that befalls us, which Thucydides said of the civil wars of his time, that, in favour of public vices, they gave them new and more plausible names for their excuse, sweetening and disguising their true titles, which must be done, forsooth, to reform our conscience and belief. Honesta oratio est. Fine words truly, ter and, I 1:114. But the best pretence for innovation is a very dangerous consequence. Aden nihil motum ex antiquo probabile est. We are ever wrong in changing ancient ways. Livy 34:54. And freely to speak my thoughts, it argues a strange self-love and great presumption to be so fond of one's own opinions, that a public peace must be overthrown to establish them, and to introduce so many inevitable mischiefs, and so dreadful a corruption of manners, as a civil war and the mutations of state consequent to it always bring in their train, and to introduce them, in a thing of so high concern, into the bowels of one's own country. Can there be worse husbandry than to set up so many certain and knowing vices against errors that are only contested and disputable? And are there any worse sorts of vices than those committed against a man's own conscience and the natural light of his own reason? The Senate, upon the dispute betwixt it and the people, was bold enough to return this evasion for current pay. Ad Deos id magis, quam ad se, pertinere, ipsos visuros, ne sacra sua polluantur. Those things belong to the gods to determine than to them. Let the gods, therefore, take care that their sacred mysteries were not profaned. Livy 10:6. According to what the oracle answered to those of Delphos, who, fearing to be invaded by the Persians in the Median war, inquired of Apollo how they should dispose of the holy treasure of his temple, whether they should hide or remove it to some other place. He returned them answer, that they should stir nothing from thence, and only take care of themselves, for he was sufficient to look to what belonged to him. Herodotus 8:36. The Christian religion has all the marks of the utmost utility and justice, but none more manifest than the severe injunction it lays indifferently upon all to yield absolute obedience to the civil magistrate, and to maintain and defend the laws. Of which, what a wonderful example has the divine wisdom left us, that, to establish the salvation of mankind, and to conduct his glorious victory over death and sin, would do it after no other way, but at the mercy of our ordinary forms of justice, subjecting the progress and issue of so high and so salutiferous an effect, to the blindness and injustice of our customs and observances, sacrificing the innocent blood of so many of his elect, and so long a loss of so many years to the maturing of this inestimable fruit. There is a vast difference betwixt the case of one who follows the forms and laws of his country, and of another who will undertake to regulate and change them, of whom the first pleads simplicity, obedience, and example for his excuse, who, whatever he shall do, it cannot be imputed to malice, 'tis at the worst but misfortune. Quis est enim, quem non moveat clarissimis monumentis testata consignatarque antiquitas? For who is there that antiquity, attested and confirmed by the fairest monuments, cannot move? Cicero de Divin 1:40. Besides what Isocrates says, that defect is nearer allied to moderation than excess, the other is a much more ruffling gamester. For whosoever shall take upon him to choose and alter, usurps the authority of judging, and should look well about him, and make it his business to discern clearly the defect of what he would abolish, and the virtue of what he is about to introduce. This so vulgar consideration is that which settled me in my station, and kept even my most extravagant and ungoverned youth under the rein, so as not to burden my shoulders with so great a weight, as to render myself responsible for a science of that importance, and in this to dare, what in my better and more mature judgment I dare not do in the most easy and indifferent things I had been instructed in, and wherein the temerity of judging is of no consequence at all, it seeming to me very unjust to go about to subject public and established customs and institutions to the weakness and instability of a private and particular fancy, for private reason has but a private jurisdiction, and to attempt that upon the divine, which no government will endure a man should do upon the civil laws, with which, though human reason has much more commerce than with the other, yet are they sovereignly judged by their own proper judges, and the extreme sufficiency serves only to expound and set forth the law and custom received, and neither to wrest it, nor to introduce anything of innovation. If, sometimes, the divine providence has gone beyond the rules to which it has necessarily bound and obliged us men, it is not to give us any dispensation to do the same. Those are master strokes of the divine hand, which we are not to imitate, but to admire, and extraordinary examples, marks of express and particular purposes, of the nature of miracles, presented before us for manifestations of its almightiness, equally above both our rules and force, which it would be folly and impiety to attempt to represent and imitate, and that we ought not to follow, but to contemplate with the greatest reverence, acts of his personage and not for us. Cotta very opportunely declares, Quum de religione agitur, tae coduncanium, P. Scipionum, P. Scaevolum, Pontifices Maximos, non Zenonem aut Cleanthum, aut Chrysippum sequor. When matter of religion is in question, I follow the high priests T. Corancanius, P. Scipio, P. Scaevola, not Zeno Cleanthes or Chrysippus. Cicero, De Natura Deor, 3:2. God knows, in the present quarrel of our civil war, where there are 100 articles to dash out and to put in, great and very considerable how many there are who can truly boast they have exactly and perfectly weighed and understood the grounds and reasons of the one and the other party. 'Tis a number, if they make any number, that will be able to give us very little disturbance. But what becomes of all the rest? Under what ensigns do they march? In what quarter do they lie? Theirs have the same effect with other weak and ill-applied medicines. They have only set the humours they would purge more violently in work, stirred and exasperated by the conflict, and left them still behind. The potion was too weak to purge, but strong enough to weaken us, so that it does not work, but we keep it still in our bodies, and reap nothing from the operation, but intestine gripes and dolours. So it is, nevertheless, that fortune, still reserving her authority in defiance of whatever we are able to do or say, sometimes presents us with a necessity so urgent, that 'tis requisite the laws should a little yield and give way. And when one opposes the increase of an innovation that thus intrudes itself by violence, to keep a man's self in so doing, in all places and in all things within bounds and rules against those who have the power, and to whom all things are lawful that may in any way serve to advance their design, who have no other law nor rule but what serves best to their own purpose, 'tis a dangerous obligation and an intolerable inequality. Aditum necendae perfido praestat fides. Putting faith in a treacherous person opens the door to harm. Seneca, Oedip, Act 3, verse 686. Forasmuch as the ordinary discipline of a healthful state does not provide against these extraordinary accidents, it presupposes a body that supports itself in its principal members and offices, and a common consent to its obedience and observation. A legitimate proceeding is cold, heavy, and constrained, and not fit to make head against a headstrong and unbridled proceeding. 'Tis known to be to this day cast in the dish of those two great men, Octavius and Cato, in the two civil wars of Sylla and Caesar, that they would rather suffer their country to undergo the last extremities than relieve their fellow citizens at the expense of its laws, or be guilty of any innovation. For in truth, in these last necessities, where there is no other remedy, it would, peradventure, be more discreetly done, to stoop and yield a little to receive the blow, than, by opposing without possibility of doing good, to give occasion to violence to trample all under foot; and better to make the laws do what they can, when they cannot do what they would. After this manner did he, Agesilaus, who suspended them for 24 hours, and he, who for once shifted a day in the calendar, and that other, Alexander the Great, who of the month of June made a 2nd of May. The Lacedaemonians themselves, who were so religious observers of the laws of their country, being straitened by one of their own edicts, by which it was expressly forbidden to choose the same man twice to be admiral, and on the other side, their affairs necessarily requiring that Lysander should again take upon him that command, they made one Aratus admiral. 'Tis true, but withal Lysander went general of the navy, and, by the same subtlety, one of their ambassadors, being sent to the Athenians to obtain the revocation of some decree, and Pericles remonstrating to him that it was forbidden to take away the tablet wherein a law had once been engrossed, he advised him to turn it only, that being not forbidden. And Plutarch commends Philopoemen, that being born to command, he knew how to do it, not only according to the laws, but also to overrule even the laws themselves, when the public necessity so required. End of section 22. Recording by Daniel Fraser. Section 23 of Essays, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Daniel Fraser. Essays, Book 1, by Michel de Montaigne. Translated by Charles Cotton. Chapter 23. Various events from the same council. Jacques Amiot, Grand Almoner of France, one day related to me this story, much to the honour of a prince of ours, and ours he was, upon several very good accounts, though originally of foreign extraction, that in the time of our first commotions, at the siege of Rouen, this prince, having been advertised by the Queen Mother of a conspiracy against his life, and in her letters particular notice being given him of the person who was to execute the business, who was a gentleman of Anjou or of Maine, and who to this effect ordinarily frequented this prince's house, discovered not a syllable of this intelligence to any one whatever. But going the next day to the St. Catherine's Mount, from which our battery played against the town, for it was during the time of the siege, and having in company with him the said Lord Almoner and another bishop, he saw this gentleman who had been denoted to him, and presently sent for him, to whom, being come before him, seeing him already pale and trembling with the conscience of his guilt, he thus said, Monsieur, you guess what I have to say to you. Your countenance discovers it. 'Tis in vain to disguise your practice, for I am so well informed of your business, that it will but make worse for you, to go about to conceal or deny it. You know very well such and such passages, which were the most secret circumstances of his conspiracy, and therefore be sure, as you tender your own life, to confess to me the whole truth of the design. The poor man, seeing himself thus trapped and convicted, for the whole business had been discovered to the queen by one of the accomplices, was in such a taking he knew not what to do, but, folding his hands, to beg and sue for mercy, he threw himself at his prince's feet, who, taking him up, proceeded to say, "Come, sir, tell me, have I at any time done you offence? Or have I, through private hatred or malice, offended any kinsman or friend of yours? It is not above 3 weeks that I have known you. What inducement then could move you to attempt my death?" To which the gentleman, with a trembling voice, replied that it was no particular grudge he had to his person, but the general interest and concern of his party, and that he had been put upon it by some who had persuaded him it would be a meritorious act by any means to extirpate so great and so powerful an enemy of their religion. "Well," said the prince, "I will now let you see how much more charitable the religion is that I maintain than that which you profess. Yours has counselled you to kill me, without hearing me speak, and without ever having given you any cause of offence, and mine commands me to forgive you, convict as you are by your own confession of a design to kill me without reason. Get you gone, let me see you no more, and if you are wise, choose henceforward honester men for your counsellors in your designs." Dampmartin, La Fortune de l'Écu, Book 2, page 139. The Emperor Augustus, being in Gaul, had certain information of a conspiracy L. Cinna was contriving against him. He therefore resolved to make him an example, and to that end sent to summon his friends to meet the next morning in council. But the night between he passed in great unquietness of mind, considering that he was about to put to death a young man of an illustrious family, and nephew to the great Pompey, and this made him break out into several passionate complainings. "What then," said he, "is it possible that I am to live in perpetual anxiety and alarm, and suffer my would-be assassin meantime to walk abroad at liberty? Shall he go unpunished after having conspired against my life, a life that I have hitherto defended in so many civil wars, in so many battles by land and by sea? And after having settled the universal peace of the whole world, shall this man be pardoned, who has conspired not only to murder but to sacrifice me?" For the conspiracy was to kill him at sacrifice. After which, remaining for some time silent, he began again, in louder tones, and exclaimed against himself, saying, "Why livest thou, if it be for the good of so many that thou shouldst die? Must there be no end of thy revenges and cruelties? Is thy life of so great value that so many mischiefs must be done to preserve it?" His wife Livia, seeing him in this perplexity, "Will you take a woman's counsel?" said she. "Do as the physicians do, who, when the ordinary recipes will do no good, make trial of the contrary. By severity you have hitherto prevailed nothing. Lepidus has followed Salvidienus, Murena Lepidus, Capio Murena, Egnatius Capio. Begin now, and try how sweetness and clemency will succeed. Cinna is convict. Forgive him, he will never henceforth have the heart to hurt thee, and it will be an act to thy glory." Augustus was well pleased that he had met with an advocate of his own humour. Wherefore, having thanked his wife, and in the morning countermanded his friends he had before summoned to council, he commanded Cinna all alone to be brought to him, who being accordingly come, and a chair by his appointment set him, having ordered all the rest out of the room, he spake to him after this manner: "In the first place, Cinna, I demand of thee patient audience. Do not interrupt me in what I am about to say, and I will afterwards give thee time and leisure to answer. Thou knowest, Cinna, that having taken thee prisoner in the enemy's camp, and thou an enemy, not only so become, but born so, I gave thee thy life, restored to thee all thy goods, and finally put thee in so good a posture, by my bounty, of living well and at thy ease, that the victorious envied the conquered. The sacerdotal office which thou madest suit to me for, I conferred upon thee, after having denied it to others, whose fathers have ever borne arms in my service. After so many obligations, thou hast undertaken to kill me." At which, Cinna crying out that he was very far from entertaining any so wicked a thought. "Thou dost not keep thy promise, Cinna," continued Augustus, that thou wouldst not interrupt me. Yes, thou hast undertaken to murder me in such a place, on such a day, in such and such company, and in such a manner. At which words, seeing Cinna astounded and silent, not upon the account of his promise so to be, but interdict with the weight of his conscience. Why, proceeded Augustus, to what end wouldst thou do it? Is it to be emperor? Believe me, the republic is in very ill condition, if I am the only man betwixt thee and the empire. Thou art not able so much as to defend thy own house, and but t'other day was baffled in a suit by the opposed interest of a mere manumitted slave. What, hast thou neither means nor power in any other thing, but only to undertake Caesar? I quit the throne, if there be no other than I to obstruct thy hopes. Canst thou believe that Paulus, that Fabius, that the Cosi and the Servilii, and so many noble Romans, not only so in title, but who, by their virtue, honour their nobility, would suffer or endure thee? After this, and a great deal more that he said to him, for he was 2 long hours in speaking, Now go, Cinna, go thy way. I give thee that life as traitor and parricide, which I before gave thee in the quality of an enemy. Let friendship from this time forward begin betwixt us, and let us show whether I have given or thou hast received thy life with the better faith, and so departed from him. Some time after, he preferred him to the consular dignity, complaining that he had not the confidence to demand it, had him ever after for his very great friend, and was at last made by him sole heir to all his estate. Now, from the time of this accident, which befell Augustus in the 40th year of his age, he never had any conspiracy or attempt against him, and so reaped the due reward of this his so generous clemency. But it did not so happen with our prince, his moderation and mercy not so securing him, but that he afterwards fell into the toils of the like treason. So vain and futile a thing is human prudence. Throughout all our projects, counsels, and precautions, fortune will still be mistress of events. We repute physicians fortunate when they hit upon a lucky cure, as if there was no other art but theirs that could not stand upon its own legs, and whose foundations are too weak to support itself upon its own basis, as if no other art stood in need of fortune's hand to help it. For my part, I think of physic as much good or ill as any one would have me, for, thanks be to God, we have no traffic together. I am of a quite contrary humour to other men, for I always despise it. But when I am sick, instead of recanting, or entering into composition with it, I begin moreover to hate and fear it, telling them who importune me to take physic, that at all events they must give me time to recover my strength and health, that I may be the better able to support and encounter the violence and danger of their potions. I let nature work, supposing her to be sufficiently armed with teeth and claws to defend herself from the assaults of infirmity, and to uphold that contexture, the dissolution of which she flies and abhors. I am afraid lest, instead of assisting her when close grappled and struggling with disease, I should assist her adversary, and burden her still more with work to do. Now I say, that not in physic only, but in other more certain arts, fortune has a very great part. The poetic raptures, the flights of fancy that ravish and transport the author out of himself, why should we not attribute them to his good fortune, since he himself confesses that they exceed his sufficiency and force, and acknowledges them to proceed from something else than himself, and that he has them no more in his power than the orators say they have those extraordinary motions and agitations that sometimes push them beyond their design. It is the same in painting, where touches shall sometimes slip from the hand of the painter, so surpassing both his conception and his art, as to beget his own admiration and astonishment. But fortune does yet more evidently manifest the share she has in all things of this kind, by the graces and elegancies we find in them, not only beyond the intention, but even without the knowledge of the workman. A competent reader often discovers in other men's writings other perfections than the author himself either intended or perceived, a richer sense and more quaint expression. As to military enterprises, everyone sees how great a hand fortune has in them. Even in our councils and deliberations there must certainly be something of chance and good luck mixed with human prudence. For all that our wisdom can do alone is no great matter. The more piercing, quick, and apprehensive it is, the weaker it finds itself, and is by so much more apt to mistrust itself. I am of Sylla's opinion, and when I closely examine the most glorious exploits of war, I perceive, methinks, that those who carry them on make use of counsel and debate only for custom's sake, and leave the best part of the enterprise to fortune, and relying upon her aid, transgress at every turn the bounds of military conduct and the rules of war. There happen sometimes fortuitous alacrities and strange furies in their deliberations, that for the most part prompt them to follow the worst grounded counsels, and swell their courage beyond the limits of reason. Whence it happened that several of the great captains of old, to justify those rash resolutions, have been fain to tell their soldiers that they were invited to such attempts by some inspiration, some sign and prognostic. Wherefore, in this doubt and uncertainty, that the short-sightedness of human wisdom to see and choose the best, by reason of the difficulties that the various accidents and circumstances of things bring along with them, perplexes us withal, the surest way, in my opinion, did no other consideration invite us to it, is to pitch upon that wherein is the greatest appearance of honesty and justice, and not, being certain of the shortest, to keep the straightest and most direct way. As in the two examples I have just given, there is no question but it was more noble and generous in him who had received the offence to pardon it than to do otherwise. If the former miscarried in it, he is not nevertheless to be blamed for his good intention. Neither does any one know if he had proceeded otherwise, whether by that means he had avoided the end his destiny had appointed for him, and he had, moreover, lost the glory of so humane an act. You will read in history of many who have been in such apprehension, that the most part have taken the course to meet and anticipate conspiracies against them by punishment and revenge. But I find very few who have reaped any advantage by this proceeding. Witness so many Roman emperors. Whoever finds himself in this danger ought not to expect much either from his vigilance or power. For how hard a thing is it for a man to secure himself from an enemy who lies concealed under the countenance of the most assiduous friend we have, and to discover and know the wills and inward thoughts of those who are in our personal service. 'Tis to much purpose to have a guard of foreigners about one, and to be always fenced about with a pale of armed men. Whosoever despises his own life is always master of that of another man. Seneca, Ep. 4. And moreover, this continual suspicion, that makes a prince jealous of all the world, must of necessity be a strange torment to him. Therefore it was that Dion, being advertised that Calippus watched all opportunities to take away his life, had never the heart to inquire more particularly into it, saying that he had rather die than live in that misery, that he must continually stand upon his guard, not only against his enemies, but his friends also. Plutarch, Apothegms. Which Alexander much more vividly and more roundly manifested in effect, when, having noticed by a letter from Parmenio that Philip, his most beloved physician, was by Darius's money corrupted to poison him, at the same time he gave the letter to Philip to read, drank off the potion he had brought him. Was not this to express a resolution that if his friends had a mind to dispatch him out of the world, he was willing to give them opportunity to do it? This prince is indeed the sovereign pattern of hazardous actions. But I do not know whether there be another passage in his life wherein there is so much firm courage as in this, nor so illustrious an image of the beauty and greatness of his mind. Those who preach to princes, so circumspect and vigilant a jealousy and distrust, under colour of security, preach to them ruin and dishonour. Nothing noble can be performed without danger. I know a person, naturally of a very great daring and enterprising courage, whose good fortune is continually marred by such persuasions, that he keep himself close surrounded by his friends, that he must not hearken to any reconciliation with his ancient enemies, that he must stand aloof, and not trust his person in hands stronger than his own, what promises or offers soever they may make him, or what advantages soever he may see before him. And I know another, who has unexpectedly advanced his fortunes by following a clear contrary advice. Courage, the reputation and glory of which men seek with so greedy an appetite, presents itself, when need requires, as magnificently in cuerpo as in full armour, in a closet as in a camp, with arms pendant as with arms raised. This over-circumspect and wary prudence is a mortal enemy to all high and generous exploits. Scipio, to sound Syphax's intention, leaving his army, abandoning Spain, not yet secure nor well settled in his new conquest, could pass over into Africa in 2 small ships, to commit himself in an enemy's country to the power of a barbarian king, to a faith untried and unknown, without obligation, without hostage, under the sole security of the grandeur of his own courage, his good fortune, and the promise of his high hopes. Livy 28:17. Habita fides ipsam, plerumque fidem obligat. Trust often obliges fidelity. Livy 22:22. In a life of ambition and glory, it is necessary to hold a stiff rein upon suspicion. Fear and distrust invite and draw on offence. The most mistrustful of our kings, Louis XI., established his affairs principally by voluntarily committing his life and liberty into his enemies' hands, by that action manifesting that he had absolute confidence in them, to the end they might repose as great an assurance in him. Caesar only opposed the authority of his countenance and the haughty sharpness of his rebukes to his mutinous legions in arms against him. Stetit agera fulti cespitis, intrepidus vultu, meruitque timeri nil metuens. He stood on a mound, his countenance intrepid, and merited to be feared, he fearing nothing. Lucan v. 316. But it is true withal that this undaunted assurance is not to be represented in its simple and entire form, but by such whom the apprehension of death, and the worst that can happen, does not terrify and affright. For to represent a pretended resolution with a pale and doubtful countenance and trembling limbs for the service of an important reconciliation will effect nothing to purpose. 'Tis an excellent way to gain the heart and will of another, to submit and entrust one's self to him, provided it appear to be freely done, and without the constraint of necessity, and in such a condition that a man manifestly does it out of a pure and entire confidence in the party, at least with a countenance clear from any cloud of suspicion. I saw, when I was a boy, a gentleman who was governor of a great city, upon occasion of a popular commotion and fury, not knowing what other course to take, go out of a place of very great strength and security, and commit himself to the mercy of the seditious rabble, in hopes by that means to appease the tumult before it grew to a more formidable head. But it was ill for him that he did so, for he was there miserably slain. But I am not, nevertheless, of opinion that he committed so great an error in going out, as men commonly reproach his memory withal, as he did in choosing a gentle and submissive way for the effecting his purpose, and in endeavouring to quiet this storm, rather by obeying than commanding, and by entreaty rather than remonstrance. and I am inclined to believe that a gracious severity, with a soldier-like way of commanding, full of security and confidence, suitable to the quality of his person and the dignity of his command, would have succeeded better with him. At least he had perished with greater decency and reputation. There is nothing so little to be expected or hoped for from this many-headed monster in its fury as humanity and good nature. It is much more capable of reverence and fear. I should also reproach him that having taken a resolution, in my judgment rather brave than rash, to expose himself, weak and naked, in this tempestuous sea of enraged madmen, he ought to have stuck to his text, and not for an instant to have abandoned the high part he had undertaken. Whereas, coming to discover his danger nearer hand, and his nose happening to bleed, he again changed that demiss and fawning countenance he had at first put on, into another of fear and amazement, filling his voice with entreaties and his eyes with tears, and endeavouring so to withdraw and secure his person. That carriage more inflamed their fury, and soon brought the effects of it upon him. It was, upon a time, intended that there should be a general muster of several troops in arms, and that is the most proper occasion of secret revenges, and there is no place where they can be executed with greater safety. And there were public and manifest appearances that there was no safe coming for some, whose principal and necessary office it was to review them. Whereupon a consultation was held, and several counsels were proposed, as in a case that was very nice and of great difficulty, and moreover of grave consequence. Mine, amongst the rest, was that they should by all means avoid giving any sign of suspicion, but that the officers who were most in danger should boldly go, and with cheerful and erect countenances ride boldly and confidently through the ranks, and that instead of sparing fire, which the counsels of the major part tended to, they should entreat the captains to command the soldiers to give round and full volleys in honour of the spectators, and not to spare their powder. This was accordingly done, and served so good use as to please and gratify the suspected troops, and thenceforward to beget a mutual and wholesome confidence and intelligence amongst them. I look upon Julius Caesar's way of winning men to him as the best and finest that can be put in practice. First, he tried by clemency to make himself beloved even by his very enemies, contenting himself in detected conspiracies only publicly to declare that he was pre-acquainted with them, which being done, he took a noble resolution to await without solicitude or fear whatever might be the event, wholly resigning himself to the protection of the gods and fortune, for, questionless, in this state he was at the time when he was killed. A stranger, having publicly said that he could teach Dionysius, the tyrant of Syracuse, an infallible way to find out and discover all the conspiracies his subjects could contrive against him, if he would give him a good sum of money for his pains, Dionysius, hearing of it, caused the man to be brought to him, that he might learn an art so necessary to his preservation. The man made answer, that all the art he knew was that he should give him a talent, and afterwards boast that he had obtained a singular secret from him. Dionysius liked the invention, and accordingly caused 600 crowns to be counted out to him. Plutarch, Apothegms. It was not likely he should give so great a sum to a person unknown, but upon the account of some extraordinary discovery, and the belief of this served to keep his enemies in awe. Princes, however, do wisely to publish the informations they receive of all the practices against their lives, to possess men with an opinion they have so good intelligence that nothing can be plotted against them, but they have present notice of it. The Duke of Athens did a great many foolish things in the establishment of his new tyranny over Florence, but this especially was most notable, that having received the first intimation of the conspiracies the people were hatching against him, from Matteo di Moroso, one of the conspirators, he presently put him to death, to suppress that rumour, that it might not be thought any of the city disliked his government. I remember I have formerly read a story, in Appian's Civil Wars, Book 4, of some Roman of great quality, who, flying the tyranny of the triumvirate, had 1,000 times by the subtlety of as many inventions escaped from falling into the hands of those that pursued him. It happened one day that a troop of horse, which was sent out to take him, passed close by a brake where he was squat, and missed very narrowly of spying him. But he considering, at this point, the pains and difficulties wherein he had so long continued to evade the strict and incessant searches that were every day made for him, the little pleasure he could hope for in such a kind of life, and how much better it was for him to die once for all than to be perpetually at this pass, he started from his seat, called them back, showed them his form, as of a squatting hare, and voluntarily delivered himself up to their cruelty, by that means to free both himself and them from further trouble. To invite a man's enemies to come and cut his throat seems a resolution a little extravagant and odd. Yet I think he did better to take that course than to live in continual feverish fear of an accident for which there was no cure. But seeing all the remedies a man can apply to such a disease are full of unquietness and uncertainty, 'tis better with a manly courage to prepare oneself for the worst that can happen, and to extract some consolation from this, that we are not certain the thing we fear will ever come to pass. End of chapter 23. Recording by Daniel Fraser. Section 24 of Essays, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Daniel Fraser. Essays Book 1 by Michel de Montaigne. Translated by Charles Cotton. Chapter 24 of Pedantry. I was often, when a boy, wonderfully concerned to see, in the Italian farces, a pedant always brought in for the fool of the play, and that the title of Magister was in no greater reverence amongst us. For being delivered up to their tuition, what could I do less than be jealous of their honour and reputation? I sought indeed to excuse them by the natural incompatibility betwixt the vulgar sort and men of a finer thread, both in judgment and knowledge, forasmuch as they go a quite contrary way to one another. But in this, the thing I most stumbled at was, that the finest gentlemen were those who most despised them. Witness our famous poet, Rabelais. Mais j'ai peur surtout un savoir pedantesque. Of all things, I hate pedantic learning, Rabelais. And 'twas so in former times, for Plutarch says that Greek and scholar were terms of reproach and contempt amongst the Romans. But since, with the better experience of age, I find they had very great reason so to do, and that magis magnos clericos non sunt magis magnos sapientes. The greatest clerks are not the wisest men. A proverb given in Rabelais' Gargantua 1:39. But whence it should come to pass that a mind enriched with the knowledge of so many things should not become more quick and sprightly, and that a gross and vulgar understanding should lodge within it, without correcting and improving itself, all the discourses and judgments of the greatest minds the world ever had, I am yet to seek. To admit so many foreign conceptions, so great, and so high fancies, it is necessary, as a young lady, one of the greatest princesses of the kingdom, said to me once, speaking of a certain person, that a man's own brain must be crowded and squeezed together into a less compass, to make room for the others. I should be apt to conclude that as plants are suffocated and drowned with too much nourishment, and lamps with too much oil, so with too much study and matter is the active part of the understanding, which, being embarrassed and confounded with a great diversity of things, loses the force and power to disengage itself, and by the pressure of this weight is bowed, subjected, and doubled up. But it is quite otherwise, for our soul stretches and dilates itself proportionably as it fills, And in the examples of elder times, we see, quite contrary, men very proper for public business, great captains and great statesmen, very learned withal. And as to the philosophers, a sort of men remote from all public affairs, they have been sometimes also despised by the comic liberty of their times, their opinions and manners making them appear, to men of another sort, ridiculous. Would you make them judges of a lawsuit of the actions of men? They are ready to take it upon them, and straight begin to examine if there be life, if there be motion, if man be any other than an ox. What is it to do and to suffer? What animals law and justice are? Do they speak of the magistrates, or to him? 'Tis with a rude, irreverent, and indecent liberty. Do they hear their prince or a king commended? They make no more of him than of a shepherd, goat-herd, or neat-herd, a lazy corydon, occupied in milking and shearing his herds and flocks, but more rudely and harshly than the herd or shepherd himself. Do you repute any man the greater for being lord of 2,000 acres of land? They laugh at such a pitiful pittance, as laying claim themselves to the whole world for their possession. Do you boast of your nobility as being descended from 7 rich successive ancestors? They look upon you with an eye of contempt, as men who have not a right idea of the universal image of nature, and that do not consider how many predecessors every one of us has had, rich, poor, kings, slaves, Greeks, and barbarians. And though you were the 50th descendant from Hercules, they look upon it as a great vanity so highly to value this, which is only a gift of fortune. And 'twas so the vulgar sort contemned them, as men ignorant of the most elementary and ordinary things, as presumptuous and insolent. But this Platonic picture is far different from that these pedants are presented by. Those were envied for raising themselves above the common sort, for despising the ordinary actions and offices of life, for having assumed a particular and inimitable way of living, and for using a certain method of high flight and obsolete language, quite different from the ordinary way of speaking. But these are contemned as being as much below the usual form, as incapable of public enjoyment, as leading a life and conforming themselves to the mean and vile manners of the vulgar. Odi ignava opera, philosopher sententia. I hate men who jabber about philosophy, but do nothing. Pacuvius, ap Gellium, 8:8. For what concerns the philosophers, as I have said, if they were in science, they were yet much greater in action. And, as it is said of the geometrician of Syracuse, Archimedes, who having been disturbed from his contemplation to put some of his skill in practice for the defence of his country, that he suddenly set on foot dreadful and prodigious engines that wrought effects beyond all human expectation, himself, notwithstanding, disdaining all his handiwork, and thinking in this he had played the mere mechanic, and violated the dignity of his art, of which these performances of his he accounted but trivial experiments and playthings, so they, whenever they have been put upon the proof of action, have been seen to fly to so high a pitch, as made it very well appear their souls were marvellously elevated, and enriched by the knowledge of things. But some of them, seeing the reins of government in the hands of incapable men, have avoided all management of political affairs. And he who demanded of Crates how long it was necessary to philosophize, received this answer: till our armies are no more commanded by fools. Diogenes Laertius, 692. Heraclitus resigned the royalty to his brother, and to the Ephesians, who reproached him that he spent his time in playing with children before the temple. Is it not better, said he, to do so than to sit at the helm of affairs in your company? Others, having their imagination advanced above the world and fortune, have looked upon the tribunals of justice, and even the thrones of kings, as paltry and contemptible, insomuch that Empedocles refused the royalty that the Agrigentines offered to him. Thales, once inveighing in discourse against the pains and care men put themselves to become rich, was answered by one in the company that he did like the fox, who find fault with what he could not obtain. Whereupon he had a mind, for the jest's sake, to show them to the contrary, and having, for this occasion, made a muster of all his wits, wholly to employ them in the service of profit and gain, he set a traffic on foot, which in 1 year brought him in so great riches, that the most experienced in that trade could hardly in their whole lives, with all their industry, have raked so much together. Diogenes Laertius, Life of Thales, I 26. Cicero, De Divin, I 49. That which Aristotle reports of some who called both him and Anaxagoras and others of their profession wise but not prudent, in not applying their study to more profitable things, though I do not well digest this verbal distinction, that will not, however, serve to excuse my pedants, for to see the low and necessitous fortune wherewith they are content, we have rather reason to pronounce that they are neither wise nor prudent. But letting this first reason alone, I think it better to say that this evil proceeds from their applying themselves the wrong way to the study of the sciences, and that, after the manner we are instructed, it is no wonder if neither the scholars nor the masters become, though more learned, ever the wiser or more able. In plain truth, the cares and expense our parents are at in our education point at nothing, but to furnish our heads with knowledge, but not a word of judgment and virtue. Cry out of one that passes by to the people, "Oh, what a learned man!" and of another, "Oh, what a good man!" Translated from Seneca, EP 88. They will not fail to turn their eyes and address their respect to the former. There should then be a third crier, "Oh, the blockheads!" Men are apt presently to inquire, does such a one understand Greek or Latin? Is he a poet? Or does he write in prose? But whether he be grown better or more discreet, which are qualities of principal concern, these are never thought of. We should rather examine who is better learned than who is more learned. We only labour to stuff the memory, and leave the conscience and the understanding unfurnished and void. Like birds who fly abroad to forage for grain, and bring it home in their beak without tasting it themselves to feed their young, so our pedants go picking knowledge here and there, out of books, and hold it at the tongue's end, only to spit it out and distribute it abroad. And here I cannot but smile to think how I have paid myself in showing the foppery of this kind of learning, who myself am so manifest an example. For do I not the same thing throughout almost this whole composition? I go here and there, culling out of several books the sentences that best please me, not to keep them, for I have no memory to retain them in, but to transplant them into this, where, to say the truth, they are no more mine than in their first places. We are, I conceive, knowing only in present knowledge, and not at all in what is past, or more than is that which is to come. But the worst of it is, their scholars and pupils are no better nourished by this kind of inspiration, and it makes no deeper impression upon them, but passes from hand to hand, only to make a show to be tolerable company, and to tell pretty stories, like a counterfeit coin in counters, of no other use or value but to reckon with, or to set up at cards. Apud alios loqui didicerunt non ipsi secum. They have learned to speak from others, not from themselves. Cicero, Tusc Quaes, 536. Non est loquendum, sed gubernandum. Speaking is not so necessary as governing. Seneca, Ep. 108. Nature, to show that there is nothing barbarous where she has the sole conduct, oftentimes, in nations where art has the least to do, causes productions of wit, such as may rival the greatest effect of art whatever. In relation to what I am now speaking of, the Gascon proverb, derived from a cornpipe, is very quaint and subtle. Bauha prau bauha, mas aremuda lous dits quem. You may blow till your eyes start out, but if once you offer to stir your fingers, it is all over. We can say, Cicero says thus, these were the manners of Plato, these are the very words of Aristotle, But what do we say ourselves? What do we judge? A parrot would say as much as that. And this puts me in mind of that rich gentleman of Rome, Calvisius Sabinus, Seneca, who had been solicitous, with very great expense, to procure men that were excellent in all sorts of science, whom he had always attending his person, to the end that when amongst his friends any occasion fell out of speaking of any subject whatsoever, they might supply his place, and be ready to prompt him, one with the sentence of Seneca, another with a verse of Homer, and so forth, every one according to his talent, and he fancied this knowledge to be his own, because it was in the heads of those who lived upon his bounty, as they also do, whose learning consists in having noble libraries. I know one who, when I question him what he knows, he presently calls for a book to show me, and dares not venture to tell me so much as that he has piles in his posteriors, till first he has consulted his dictionary what piles and what posteriors are. We take other men's knowledge and opinions upon trust, which is an idle and superficial learning. We must make it our own. We are in this very like him who, having need of fire, went to a neighbour's house to fetch it, and finding a very good one there, sat down to warm himself, without remembering to carry any with him home. Plutarch, How a Man Should Listen. What good does it do us to have the stomach full of meat, if it do not digest, if it be not incorporated with us, if it does not nourish and support us? Can we imagine that Lucullus, whom letters, without any manner of experience, made so great a captain, learned to be so after this perfunctory manner? Cicero, Acad. 2:1. We suffer ourselves to lean and rely so strongly upon the arm of another, that we destroy our own strength and vigour. Would I fortify myself against the fear of death, it must be at the expense of Seneca. Would I extract consolation for myself or my friend, I borrow it from Cicero. I might have found it in myself, had I been trained to make use of my own reason. I do not like this relative and mendicant understanding, for though we could become learned by other men's learning, a man can never be wise but by his own wisdom. I hate the wise man, who in his own concern is not wise. Euripides ap Cicero, ep. Fam. 8:15. Whence Ennius, nequidquam sapere sapientem, qui ipse sibi prodesse non quiret. That wise man knows nothing, who cannot profit himself by his wisdom. Cicero, De Offic. 3:15. Si Cupidus, si Vanus, et Eugania quantum vis mollior agna. If he be grasping or a boaster, and something softer than a Euganean lamb. Juvenal, Sat. 8:14. Non enim paranda nobis solum, sed fruenda sapienta est. For wisdom is not only to be acquired, but to be utilized. Cicero, De Finib. 1:1. Dionysius laughed at the grammarians, who set to themselves to inquire into the miseries of Ulysses, and were ignorant of their own; at musicians, who were so exact in tuning their instruments, and never tuned their manners; at orators, who made it a study to declare what is justice, but never took care to do it. If the mind be not better disposed, if the judgment be no better settled, I had much rather my scholar had spent his time at tennis, for at least his body would by that means be in better exercise and breath. Do but observe him when he comes back from school, after 15 or 16 years that he has been there. There is nothing so unfit for employment. All you shall find he has got, is that his Latin and Greek have only made him a greater coxcomb than when he went from home. He should bring back his soul replete with good literature, and he brings it only swelled and puffed up with vain and empty shreds and patches of learning, and has really nothing more in him than he had before. These pedants of ours, as Plato says of the sophists, their cousin Germans, are, of all men, they who most pretend to be useful to mankind, and who alone, of all men, not only do not better and improve that which is committed to them, as a carpenter or a mason would do, but make them much worse, and make us pay them for making them worse to boot? If the rule which Protagoras proposed to his pupils were followed, either that they should give him his own demand, or make affidavit upon oath in the temple how much they valued the profit they had received under his tuition, and satisfy him accordingly, my pedagogues would find themselves sorely gravelled if they were to be judged by the affidavits of my experience. My Perigordin patois very pleasantly calls these pretenders to learning lettres ferries, as a man should say letter-marked, men on whom letters have been stamped by the blow of a mallet, and, in truth, for the most part, they appear to be deprived even of common sense, for you see the husbandman and the cobbler go simply and fairly about their business, speaking only of what they know and understand, whereas these fellows, to make parade and to get opinion, mustering this ridiculous knowledge of theirs that floats on the superficies of the brain, are perpetually perplexing and entangling themselves in their own nonsense. They speak fine words sometimes, 'tis true, but let somebody that is wiser apply them. They are wonderfully well acquainted with Galen, but not at all with the disease of the patient. They have already deafened you with a long ribble-row of laws, but understand nothing of the case in hand. They have the theory of all things, let who will put it in practice. I have sat by when a friend of mine in my own house, for sport's sake, has, with one of these fellows, counterfeited a jargon of Gallimatius, patched up of phrases without head or tail, saving that he interlarded here and there some terms that had relation to their dispute, and held the coxcomb in play a whole afternoon together, who all the while thought he had answered pertinently and learnedly to all his objections, and yet this was a man of letters and reputation, and a fine gentleman of the long robe. Vos, o patricius sanguis, quos vivere par est occipiti caeco, posticae occurrite sanae. O you of patrician blood, to whom it is permitted to live without eyes in the back of your head, beware of grimaces at you from behind. Persius, Sat. I 61. Some excepted, whose own nature has of itself formed them into better fashion. As I have observed, for example, in Adrian Turnebus, who having never made other profession than that of mere learning only, and in that, in my opinion, he was the greatest man that has been these 1,000 years, had nothing at all in him of the pedant, but the wearing of his gown, and a little exterior fashion that could not be civilized to courtier ways, which in themselves are nothing. I hate our people who can worse endure an ill-contrived robe than an ill-contrived mind, and take their measure by the leg a man makes, by his behaviour, and so much as the very fashion of his boots, what kind of a man he is. For within there was not a more polished soul upon earth. I have often purposely put him upon arguments quite wide of his profession, wherein I found he had so clear an insight, so quick an apprehension, so solid a judgment, that a man would have thought he had never practised any other thing but arms, and been all his life employed in affairs of state. These are great and vigorous natures. Quaes arte benigna, et meliore luto finxit praecordia Titan, whom benign Titan, Prometheus, has framed of better clay, Juvenal 14:34, that can keep themselves upright in despite of a pedantic education. But it is not enough that our education does not spoil us, it must, moreover, alter us for the better. Some of our parliaments, when they are to admit officers, examine only their learning, to which some of the others also add the trial of understanding, by asking their judgment of some case in law. Of these the latter, methinks, proceed with the better method, for although both are necessary, and that it is very requisite they should be defective in neither, yet, in truth, knowledge is not so absolutely necessary as judgment. The last may make shift without the other, but the other never without this. For as the Greek verse says, to what use serves learning if understanding be away? Apud Stobaeus, Tit. 3, p. 37, 1609. Would to God that, for the good of our judicature, These societies were as well furnished with understanding and conscience as they are with knowledge. Non vita, sed scholae discimus. We do not study for life, but only for the school. Seneca, Ep. 106. We are not to tie learning to the soul, but to work and incorporate them together, not to tincture it only, but to give it a thorough and perfect dye, which if it will not take colour and meliorate its imperfect state, it were without question better to let it alone. 'Tis a dangerous weapon that will hinder and wound its master, if put into an awkward and unskilful hand. Ut fuerit melius non didicisse, so that it were better not to have learned. Cicero, Tusc. Quaes. 2, 4. And this, peradventure, is the reason why neither we nor theology require much learning in women, and that Francis, Duke of Brittany, son of John V, one talking with him about his marriage with Isabella, the daughter of Scotland, and adding that she was homely bred, and without any manner of learning, made answer that he liked her the better, and that a woman was wise enough if she could distinguish her husband's shirt from his doublet. So that it is no great wonder, as they make of it, that our ancestors had letters in no great esteem, and that even to this day they are but rarely met with in the principal councils of princes, and if the end and design of acquiring riches, which is the only thing we propose to ourselves by the means of law, physic, pedantry, and even divinity itself, did not uphold and keep them in credit, you would, with doubt, see them in as pitiful a condition as ever. And what loss would this be, if they neither instruct us to think well, nor to do well? Postquam docti prodierunt, boni desunt. Seneca, Ep. 95. Since the savants have made their appearance among us, the good people have become eclipsed. Rousseau, Discours sur le lettre. All other knowledge is hurtful to him who has not the science of goodness. But the reason I glanced upon but now, may it not also hence proceed, that our studies in France having almost no other aim but profit, except as to those who, by nature born to offices and employments rather of glory than gain, addict themselves to letters, if at all, only for so short a time, being taken from their studies before they can come to have any taste of them, to a profession that has nothing to do with books, there ordinarily remain no others to apply themselves wholly to learning, but people of mean condition, who in that only seek the means to live, and by such people, whose souls are, both by nature and by domestic education and example, of the basest alloy, the fruits of knowledge are immaturely gathered and ill digested, and delivered to their recipients quite another thing. For it is not for knowledge to enlighten a soul that is dark itself, nor to make a blind man see. Her business is not to find a man's eyes, but to guide, govern, and direct them, provided he have sound feet and straight legs to go upon. Knowledge is an excellent drug, but no drug has virtue enough to preserve itself from corruption and decay, if the vessel be tainted and impure wherein it is put to keep. Such a one may have a sight clear enough who looks asquint, and consequently sees what is good, but does not follow it, and sees knowledge, but makes no use of it. Plato's principal institution in his Republic is to fit his citizens with employments suitable to their nature. Nature can do all, and does all. Cripples are very unfit for exercises of the body, and lame souls for exercises of the mind. Degenerate and vulgar souls are unworthy of philosophy. If we see a shoemaker with his shoes out at the toes, we say, 'tis no wonder, for commonly none go worse shod than they. In like manner, experience often presents us a physician worse physicked, a divine less reformed, and, constantly, a scholar of less sufficiency than other people. Old Aristo of Chios had reason to say that philosophers did their auditors harm, forasmuch as most of the souls of those that heard them were not capable of deriving benefit from instruction, which, if not applied to good, would certainly be applied to ill. They proceeded effeminate debauchees from the school of Aristippus, cynics from that of Zeno. Cicero, De Natura Deor, 3:31. In that excellent institution that Xenophon attributes to the Persians, we find that they taught their children virtue, as other nations do letters. Plato tells us that the eldest son in their royal succession was thus brought up. After his birth he was delivered not to women, but to eunuchs of the greatest authority about their kings for their virtue, whose charge it was to keep his body healthful and in good plight, and after he came to 7 years of age, to teach him to ride and to go a-hunting. When he arrived at 14, he was transferred into the hands of 4, the wisest, the most just, the most temperate, and most valiant of the nation, of whom the first was to instruct him in religion, the second to be always upright and sincere, the third to conquer his appetites and desires, and the fourth to despise all danger. It is a thing worthy of very great consideration that in that excellent, and in truth for its perfection, prodigious form of civil regimen set down by Lycurgus, though so solicitous of the education of children as a thing of the greatest concern, and even in the very seat of the Muses, he should make so little mention of learning, as if that generous youth, disdaining all other subjection but that of virtue, ought to be supplied, instead of tutors to read to them arts and sciences, with such masters as should only instruct them in valour, prudence, and justice, an example that Plato has followed in his laws. The manner of their discipline was to propound to them questions in judgment upon men and their actions, and if they commended or condemned this or that person or fact, they were to give a reason for so doing, by which means they at once sharpened their understanding, and learned what was right. Astyages, in Xenophon, asks Cyrus to give an account of his last lesson, and thus it was. A great boy in our school, having a little short cassock, by force took a longer from another that was not so tall as he, and gave him his own in exchange. Whereupon I, being appointed judge of the controversy, gave judgment, that I thought it best each should keep the coat he had, for that they both of them were better fitted with that of one another than with their own. Upon which my master told me I had done ill, in that I had only considered the fitness of the garments, whereas I ought to have considered the justice of the thing, which required that no one should have anything forcibly taken from him that is his own. And Cyrus adds that he was whipped for his pains, as we are in our villages for forgetting the first aorist of redacted. My pedant must make me a very learned oration, in genere demonstrativo, before he can persuade me that his school is like unto that. They knew how to go the readiest way to work, and seeing that science, when most rightly applied and best understood, can do no more but teach us prudence, moral honesty, and resolution, they thought fit, at first hand, to initiate their children with the knowledge of effects, and to instruct them, not by hearsay and rote, but by the experiment of action, in lively forming and moulding them, not only by words and precepts, but chiefly by works and examples, to the end it might not be a knowledge in the mind only, but its complexion and habit, not an acquisition, but a natural possession. One asking, to this purpose, Agesilaus, what he thought most proper for boys to learn? What they ought to do when they come to be men, said he. It is no wonder if such an institution produced so admirable effects. They used to go, it is said, to the other cities of Greece, to inquire out rhetoricians, painters, and musicians, but to Lacedaemon for legislators, magistrates, and generals of armies. At Athens they learned to speak well, here to do well, there to disengage themselves from a sophistical argument, and to unravel the imposture of captious syllogisms, here to invade the baits and allurements of pleasure, and with a noble courage and resolution to conquer the menaces of fortune and death. Those cudgelled their brains about words, These made it their business to inquire into things. There was an eternal babble of the tongue, here a continual exercise of the soul. And therefore it is nothing strange if, when Antipater demanded of them 50 children for hostages, they made answer, quite contrary to what we should do, that they would rather give him twice as many full-grown men, so much did they value the loss of their country's education. When Agesilaus courted Xenophon to send his children to Sparta to be bred, it is not, said he, there to learn logic or rhetoric, but to be instructed in the noblest of all sciences, namely, the science to obey and to command. Plutarch, Life of Agesilaus, chapter 7. It is very pleasant to see Socrates, after his manner, rallying Hippias, Plato's dialogue, Hippias Major, who recounts to him what a world of money he has got, especially in certain little villages of Sicily, by teaching school, and that he made never a penny at Sparta. What a sottish and stupid people, said Socrates, are they, without sense or understanding, that make no account either of grammar or poetry, and only busy themselves in studying the genealogies and successions of their kings, the foundations, rises, and declensions of states, and such tales of a tub. After which, having made Hippias from one step to another acknowledge the excellency of their form of public administration, and the felicity and virtue of their private life, he leaves him to guess at the conclusion he makes of the inutilities of his pedantic arts. Examples have demonstrated to us that in military affairs, and all others of like active nature, the study of sciences more softens and untempers the courages of men than it in any way fortifies and excites them. The most potent empire that at this day appears to be in the whole world is that of the Turks, a people equally inured to the estimation of arms and the contempt of letters. I find Rome was more valiant before she grew so learned. The most warlike nations at this time in being are the most rude and ignorant. The Scythians, the Parthians, Tamerlane, serve for sufficient proof of this. When the Goths overran Greece, the only thing that preserved all the libraries from the fire was that some one possessed them with an opinion that they were to leave this kind of furniture entire to the enemy, as being most proper to divert them from the exercise of arms, and to fix them to a lazy and sedentary life. When our King Charles VIII, almost without striking a blow, saw himself possessed of the kingdom of Naples and a considerable part of Tuscany, the nobles about him attributed this unexpected facility of conquest to this, that the princes and nobles of Italy were more studied to render themselves ingenious and learned than vigorous and warlike. End of section 24. Recording by Daniel Fraser. Section 25 of Essays, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Daniel Fraser. Essays, Book 1 by Michel de Montaigne. Translated by Charles Cotton. Chapter 25. On the Education of Children, Part 1. To Madame Diane de Foix, Comtesse de Gerson. I never yet saw that father, but let his son be never so decrepit or deformed, would not, notwithstanding, own him; not, nevertheless, if he were not totally besotted, and blinded with his paternal affection, that he did not well enough discern his defects, but that, with all defaults, he was still his. Just so, I see better than any other, that all I write here are but the idle reveries of a man that has only nibbled upon the outward crust of sciences in his nonage, and only retained a general and formless image of them, who has got a little snatch of everything and nothing of the whole, à la François. For I know, in general, that there is such a thing as physic, as jurisprudence, 4 parts in mathematics, and roughly what all these aim and point at, and, peradventure, I yet know farther, what sciences in general pretend unto, in order to the service of our life. But to dive farther than that, and to have cudgelled my brains in the study of Aristotle, the monarch of all modern learning, or particularly addicted myself to any one science, I have never done it. Neither is there any one art of which I am able to draw the first lineaments and dead colour. Insomuch that there is not a boy of the lowest form in a school that may not pretend to be wiser than I, who am not able to examine him in his first lesson, which, if I am at any time forced upon, I am necessitated, in my own defence, to ask him, unaptly enough, some universal questions, such as may serve to try his natural understanding, a lesson as strange and unknown to him as his is to me. I never seriously settled myself to the reading any book of solid learning but Plutarch and Seneca, and there, like the Danaides, I eternally fill, and it as constantly runs out. Something of which drops upon this paper, but little or nothing stays with me. History is my particular game as to matter of reading, or else poetry, for which I have particular kindness and esteem. For, as Cleanthes said, as the voice, forced through the narrow passage of a trumpet, comes out more forcible and shrill, so, methinks, a sentence pressed within the harmony of verse darts out more briskly upon the understanding, and strikes my ear and apprehension with a smarter and more pleasing effect. As to the natural parts I have, of which this is the essay, I find them to bow under the burden. My fancy and judgment do but grope in the dark, tripping and stumbling in the way, and when I have gone as far as I can, I am in no degree satisfied. I discover still a new and greater extent of land before me, with a troubled and imperfect sight, and wrapped up in clouds that I am not able to penetrate. And taking upon me to write indifferently of whatever comes into my head, and therein making use of nothing but my own proper and natural means, if it befall me, as ofttimes it does, accidentally to meet in any good author the same heads and commonplaces upon which I have attempted to write, as I did but just now in Plutarch's Discourse of the Force of Imagination, to see myself so weak and so forlorn, so heavy and so flat, in comparison of those better writers, I at once pity or despise myself. Yet do I please myself with this, that my opinions have often the honour and good fortune to jump with theirs, and that I go in the same path, though at a very great distance, and can say, ah, that is so. I am farther satisfied to find that I have a quality which everyone is not blessed withal, which is, to discern the vast difference between them and me, and, notwithstanding all that, suffer my own inventions, low and feeble as they are, to run on in their career, without mending or plastering up the defects that this comparison has laid open to my own view. And, in plain truth, a man had need of a good strong back to keep pace with these people. The indiscreet scribblers of our times, who, amongst their laborious nothings, insert whole sections and pages out of ancient authors, with a design by that means to illustrate their own writings, do quite contrary. For this infinite dissimilitude of ornaments renders the complexion of their own compositions so sallow and deformed that they lose much more than they get. The philosophers Chrysippus and Epicurus were in this of two quite contrary humours. The first, not only in his books mixed passages and sayings of other authors, but entire pieces, and in one the whole Medea of Euripides, which gave Apollodorus occasion to say, that should a man pick out of his writings all that was none of his, he would leave him nothing but blank paper. Whereas the latter, quite on the contrary, in 300 volumes that he left behind him, has not so much as one quotation. Diogenes Laertius, Lives of Chrysippus, 7, 181, and Epicurus, 10, 26. I happened, the other day, upon this piece of fortune. I was reading a French book, whereafter I had a long time run dreaming over a great many words, so dull, so insipid, so void of all wit or common sense, that indeed they were only French words. After a long and tedious travel, I came at last to meet with a piece that was lofty, rich, and elevated to the very clouds, of which, had I found either the declivity easy or the ascent gradual, there had been some excuse; but it was so perpendicular a precipice, and so wholly cut off from the rest of the work, that by the first 6 words I found myself flying into the other world, and thence discovered the vale whence I came so deep and low, that I had never had since the heart to descend into it any more. If I should set out one of my discourses with such rich spoils as these, it would, but too evidently, manifest the imperfection of my own writing. To reprehend the fault in others that I am guilty of myself, appears to me no more unreasonable than to condemn, as I often do, those of others in myself. They are to be everywhere reproved, and ought to have no sanctuary allowed them. I know very well how audaciously I myself, at every turn, attempt to equal myself to my thefts, and to make my style go hand in hand with them, not without a temerarious hope of deceiving the eyes of my reader from discerning the difference; but withal, it is as much by the benefit of my application that I hope to do it, as by that of my invention or any force of my own. Besides, I do not offer to contend with the whole body of these champions, nor hand to hand with any one of them. It is only by flights and little light attempts that I engage them. I do not grapple with them, but try their strength only, and never engage so far as I make a show to do. If I could hold them in play, I were a brave fellow, for I never attack them but where they are most sinewy and strong. To cover a man's self, as I have seen some do, with another man's armour, so as not to discover so much as his fingers' ends, to carry on a design, as it is not hard for a man that has anything of a scholar in him, in an ordinary subject, to do, under old inventions patched up here and there with his own trumpery, and then to endeavour to conceal the theft, and to make it pass for his own, is first injustice and meanness of spirit in those who do it, who, having nothing in them of their own fit to procure them a reputation, endeavour to do it by attempting to impose things upon the world in their own name, which they have no manner of title to; and next, a ridiculous folly to content themselves with acquiring the ignorant approbation of the vulgar by such a pitiful cheat, at the price, at the same time, of degrading themselves in the eyes of men of understanding, who turn up their noses at all this borrowed incrustation, yet whose praise alone is worth the having. For my own part, there is nothing I would not sooner do than that neither have I said so much of others, but to get a better opportunity to explain myself. Nor in this do I glance at the composers of centos, who declare themselves for such, of which sort of writers I have in my time known many very ingenious, and particularly one under the name of Capilippus, besides the ancients. These are really men of wit, and that make it appear they are so, both by that and other ways of writing; as, for example, Lipsius, in that learned and laborious contexture of his Politics. But, be it how it will, and how inconsiderable soever these ineptitudes may be, I will say I never intended to conceal them, no more than my old bald grizzled likeness before them, where the painter has presented you not with a perfect face, but with mine. For these are my own particular opinions and fancies, and I deliver them as only what I myself believe, and not for what is to be believed by others. I have no other end in this writing but only to discover myself, who also shall, peradventure, be another thing tomorrow, if I chance to meet any new instruction to change me. I have no authority to be believed, neither do I desire it. being too conscious of my own inerudition to be able to instruct others. Someone then, having seen the preceding chapter, the other day told me at my house that I should a little farther have extended my discourse on the education of children. Now, madam, if I had any sufficiency in this subject, I could not possibly better employ it than to present my best instructions to the little man that threatens you shortly with a happy birth, for you are too generous to begin otherwise than with a male. For, having had so great a hand in the treaty of your marriage, I have a certain particular right and interest in the greatness and prosperity of the issue that shall spring from it. Beside that, your having had the best of my services so long in possession, sufficiently obliges me to desire the honour and advantage of all wherein you shall be concerned. But, in truth, all I understand as to that particular is only this, that the greatest and most important difficulty of human science is the education of children. For, as in agriculture, the husbandry that is to precede planting, as also planting itself, is certain, plain, and well known. But after that which is planted comes to life, there is a great deal more to be done, more art to be used, more care to be taken, and much more difficulty to cultivate and bring it to perfection. So it is with men. It is no hard matter to get children, but after they are born, then begins the trouble, solicitude, and care rightly to train, principle, and bring them up. The symptoms of their inclinations in that tender age are so obscure, and the promises so uncertain and fallacious, that it is very hard to establish any solid judgment or conjecture upon them. Look at Cimon, for example, and Themistocles, and 1,000 others who very much deceived the expectation men had of them. Cubs of bears and puppies readily discover their natural inclination, but men, so soon as ever they are grown up, applying themselves to certain habits, engaging themselves in certain opinions, and conforming themselves to particular laws and customs, easily alter, or at least disguise, their true and real disposition, and yet it is hard to force the propension of nature. Whence it comes to pass, that for not having chosen the right course, we often take very great pains, and consume a good part of our time in training up children to things for which, by their natural constitution, they are totally unfit. In this difficulty, nevertheless, I am clearly of opinion that they ought to be elemented in the best and most advantageous studies, without taking too much notice of, or being too superstitious in those light prognostics they give of themselves in their tender years, and to which Plato in his Republic gives, methinks, too much authority. Madam, science is a very great ornament, and a thing of marvellous use, especially in persons raised to that degree of fortune in which you are, and, in truth, in persons of mean and low condition, it cannot perform its true and genuine office, being naturally more prompt to assist in the conduct of war, in the government of peoples, in negotiating the leagues and friendships of princes and foreign nations, than in forming a syllogism in logic, in pleading a process in law, or in prescribing a dose of pills in physic. Wherefore, madam, believing you will not omit this so necessary feature in the education of your children, who yourself have tasted its sweetness, and are of a learned extraction, for we yet have the writings of the ancient Counts of Foix, from whom my lord, your husband, and yourself, are both of you descended, and Monsieur de Candale, your uncle, every day obliges the world with others, which will extend the knowledge of this quality in your family for so many succeeding ages. I will, upon this occasion, presume to acquaint your ladyship with one particular fancy of my own, contrary to the common method, which is all I am able to contribute to your service in this affair. The charge of the tutor you shall provide for your son, upon the choice of whom depends the whole success of his education, has several other great and considerable parts and duties required in so important a trust, besides that of which I am about to speak. These, however, I shall not mention, as, being unable to add anything of moment to the common rules, and in this, wherein I take upon me to advise, he may follow it so far only as it shall appear advisable. For a boy of quality, then, who pretends to letters not upon the account of profit, for so mean an object is unworthy of the grace and favour of the Muses, and, moreover, in it a man directs his service to and depends upon others, nor so much for outward ornament as for his own proper and peculiar use, and to furnish and enrich himself within, having rather a desire to come out an accomplished cavalier than a mere scholar or learned man. For such a one, I say, I would also have his friends solicitous to find him out a tutor, who has rather a well-made than a well-filled head, seeking, indeed, both the one and the other, but rather of the two to prefer manners and judgment to mere learning, and that this man should exercise his charge after a new method. 'Tis the custom of pedagogues to be eternally thundering in their pupils' ears, as they were pouring into a funnel, whilst the business of the pupil is only to repeat what the others have said. Now I would have a tutor to correct this error, and that at the very first he should, according to the capacity he has to deal with, put it to the test, permitting his pupil himself to taste things, and of himself to discern and choose them, sometimes opening the way to him, and sometimes leaving him to open it for himself. That is, I would not have him alone to invent and speak, but that he should also hear his pupil speak in turn. Socrates, and since him Arcesilaus, made first their scholar speak, and then they spoke to them. Diogenes Laertius, 4:36. Obest plerumque iis, qui discere volunt, auctoritas eorum, qui docent. The authority of those who teach is very often an impediment to those who desire to learn. Cicero, De Natura Deor, I. 5. It is good to make him, like a young horse, trot before him, that he may judge of his going, and how much he is to abate of his own speed, to accommodate himself to the vigour and capacity of the other, for want of which due proportion we spoil all, which also to know how to adjust, and to keep within an exact and due measure, is one of the hardest things I know, and 'tis the effect of a high and well-tempered soul, to know how to condescend to such puerile motions, and to govern and direct them. I walk firmer and more secure uphill than down. Such as, according to our common way of teaching, undertake, with one and the same lesson, and the same measure of direction, to instruct several boys of differing and unequal capacities, are infinitely mistaken; and 'tis no wonder if in a whole multitude of scholars there are not found above 2 or 3 who bring away any good account of their time and discipline. Let the master not only examine him about the grammatical construction of the bare words of his lesson, but about the sense; and let him judge of the profit he has made, not by the testimony of his memory, but by that of his life. Let him make him put what he has learned into 100 several forms, and accommodate it to so many several subjects, to see if he yet rightly comprehends it, and has made it his own, taking instruction of his progress by the pedagogic institutions of Plato. 'Tis a sign of crudity and indigestion to disgorge what we eat in the same condition it was swallowed. The stomach has not performed its office unless it have altered the form and condition of what was committed to it to concoct. Our minds work only upon trust, when bound and compelled to follow the appetite of another's fancy, enslaved and captivated under the authority of another's instruction. We have been so subjected to the trammel that we have no free nor natural pace of our own. Our own vigour and liberty are extinct and gone. Nunquam tutelae suae fiunt. They are ever in wardship. Seneca, Ep. 33. I was privately carried at Pisa to see a very honest man, but so great an Aristotelian that his most usual thesis was that the touchstone and square of all solid imagination, and of all truth, was an absolute conformity to Aristotle's doctrine. and that all besides was nothing but inanity and chimera, for that he had seen all and said all. A position that for having been a little too injuriously and broadly interpreted, brought him once, and long kept him, in great danger of the Inquisition of Rome. Let him make him examine and thoroughly sift everything he reads, and lodge nothing in his fancy upon simple authority and upon trust. Aristotle's principles will then be no more principles to him than those of Epicurus and the Stoics. Let this diversity of opinions be propounded to and laid before him. He will himself choose if he be able. If not, he will remain in doubt. Che non mente save, dubia m'aggrata. I love to doubt as well as to know. Dante, Inferno, 1193. For, if he embrace the opinions of Xenophon and Plato by his own reason, they will no more be theirs, but become his own. Who follows another, follows nothing, finds nothing, nay, is inquisitive after nothing. Non sumus sub rege, sibi quisque se vindicet. We are under no king, let each vindicate himself. Seneca, Ep. 33. Let him at least know that he knows. It will be necessary that he imbibe their knowledge, not that he be corrupted with their precepts. And no matter if he forget where he had his learning, provided he know how to apply it to his own use. Truth and reason are common to every one, and are no more his who spake them first, than his who speaks them after. 'Tis no more according to Plato than according to me, since both he and I equally see and understand them. Bees cull their several sweets from this flower and that blossom, here and there where they find them, but themselves afterwards make the honey, which is all and purely their own, and no more thyme and marjoram. So the several fragments he borrows from others, he will transform and shuffle together to compile a work that shall be absolutely his own, that is to say, his judgment. His instruction, labour, and study tend to nothing else but to form that. He is not obliged to discover whence he got the materials that have assisted him, but only to produce what he has himself done with them. Men that live upon pillage and borrowing expose their purchases and buildings to every one's view, but do not proclaim how they came by the money. We do not see the fees and perquisites of a gentleman of the long robe, but we see the alliances wherewith he fortifies himself and his family, and the titles and honours he has obtained for him and his. No man divulges his revenue, or at least, which way it comes in, but every one publishes his acquisitions. The advantages of our study are to become better and more wise. 'Tis, says Epicharmus, the understanding that sees and hears. 'Tis the understanding that improves everything, that orders everything, and that acts, rules, and reigns. All other faculties are blind and deaf, and without soul, and certainly we render it timorous and servile in not allowing it the liberty and privilege to do anything of itself. Who ever asked his pupil what he thought of grammar and rhetoric, or of such and such a sentence of Cicero? Our masters stick them full feathered in our memories, and there establish them like oracles, of which the letters and syllables are of the substance of the thing. To know by rote is no knowledge, and signifies no more but only to retain what one has entrusted to our memory. That which a man rightly knows and understands, he is the free disposer of at his own full liberty, without any regard to the author from whence he had it, or fumbling over the leaves of his book. A mere bookish learning is a poor, paltry learning. It may serve for ornament, but there is yet no foundation for any superstructure to be built upon it, according to the opinion of Plato, who says that constancy, faith, and sincerity are the true philosophy, and the other sciences that are directed to other ends, mere adulterate paint. I could wish that Paluel or Pompey, those two noted dancers of my time, could have taught us to cut capers by only seeing them do it, without stirring from our places, as these men pretend to inform the understanding without ever setting it to work; or that we could learn to ride, handle a pike, touch a lute, or sing without the trouble of practice, as these attempt to make us judge and speak well, without exercising us in judging or speaking. Now, in this initiation of our studies in their progress, whatsoever presents itself before us is book sufficient. A roguish trick of a page, a sottish mistake of a servant, a jest at the table, are so many new subjects. And for this reason, conversation with men is of very great use, and travel into foreign countries, not to bring back an account of only how many paces Santa Rotonda is in circuit, or of the richness of Signora Livia's petticoats, or, as some others, how much Nero's face, in a statue in such an old ruin, is longer and broader than that made for him on some medal; but to be able chiefly to give an account of the humours, manners, customs, and laws of those nations where he has been, and that we may whet and sharpen our wits by rubbing them against those of others. I would that a boy should be sent abroad very young, and first, so as to kill two birds with one stone, into those neighbouring nations whose language is most differing from our own, and to which, if it not be formed betimes, the tongue will grow too stiff to bend. And also, 'tis the general opinion of all, that a child should not be brought up in his mother's lap. Mothers are too tender, and their natural affection is apt to make the most discreet of them all so over fond, that they can neither find in their hearts to give them due correction for the faults they may commit, nor suffer them to be inured to hardships and hazards, as they ought to be. They will not endure to see them return all dust and sweat from their exercise, to drink cold drink when they are hot, nor see them mount an unruly horse, nor take a foil in hand against a rude fencer, or so much as to discharge a carbine. And yet there is no remedy. Whoever will breed a boy to be good for anything when he comes to be a man, must by no means spare him when young, and must very often transgress the rules of physic. Vitamque sub dio, et trepidus agat in rebus. Let him live in open air, and ever in movement about something. Horace, Od. 2, 3, 5. It is not enough to fortify his soul, you are also to make his sinews strong, for the soul will be oppressed if not assisted by the members, and would have too hard a task to discharge two offices alone. I know very well, to my cost, how much mine groans under the burden, from being accommodated with a body so tender and indisposed, as eternally leans and presses upon her, and often in my reading perceive that our masters, in their writings, make examples pass for magnanimity and fortitude of mind, which really are rather toughness of skin and hardness of bones. For I have seen men, women, and children naturally born of so hard and insensible a constitution of body, that a sound cudgelling has been less to them than a flirt with a finger would have been to me, and that would neither cry out, wince, nor shrink for a good swinging beating. And when wrestlers counterfeit the philosophers in patience, 'tis rather strength of nerves than stoutness of heart. Now, to be inured to undergo labour is to be accustomed to endure pain. Labor calum obducit dolori. Labour hardens us against pain. Cicero, Tusc Quaes, 2:15. A boy is to be broken in to the toil and roughness of exercise, so as to be trained up to the pain and suffering of dislocations, colics, cauteries, and even imprisonment and the rack itself; for he may come, by misfortune, to be reduced to the worst of these, which, as this world goes, is sometimes inflicted on the good as well as the bad. As for proof, in our present civil war, whoever draws his sword against the laws, threatens the honestest men with the whip and the halter. And, moreover, by living at home, the authority of this governor, which ought to be sovereign over the boy he has received into his charge, is often checked and hindered by the presence of parents. To which may also be added, that the respect the whole family pay him as their master's son, and the knowledge he has of the estate and greatness he is heir to, are, in my opinion, no small inconveniences in these tender years. And yet, even in this conversing with men I spoke of but now, I have observed this vice, that instead of gathering observations from others, we make it our whole business to lay ourselves open to them, and are more concerned how to expose and set out our own commodities, than how to increase our stock by acquiring new. Silence, therefore, and modesty are very advantageous qualities in conversation. One should, therefore, train up this boy to be sparing and a husband of his knowledge when he has acquired it, and to forbear taking exceptions at, or reproving, every idle saying or ridiculous story that is said or told in his presence. For it is very unbecoming rudeness to carp at everything that is not agreeable to our own palate. Let him be satisfied with correcting himself, and not seem to condemn everything in another he would not do himself, nor dispute it as against common customs. Licet sapere sine pompa, sine invidia. Let us be wise without ostentation, without envy. Seneca, Ep. 103. Let him avoid these vain and uncivil images of authority, this childish ambition of coveting to appear better bred and more accomplished than he really will by such carriage discover himself to be, and as, if opportunities of interrupting and reprehending were not to be omitted, to desire thence to derive the reputation of something more than ordinary. For as it becomes none but great poets to make use of the poetical license, so it is intolerable for any but men of great and illustrious souls to assume privilege above the authority of custom. Siquid Socrates and Aristippus contra morem et consuetudinem fecerunt, idem sibi ne arbitrita licere, magnis enim illi et divinis bonis hanc licentium assequibanta. If Socrates and Aristippus have committed any act against manners and custom, let him not think that he is allowed to do the same, for it was by great and divine benefits that they obtained this privilege. Cicero, De Offic. 1:41. Let him be instructed not to engage in discourse or dispute, but with a champion worthy of him, and even there not to make use of all the little subtleties that may seem pat for his purpose, but only such arguments as may best serve him. Let him be taught to be curious in the election and choice of his reasons, to abominate impertinence, and consequently to affect brevity. But above all, let him be lessoned to acquiesce and submit to truth so soon as ever he shall discover it, whether in his opponent's argument, or upon better consideration of his own. For he shall never be preferred to the chair for a mere clatter of words and syllogisms, and is no further engaged to any argument whatever than as he shall in his own judgment approve it. Nor yet is arguing a trade, where the liberty of recantation and getting off upon better thoughts are to be sold for ready money. Neque ut omnia quox praescripta et imperata sint, defendat necessitate ulla cogita. Neither is there any necessity upon him that he should defend all things that are prescribed and enjoined him. Cicero, Acad. 2:3. If his governor be of my humour, he will form his will to be a very good and loyal subject to his prince, very affectionate to his person, and very stout in his quarrel; but withal he will cool in him the desire of having any other tie to his service than public duty, besides several other inconveniences that are inconsistent with the liberty every honest man ought to have. A man's judgment, being bribed and prepossessed by these particular obligations, is either blinded and less free to exercise its function, or is blemished with ingratitude and indiscretion. A man that is purely a courtier can neither have power nor will to speak or think otherwise than favourably and well of a master, who, amongst so many millions of other subjects, has picked out him with his own hand to nourish and advance. This favour, and the profit flowing from it, must needs, and not without some show of reason, corrupt his freedom and dazzle him. And we commonly see these people speak in another kind of phrase than is ordinarily spoken by others of the same nation, though what they say in that courtly language is not much to be believed. Let his conscience and virtue be eminently manifest in his speaking, and have only reason for their guide. Make him understand that to acknowledge the error he shall discover in his own argument, though only found out by himself, is an effect of judgment and sincerity, which are the principal things he is to seek after; that obstinacy and contention are common qualities, most appearing in mean souls; that to revise and correct himself, to forsake an unjust argument in the height and heat of dispute, are rare, great, and philosophical qualities. Let him be advised, being in company, to have his eye and ear in every corner; for I find that the places of greatest honour are commonly seized upon by men that have least in them, and that the greatest fortunes are seldom accompanied with the ablest parts. I have been present when, whilst they at the upper end of the chamber have been only commenting the beauty of the arras or the flavour of the wine, many things that have been very finely said at the lower end of the table have been lost and thrown away. Let him examine every man's talent, a peasant, a bricklayer, a passenger. One may learn something from every one of these in their several capacities, and something will be picked out of their discourse whereof some use may be made at one time or another; nay, even the folly and impertinence of others will contribute to his instruction. By observing the graces and manners of all he sees, he will create to himself an emulation of the good, and a contempt of the bad. Let an honest curiosity be suggested to his fancy of being inquisitive after everything. Whatever there is singular and rare near the place where he is, let him go and see it. A fine house, a noble fountain, an eminent man, the place where a battle has been anciently fought, the passages of Caesar and Charlemagne. Quux tellus sit lenta gelu, quae putris ab aestu, ventus in Italium quis bene vela ferat. What country is bound in frost? What land is friable with heat? What wind serves fairest for Italy? Propertius 4:3-39. Let him inquire into the manners, revenues, and alliances of princes, things in themselves very pleasant to learn, and very useful to know. In this conversing with men, I mean also and principally those who only live in the records of history, he shall, by reading those books, converse with the great and heroic souls of the best ages. 'Tis an idle and vain study to those who make it so by doing it after a negligent manner; but to those who do it with care and observation, 'tis a study of inestimable fruit and value, and the only study, as Plato reports, that the Lacedaemonians reserve to themselves. What profit shall he not reap, as to the business of men, by reading the lives of Plutarch? But, withal, let my governor remember to what end his instructions are principally directed, and that he do not so much imprint in his pupil's memory the date of the ruin of Carthage, as the manners of Hannibal and Scipio, nor so much where Marcellus died, as why it was unworthy of his duty that he died there. Let him not teach him so much the narrative parts of history, as to judge them. The reading of them, in my opinion, is a thing that of all others we apply ourselves unto with the most differing measure. I have read 100 things in Livy that another has not, or not taken notice of at least, and Plutarch has read 100 more there than ever I could find, or than, peradventure, that author ever wrote. To some it is merely a grammar study, to others the very anatomy of philosophy, by which the most abstruse parts of our human nature penetrate. There are in Plutarch many long discourses very worthy to be carefully read and observed; for he is, in my opinion, of all others the greatest master in that kind of writing. But there are 1,000 others which he has only touched and glanced upon, where he only points with his finger to direct us which way we may go if we will, and contents himself sometimes with giving only one brisk hit in the nicest article of the question, whence we are to grope out the rest; as for example where he says, that the inhabitants of Asia came to be vassals to one only, for not having been able to pronounce one syllable, which is no; which saying of his gave perhaps matter and occasion to La Boetie to write his voluntary servitude. Only to see him pick out a light action in a man's life, or a mere word that does not seem to amount even to that, is itself a whole discourse. 'Tis to our prejudice that men of understanding should so immoderately affect brevity. No doubt their reputation is the better by it, but in the meantime we are the worse. Plutarch had rather we should applaud his judgment than commend his knowledge, and had rather leave us with an appetite to read more, than glutted with that we have already read. He knew very well that a man may say too much even upon the best subjects, and that Alexandridas justly reproached him who made very good but too long speeches to the Ephori, when he said, O stranger, thou speakest the things thou shouldst speak, but not as thou shouldst speak them. Plutarch, Apothegms of the Lacedaemonians. Such as have lean and spare bodies stuff themselves out with clothes. So they who are defective in matter endeavour to make amends with words. Human understanding is marvellously enlightened by daily conversation with men, for we are otherwise compressed and heaped up in ourselves, and have our sight limited to the length of our own noses. One asking Socrates of what country he was, he did not make answer of Athens, but of the world. Cicero, Tusc Quaes, 537. Plutarch on Exile, c. 4. He whose imagination was fuller and wider embraced the whole world for his country, and extended his society and friendship to all mankind. Not as we do, who look no further than our feet. When the vines of my village are nipped with the frost, my parish priest presently concludes that the indignation of God has gone out against all the human race, and that the cannibals have already got the pip. Who is it that, seeing the havoc of these civil wars of ours, does not cry out that the machine of the world is near dissolution, and that the day of judgment is at hand, without considering that many worse things have been seen, and that in the meantime people are very merry in 1,000 other parts of the earth for all this? For my part, considering the licence and impunity that always attend such commotions, I wonder they are so moderate, and that there is no more mischief done. To him who feels the hailstones patter about his ears, the whole hemisphere appears to be in storm and tempest, like the ridiculous Savoyard, who said very gravely, that if that simple king of France could have managed his fortune as he should have done, he might in time have come to have been steward of the household to the duke his master. The fellow could not, in his shallow imagination, conceive that there could be anything greater than a Duke of Savoy. And, in truth, we are all of us insensibly in this error, an error of a very great weight and very pernicious consequence. But whoever shall represent to his fancy, as in a picture, that great image of our mother nature in her full majesty and lustre, whoever in her face shall read so general and so constant a variety, whoever shall observe himself in that figure, and not himself, but a whole kingdom, no bigger than the least touch or prick of a pencil in comparison of the whole, that man alone is able to value things according to their true estimate and grandeur. This great world, which some do yet multiply as several species under one genus, is the mirror wherein we are to behold ourselves, to be able to know ourselves as we ought to do in the true bias. In short, I would have this to be the book my young gentleman should study with the most attention. So many humours, so many sects, so many judgments, opinions, laws, and customs teach us to judge aright of our own, and inform our understanding to discover its imperfection and natural infirmity, which is no trivial speculation. So many mutations of states and kingdoms, and so many turns and revolutions of public fortune, will make us wise enough to make no great wonder of our own. So many great names, so many famous victories and conquests, drowned and swallowed in oblivion, render our hopes ridiculous of eternising our names by the taking of half a score of light horse or a hen roost, which only derives its memory from its ruin. The pride and arrogance of so many foreign pomps, the inflated majesty of so many courts and grandeurs, accustom and fortify our sight without closing our eyes to behold the lustre of our own. So many trillions of men buried before us encourage us not to fear to go seek such good company in the other world. And so of the rest Pythagoras was wont to say, Cicero, Tusc. Quaes. v. 3, that our life resembles the great and populous assembly of the Olympic games, wherein some exercise the body, that they may carry away the glory of the prize. Others bring merchandise to sell for profit. There are also some, and those none of the worst sort, who pursue no other advantage than only to look on, and consider how and why everything is done, and to be spectators of the lives of other men, thereby the better to judge of and regulate their own. To examples may fitly be applied all the profitable discourses of philosophy, to which all human actions, as to their best rule, ought to be especially directed. A scholar shall be taught to know, quid facoptere, quid asper utile numus habet, patrix carisque propinquis quantum elagari deciat, quern te Deus esse iusit, et humana qua parte locatus es in re, quid sumus, et quidnam victori gignima. Learn what it is right to wish, what is the true use of coined money, how much it becomes us to give in liberality to our country and our dear relations, whom and what the deity commanded thee to be, and in what part of the human system thou art placed, what we are and to what purpose engendered. Persius 3:69. What it is to know, and what to be ignorant, what ought to be the end and design of study, what valour, temperance, and justice are, the difference betwixt ambition and avarice, servitude and subjection, licence and liberty, by what token a man may know true and solid contentment, how far death, affliction, and disgrace are to be apprehended, et quoquenque modo fugiatque, feratque laborum, and how you may shun or sustain every hardship. Virgil, Aeneid, 3:459. By what secret springs we move, and the reason of our various agitations and irresolutions. For, methinks, the first doctrine with which one should season his understanding ought to be that which regulates his manners and his sense, that teaches him how to know himself, and how both well to dig and well to live. Amongst the liberal sciences, let us begin with that which makes us free. Not that they do not all serve in some measure to the instruction and use of life, as all other things in some sort also do, but let us make choice of that which directly and professedly serves to that end. If we are once able to restrain the offices of human life within their just and natural limits, we shall find that most of the sciences in use are of no great use to us, and even in those that are, that there are many very unnecessary cavities and dilatations which we had better let alone, and, following Socrates' direction, limit the course of our studies to those things only where there is a true and real utility. Supere aude, incipe, qui recte vivendi prorogat horum, rusticus expectat, dum defluat amnis, at ille labitor et labetor in omne volubilis ovum. Dare to be wise, begin. He who defers the hour of living well is like the clown, waiting till the river shall have flowed out. But the river still flows, and will run on, with constant course, to ages without end. Horace, Ep. 1-2. 'Tis a great foolery to teach our children, quid moviant pisces, animosaque signa leonis, lotus et Hesperia, quid Capricornus aqua. What influence Pisces have, or the sign of angry Leo, or Capricorn, washed by the Hesperian wave. Propertius 4, I. 89. The knowledge of the stars and the motion of the eighth sphere before their own. What care I about the Pleiades or the stars of Taurus? Anacreon, Ode, 17:10. Anaximenes, writing to Pythagoras, to what purpose, said he, should I trouble myself in searching out the secret of the stars, having death or slavery continually before my eyes? For the king of Persia were at that time preparing to invade his country. Everyone ought to say thus: being assaulted as I am by ambition, avarice, temerity, superstition, and having within so many other enemies of life, shall I go ponder over the world's changes? End of section 25. Recording by Daniel Fraser.